Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter Reborned in Pokemon-verse with system? The white station stretched forever, as if King's Cross had been sketched in moonlight and memory. Last time I stood here I chose to go back and fight. This time, death, or whatever wore Dumbledore's patient smile, offered a different door. You've carried the Hallows farther than most, the not Dumbledore said. There are worlds where power isn't won by curses and counter-curses, but by care, courage, and disciplined partnership. Learn there. Bring that clarity back to survive your forest. My forest. The one where my real body lay hidden beneath a charm web, while something enormous prowled and learned my scent. Bottoming at level 30, the voice had warned, whatever that meant. A door unfolded. Not platform 9 3/4. Something quieter. Wilder. All right, I said, more to myself than to death. Harry Evans Black then. Keep the Potter quiet. Keep the Hallows quieter. The door took me, and the world that met me wasn't wands and wards at all. But it was alive, alert, and waiting to see if I'd treat it like an enemy or a friend. Chapter 1. The Transfer, the System, and Officer Jenny. It didn't read like a machine to me. More like the Hallows were tugging a translucent map across my eyes. Guidance, not orders. Name? She asked. Harry Evans Black, I said after a beat. Traveling under gray if you need a shorter line. I opened my eyes a period of time after I felt should have already been hit by that truck. All hail Truckcoin. I found myself laying in the middle of a forest with my head still pounding. Suddenly, a screen appears before my eyes. Congratulations. You have been selected as a suitable candidate of your world to ascend to a higher dimension. Sensors had detected your soul possessed a useful innate ability. Infinite relay, mental and soul energy when fused contain natural low resonance. Can allow bodies made of fusion energy to ignore distance and low energy dimensional barriers. Traversing the worlds unbounded by laws is possible. Your personality and ability assessment shows potential for growth into a strong warrior under the established parameters, and thus you are worthy of investment. A system suitable to your idealized growth has been supplied. The system assigned to you is the World Master System. World Master, it called itself. I filed the name with the Elder Wand's old weight in my palm. Respect the tool, trust the choice. This system will allow you to utilize your innate ability to its maximum potential and guide you onto an optimum growth route. To stimulate growth, your newly made body has reverted to an earlier age, condensing your natural energy and senses. Slight alterations have been made so as to help you adapt and grow to a form more appropriate for a warrior. Costs for this service have been recorded. Please note that your current body is still from a lesser dimension. Your current realm was picked as an optimal hub to move between realms and consolidate knowledge. However, your current state is very weak for this realm's standards. Do your best to strengthen quickly. Your system utilizes your mental energy, soul focus, as the basis, and by utilizing spiritual energy you gain access to worlds or alternate dimensions by resonance with information stored in your memories. The system can tap into information from worldly energy of your previous world and the universe to fill in gaps of data as needed. The uses of the system will increase together with your bodily, spiritual, and mental energies. Your system is an accessory system and can only assist in a limited capacity. The system is partially automated and will help you communicate with humanoids in any language or dialect to ease world navigations. To access world transfer assistance, focus on the point between your brows. Visualize an isolated space in that location. Visualize a small spiritual version of yourself and enter the space to access the system. A drip of cold sweat rolls down my face. I really could die any moment again here, and very easily at that. Looking around, I find some dense foliage with seemingly no animals crawling about in it. I crawl in it and begin to scoop up a lot of the dirt and seemingly benign foliage and pack it over my body for further concealment. I began to realize my body seemed to have shrank by a good bit. Can't see my own reflection, but just from my bodily movements and the fact my whole body is almost hairless, it really would seem I'm no longer in a body that would belong to an adult of their early 20s, though the system had already said that. This is not the time to dwell on this though. Getting resources for survival is vital right now. I pause my thoughts and try my best to enter a meditative state, visualizing myself entering the space between my brows. The next instant I was in a vast and empty space. I was no longer sitting in a meditative pose as I was before but was now standing. It would seem I cannot feel my actual body when I am within this space. I begin to walk inside the space, looking for whatever I need for interacting with this system. Soon after I thought this, a blue wall, stretching seemingly infinitely in all directions, appeared in front of me. I approached the blue wall and on it I read, "Please select a world to begin your development. Your mental spiritual energy body can currently solidify spatial coordinates on a single world for dimensional travel. All worlds chosen have a time progression rate equivalent to the current world. Current suitable worlds related to." It felt like an animus construct. My soul wearing a body stitched from intent. Not code, not spellwork, but something in between. Memories are displayed. Note: these are real worlds whose realities closely match existing realities models in your mind. Worlds with suitable threat levels for current capabilities selected. The system will set your spatial coordinates to a location suitable for your current growth stage on that world. Your primary world has a high standardized threat level. Advised to avoid contact with indigenous fauna. Foble. World resources. Atmospheric mental energy. Soul focus, stimulants, basic mental energy, soul focus, techniques, low-grade mental energy, soul focus, formations, unique natural laws, sorcerer physique refinement laws, sorcerer mental technique enlightenment, fate laws, alternate reality binding, Pokemon, world resources, basic and incomplete, low-grade mental cultivation techniques, basic and low-grade mental energy, soul focus, beasts, natural mental energy, soul focus, formations, basic mental energy, soul focus, formations and technology, basic natural technology, unique natural laws, mental energy, soul focus, consolidation, mental energy, soul focus, technique enlightenment, mental cultivation enlightenment, avatar, the last airbender, world resources, basic spiritual meditation techniques, innate spiritual element stimulants, unique natural laws, spiritual technique enlightenment, spiritual physical dimension binding, Dragon Ball universe, world resources, basic chi cultivation techniques, basic to high-grade chi genetics, basic to mid-grade martial arts techniques, basic to low-grade natural technology development, Crash Bandicoot, world resources, basic to low-grade mystic tribal arts, basic natural genetic modifications, basic tribal energy type genetic modifications, basic and low-grade tribal energy technology, unique natural laws, tribal art enlightenment, space-time tribal energy laws, Sonic the Hedgehog, world resources, basic chaos energy body techniques, basic chaos energy type genetic modifications, basic natural technology, basic and semi-low-grade chaos energy technology, unique natural laws, chaos energy condensation. Looking at all of my options, I feel like I am going crazy. All of these worlds are game or story worlds I was deeply into at one point or time. Additionally, from the benefits each world has stated, I can tell these worlds might have more to offer than the story worlds they are similar to. However, on the downside, it seems I will have to leave my body behind to travel to these worlds. Currently being in a dangerous-looking forest with likely supernatural beasts prowling, it seems just a bit dangerous. However, I have no idea where I am currently. Without strength, I may end up starving to death or being eaten in this place. Wasting my energy searching for a settlement, which may not even exist in this world, could easily spell death. Why should I do so when I have such a good option given to me so blatantly? Out of these worlds, there is only one option which would kindly allow a weak person to get strength easily. Although it is tempting to go to a world with higher grade resources, they are not places I would be able to easily strengthen myself at. My system ability seems to be based off of mental energy, soul focus first, and spiritual energy second. At least that is what it says. I need to strengthen mental energy, soul focus, which is the foundation of my ability, First and foremost, I calmly think in my mind to choose the Pokemon world. The blue wall begins to ripple like water from the raindrop. A black orb begins to emerge from the origin of the rippling waves. I feel a connection from the orb. It is linked to a distant place. I step forward swiftly and go into it. Entering through the black orb, I find myself in the middle of a forest again. Fortunately though, this time I can also see buildings in a clearing not far away. I begin to make my way towards the clearing. Coming out of the forest, I hear a strangely familiar voice yelling at me lightly. "Hey, you over there. What are you doing there? Don't you know these are the grounds of the police academy? Why aren't you in uniform?" Somewhat startled, I look over and smile. "Apologies, Officer Jenny. To be honest, I've always wanted to join the force, but I wasn't certain of the proper methods to do so. I ended up lost for a long time searching for the way to the academy to try and get in." A suspicious look appeared in her eye. "That's Instructor Jenny to you. And how on earth could you have been lost in the woods for 2 days? More like you skipped and finally decided to come in. I'm not sure how you know me, but I'll let that slide. We'd best get you registered for classes." Officer Jenny led me inside the main building and into an office. I spent about an hour doing paperwork. "You are lucky that someone else forfeited their place here at the last minute, or we wouldn't have any spot for you at all. What were you thinking, Gray? Trudging your way through the woods with no Pokemon or no escort to keep you company? You could have died. All you had to do was let an officer know at your hometown that you wanted to be a volunteer and they would have brought you here. Isn't that common sense? What sort of an airhead are you?" "Well, ma'am, to be honest, there are a lot of weird things about myself that I can't explain properly." Haha. She narrows her eyes at me. "Well, there are no requirements of any kind on becoming a volunteer policeman as you won't be a real officer. However, we will need to issue you a new identification card since you don't have one. If I ever find out you've been using Pokemon for misdeeds, I will track you down myself." I immediately responded, "I would never, ma'am." Her eyes became a bit gentler. "Well, I know you wouldn't, but it's always best to warn against it just in case." She hands me a miniaturized Pokeball. "Do you know how to use it?" I instantly shook my head. "Sigh, of course not. Look, it's easy. Focus your mind on the Pokeball. This ball is ownerless, so it will naturally guide your mental and essence energy into it, making a mental connection. Following her instructions, I focus on the Pokeball. A small amount of the mental energy, soul focus, making up my body seeps into the ball and my body shrinks slightly. Realizing I just shrank at least an inch in full view of another person, I look up to see Officer Jenny's expression. The smile on her face is frozen, and the doubt of her own sanity is tangible on her face. I break out a conversation to make it seem like nothing happened. "So, Officer Jenny, is this the Pokeball I'm going to use to get my first Pokemon?" She snaps out of her trance. "Yes, of course. We have a small exclusive Pokemon safari here on the Police Academy grounds. The Pokemon you could catch in the safari include Growlithe, Riolu, Machop, Meditite, Hoot Hoot, Meanfu, and Lillipup." Meditation wasn't new to me. Occlumency had carved quiet rooms in my head. A partner who breathed focus was perfect. There are also a few low-level bug Pokemon and stray flying Pokemon as well, just like you would find anywhere. Those I listed are the best Pokemon for policing, and all on the police force will have some Pokemon from a police safari grounds. She guides me to the gate of the fence surrounding the safari and lets me go in myself. I decide to aim for Growlithe as my first Pokemon. It is the only Pokemon here with elemental special attacks like Ember or Flamethrower. To be prepared for anything, it's the best choice. Entering through the security gate, I was checked for any excess gear that are restricted within the safari zone. After getting clearance, the guard who searched me clapped my back hard. "I saw you haven't brought any Pokemon food either for a lure. You'd have to be really lucky to catch a Pokemon in a safari like that. I know you students try to cut costs wherever you can, but this is one investment you might want to make. If you're going to try anyways, good luck." I thanked him for his concern, and he opened the gate and I passed through. The instant I entered the safari, I was surrounded by the tall grass. Luckily, there is no need to fear poisonous creatures in the tall grass as they regularly patrol this place to keep them out, and regular bugs and animals in this world are much smaller in population and lack variety due to the suppressive nature Pokemon have on the ecosystem. I wandered through tall grass for maybe a half hour before getting to a more forested area. A few minutes into the forested area, I finally saw my first Pokemon, a Hoot Hoot. Gosh, it is somewhat embarrassing thinking of the naming for these creatures as an adult. Though maybe that is just because I associate the names with it being an anime instead of an actual world. So anyways, after I got out of the long grass, I saw the Pokemon that looks like an owl. Now, I certainly plan to catch one of these guys eventually, as it seems to be some sort of arranged destiny for me to do policing in this world. Not now though. From what Officer Jenny said, I'm only capable of holding a single Pokemon right now. It took a decent amount of mental energy, soul focus, to just bind the one Pokeball, and I have a feeling the energy consumption will be far worse when it comes to sealing an actual Pokemon inside it. I really need to hurry. Every moment I am here, my real body is just sitting defenseless in a forest. As I walk through the forest, I hear a rustle in the brushes. A humanoid Pokemon, a Meditite, casually walks out of the underbrush. If this were the video game, I would have gotten some intense background music and a wild Meditite appears. Notice would have come up. Then, since this is a safari, I would have the option to throw Pokeblocks, approach, try to catch it, or run away. In this case, I would prefer to run away because I don't particularly want a Meditite. The instant I try to briskly walk away though, the damn thing threw a kick at me. What the hell? There isn't supposed to be a fight option in the safari. Furthermore, Pokemon should be good and not attack Pokemon trainers. Though I may not actually be one yet, the rule should still apply, though I suppose it never did in the anime either. This particular Meditite, however, did not care to abide by that rule. If this were the game, I had chosen the option run. And either God or this Meditite would reply with a mwahaha evil laugh, in my imagination, and a notification of, "You cannot escape." I had stupidly allowed my guard to be slightly down as I was moving away, so the kick managed to strike the back of my ribs. The instant I felt the impact, I shifted my weight to go with the blow and rolled to soften the impact. The pain from it coursed through me, but I stood up as soon as I finished the roll and faced the Meditite. As I steadied my stance and faced it, the pain in my body died down quickly. However, oddly, along with the pain dying down, my body shrank slightly again as well. I was originally rather tall at about 2 meters, but now I had shrank to about 180 centimeters. I had a fair amount of experience in martial arts originally. I had never been able to stick in a single school though. A little bit of taekwondo and boxing as a kid, some Shotokan karate, jiu-jitsu, and muay thai as a teen, and then army combatives techniques and the more complicated kung fu styles I had just started to try and pick up when I had gone into college. However, in every one of the schools I somewhat stuck around in, I was told I had no talent for the martial arts. The reason was simple: I just couldn't bring myself to hurt others. Even if I knew the other person was probably stronger, I couldn't bear to bring out all my strength on a person I felt no threat from. There were few occasions where I actually felt threatened by others in my life. The first time was actually when I was still a kid. I was not very social of a person, and somehow I offended a few little punks by defending someone they were teasing, so they decided to act as bullies to me instead. In retaliation, the 4 kids tried to jump me in the bathroom at the grade school. I don't remember what exactly they were trying to do, pushing me around, but I beat them up and made them kneel in apology for acting as bullies. I had to go to the principal's office every day for the rest of that year as punishment, but every one of those fellows grew up to be outstanding citizens after that. I think I did the right thing. The time after that was when a man came into my home with a knife. I was unarmed, but I managed to outmaneuver him and obtain my own knife, threatening the guy sufficiently and convinced him robbing me would end badly. Overall, it just came down to intimidation, so it was no actual fight, but it was still a notable serious encounter. Another time was when I was ambushed by Teen Punk, who disliked me in school. He punched from a blind spot in the middle of the hall. The hit landed, and by instinct I flowed with the move and my fist hit his face. I managed to stop my fist after it lightly hit his nose, so he wasn't badly injured. But it was close. I almost got in trouble and would have probably been kicked out because it was high school. But because neither of us got badly hurt, and it was glossed over with a stern warning to not cause a ruckus. I didn't exactly make up with the guy after that, but we didn't have any problems after either. Then the last and most recent time before traveling this world was when I was in my basic military training. The people of a particular platoon had been breaking into rooms and filming the group of people beating others up for fun. Gotta say, some people in the military have an odd sense of humor. So, a group of people barged into our room one night. I, having heard the rumors of said fellows, was a little excited. At least I couldn't keep the smile off my face, even though I couldn't bear to hurt another person practicing in a gym. Those sort of jackasses who I was perfectly justified to kick the shit out of were perfectly fair game. Unfortunately, it ended a bit too fast. A few guys came up to me and came at me trying to pin me. I knocked those guys into the crowd of others, and then I saw a guy out of the corner of my eye coming at me from behind. I turned quickly and the fool was flying at me in the air, so I elbowed him out of the air into a wall. Everyone stared at me for a second and I got somewhat confused and asked if we were going to continue because I was getting kind of pumped. They said it was a misunderstanding though, and even my roommates were looking at me with weird eyes. So I just made sure to remind them to invite me if they felt like having fun fighting again. I kept reminding them after that too so they wouldn't forget. Unfortunately, there weren't any more occurrences of fighting again after that. I was sincerely disappointed. I got sidetracked from the main story. Anyways, this little metatite could make me feel that it was actually a threat. I watched the humanoid critter intensely, awaiting its next move. Unfortunately, the little guy was inhumanly fast and strong. In addition, it was just too small, so I couldn't properly use many moves of my moves on it. In the end, I was only able to trade blows with it and couldn't use my technique to gain any advantage at all. However, the blows were insanely heavy. Although it wasn't to the extent of blowing a person away, I'm at least somewhat decent at fighting and almost 4 times its size, and every blow of this creature was enough to cause some of the bones in my arms and fists to break. There the occasional attempts at low kicks and the like as well, but both of us had decent footwork and could easily evade a kick from the other side. After a short while I began to shrink rapidly as the different parts of my body made up of energy broke and reformed themselves. It wasn't as though IMY blows had no effect on my opponent though. I could clearly see the slowing of its movements and the sweat on its brow. This body made of energy would erode as I exhausted stamina, but my abilities would remain relatively the same and the feeling of exhaustion was more mental than physical. However, this type of exhaustion was a lot easier to endure and gave me a big edge. Although I thought this body would be weaker because it was made of energy, it is strangely much more suitable for fighting. The fight dragged on for what felt like a long time. Eventually my height had dropped to being only 80 centimeters, just slightly taller than the metatite. This point I actually began to gain momentum, because I could bring into play the techniques I would normally use on a person. The metatite was already visibly extremely tired, but it continued a formidable exchange blows with me. At a moment I felt a slight opening from the metatite. It had just thrown a right hook, but its center of balance was thrown off significantly. I dove into the opening instantly, sweeping and twisting my arm against the arm it shot out. I knock its fist away, shifting it further off balance while moving into its space. Using the same arm, I jab upwards into its jaw, dazing it. Finally, I shuffle my feet and use my right foot to knock its left foot out from under it. Then shift my right arm from guard to attack its chest and then grab and knock it to the ground with a throw. I follow up quickly and cautiously with a pin before I notice the complete lack of resistance. Testing to make sure, I do a sternal rub, but sure enough it's knocked out cold. Keeping it in a pin, I look around again and realize it is almost dark. Having spent this long here, if I don't get back to my actual body soon I might have starved or died of thirst without realizing it. I glanced down again at the metatite pinned under my knee. From what I could tell, this thing is actually pretty strong. Furthermore, if I recall correctly, it should be both fighting and psychic type, so it should also have the ability to fight the paranormal. I sigh and take out the shrunken pokeball I have stored in the pouch Jenny lent to me. Putting a minuscule amount of energy into it, the pokeball swells in size. Then, I press the button on it down on Metatite's forehead. The moment it touched the Pokemon's forehead, it jolted awake. Simultaneously, an enormous amount of mental energy, soul focus, began to be sucked into the Pokeball. The Pokemon tried to push me off, but I held it down. I began to shrink very quickly as my mental energy, soul focus, was absorbed by the Pokeball, transforming into a type of red energy which engulfed Metatite. Metatite was absorbed into the Pokeball, and so ensued the stereotypical inside the Pokeball struggle. I could feel the inner chassis in the structure of the Pokeball through a strange sort of mental connection. Meditite, still combined together with the red energy, used all its remaining power to try and shift or collapse a part of the inner chassis of the Pokeball so it could escape. The inner chassis of the Pokeball acted like the legendary immortal array formations, trying to bind it with the red mental energy, soul focus. But the array itself was actually somewhat delicate. Whenever Meditite surged its energy to a particular part of the chassis, I applied energy there to reinforce it and keep it from collapse. Effectively, after a short minute, the Pokeball let out its signature sound, signifying that I had successfully caught the Meditite, as the formation stabilized. Seriously, I would do a victory pose and go, "Yeah, I caught Meditite." Except I'm a grown-ass man on the inside, and it would be creepy as hell. And I'm now the same size as the Pokeball itself, so a victory pose right now would at best be me leaning on the Pokeball with a peace sign posing for a picture. Since I caught a Pokemon, it was best for me to return to my real body. However, it would be kind of pointless to do so without bringing back my purpose in coming here. So I approached the Pokeball and placed my hand on it. I closed my eyes and tried to focus. Focusing my mind, my sixth sense turned into a new kind of vision. However, there were only two things I could see using my new vision. The first was the Pokeball before me and its contents. The Pokeball shape itself was spectral, and within the Pokeball chassis was an extremely complex arrangement of energy grid lines forming a sphere. Within the sphere was the red energy which ebbed and flowed very naturally here and there within it. A spectral Meditite floated within the red energy, looking completely at peace. The Meditite curled up in the red energy, which looked like fluid, made it seem as if it were just a baby in a womb. As though it being there was the most natural thing in the world. The second thing I saw was a star, extremely far in the distance. Its light was very faint but familiar. I could tell that the star should be the location of my original body. I willed myself to go there, together with the Pokeball which was connected to my consciousness. At that instant my body vanished together with the Pokeball. Not a trace was left in the wake of it. As though I had never been there at all. Bottom of the food chain. Suddenly, I felt my legs were under me, instead of planted on the ground. The disconnect between how I was the previous instant and how I was this instant made it feel awkward. It seems that my legs had also fell asleep from having been in an awkward sitting position for too long. Opening my eyes I could see. Well, leaves. Of course, that's good because it means my body wasn't disturbed when I was in the Pokemon world. Gurgurgret, sound that means you're hungry. However, it seems my stomach has still been operating normally even without me. I began to feel both hunger and thirst the second I had returned. Indeed, having an out-of-body experience is certainly a dangerous phenomenon. I have to be even more careful of the time I spend in that state in the future. Focusing my mind again and closing my eyes in the way similar to before, I tried to sense the Pokeball, to see if I had managed to bring it with me. I found the Pokeball in its spectral form, floating inside the space between my brow, orbiting the spatial orb with the Pokemon world coordinates. Using the small amount of my mental energy, soul focus, remaining on me, I tried to summon or drag the Pokeball out of that space and into the world. The moment I attempted to do so, the Pokeball began to shimmer and shake apart, dispersing into energy. A small portion of the energy, which shined in a blinding light, condensed into a sort of magical seal on the blue wall. The remaining energy, dyed in red, seemed to exit the mental space and go outside. I opened my eyes, and for a moment nothing happened. Then, a lightly shimmering spectral body of Meditite condensed in front of me. Meditite, we need to find some food and water around here. We need to try our best to avoid detection by any sort of creatures lurking about though. Any one of them could spell death for us right now. Do you have any sort of abilities to detect or avoid detection by others, abilities to locate food and water, anything like that? Meditite stared at me for a second, then nodded its head, sending a light mental signal that it can. Indeed, just like in the anime, most Pokemon are extremely intelligent and can easily communicate. Though, I suppose it would be expected for a humanoid Pokemon at least, but I still don't know about a Magikarp. I got up out of my seated position and stretched my legs a bit to get the blood flowing. More than a few things cracked getting up after sitting so oddly for so long. I looked at Metatite, whose spectral body had appeared in the physical world. It was giving me a blank and judging look. Don't judge me, Metatite, I still managed to beat you in a fight. Lead the way, Metatite, but make sure to keep low. Signal me if we need to find deeper concealment. Metatite gave me the affirmative and we started slowly moving through the brush. Luckily, I'm able to sense Metatite with my mental energy, soul focus, or I could have easily lost him in this heavy brush. I follow him at a short distance and we move through the brush. About 10 minutes into our movement, Metatite arm signals me to get down and I duck into some nearby heavy bushes as Metatite moves into some tall grass near himself. Not long after, the sound of something heavily impacts on the ground begins to resound over and again. It was like the stereotypical noise a large dinosaur would make in the movies, except the noise is significantly more jarring in real life. Not long after, although I could only somewhat make it out, I saw the enormous body that was causing that noise as it slowly. The creature appeared to be either a huge boar or a mammoth or something like that. I can't make out most of its body through the brush and trees, but from the body size and hair it should be something similar, or then again maybe not, since this is a different world after all. A few minutes after it passed into the distance, Metatite gets out and signals me to get up. We continued moving through the brush and eventually came to an area where more light could be seen coming through between the trees. The thick brush seemed to have been cleared in the surroundings around a stream which appeared about 9 meters in width on average and stretched out beyond sight in length in either direction. The waters in the stream appeared to be relatively calm but also rather deep. Tracks could be seen all about the edge of the stream, indicating the lack of brush around it is likely due to the trampling of animals coming through this place for water. Metatite signaled me to hold and not move any further, and so I sank quickly back into some concealment. A number of horse-sized creatures that looked akin to an anteater came along in a small herd. The anteaters shot long tongues out of their already long snouts, sinking them like straws into the stream. They spent a good amount of time simply staying there, moving about up and down the stream, flicking their tongues into the water occasionally. After a short while, one made an abnormal jerking action with its tongue in the water. The creature continued to jerk and reel back as though something had caught its tongue. It would seem there are indeed some predators lurking in the water as well. These fellows adapted to avoid them, but the predator in the water is trying to pull it in. At this time, 2 more anteaters came over to join the fellow that was caught and similarly stuck their tongues into the water next to it. They began to all pull together and a large creature, looking akin to a long-bodied catfish with jutting sharp teeth, came out of the water. Finally, I realized I was mistaken. These anteaters were actually fishing this whole time. Their tongues appeared to have hooked hairs on the end of them, and all 3 of the anteaters had lodged their tongues into the sides of the fish as it thrashed about but could not escape. After they had dragged the fish out of the water for a good distance, they pulled out their tongues and began stabbing into it again in other places. A few other anteaters came over to joining in on the fun. Some of them sank their tube-like spiked tongues into the water before sticking it into the fish. It seemed as though they were pumping water into the fish's circulation system to make it easier to suck all of its blood out. Not too long after, they all left the fish behind and it just laid there, slightly deflated and deformed, looking horrifying from all the blood being drained from it. This repeated a few times as they caught different kinds of fish and drained them of their lives. Truly, you can't underestimate any of the creatures in this place. After they all seemed to have drank their fill of fish blood, they all began to leave, moving down along the riverbed. Earnestly, for a good while I was rather nervous some of them might have the intention of coming my way, but thank goodness that didn't happen, or I might look like a mummy already. The spectral Metatite moved out of the bushes and beckoned me along. It grabbed a long and sturdy-looking tree branch and carved out a small channel on the ground. It should be meant for drawing a small amount of river water closer away to eliminate the risk of approaching too close to the river. I went over to the woods and similarly grabbed a branch and began to help. Not long after, we had made a long and narrow channel leading away from the river. Then, at the end of it, we dug out a small hole to allow the water to pool up once it was a short distance into the forest. Metatite followed up and made a separate channel and pool after. It would seem one is primarily for washing and the other for drinking. We began to collect small stones and other sediment and made a few small, permeable barriers on the 2 channels to the drinking pools. Although it wasn't perfect, using fire and creating a steam apparatus to thoroughly purify it isn't realistic right now. At the least, these basic filters should prevent unseen parasites and a few other things so I don't get too sick. Meditite now has a body completely made of energy, so I don't think this fellow even needs to eat or drink anymore. Or more like, he probably just gets all of his sustenance from the link to my own mental energy, soul focus. So at the very least, I don't have to worry about taking care of him much. Does that mean I am eating for two now? Ugh, that's a disturbing and twisted way of thinking about it. Let's cease that train of thought. After getting my fill of water, I turn my eyes toward those mummified fish. Eating fish is generally okay raw, right? And I can't really cook anything because fire is bound to draw animals and kill me. Soy went over and grabbed the dried-out fish that were dragged further away from the riverbed. I looked about trying to find a somewhat sharp rock, or perhaps a weak-looking rock that could be splintered and used as a knife. However, before I got far, Meditite approached me, beckoning for me to hand the fish to him. I handed Meditite the fish, and he dragged it over near the washing pool and set it down. Meditite formed a karate-style knife hand, and then a small purple radiant arc, flickering slightly, formed off the edge of his hand. Quickly, he brought that edge down on the fish. The purple radiance smoothly cut through the fish, slicing off the layer of skin on one side and revealing the meat. In fact, this meat looked very healthy. As most all of the blood had been drained in advance, there was no mess and only a slight fish smell to it. Meditite began to shrink slightly as the radiance sliced through the fish. He slowly sliced off numerous, very thin layers of meat. The size of the pieces were sliced suitably thin so that any sort of major parasites within would not be able to survive or hide themselves within. I was somewhat confused on how Meditite knew this method. Do Meditites do such things in the wild, or did he see people doing these things somewhere? Then again, he is a psychic type and has an open link to my mind as well, so it might not be impossible he drew on this knowledge from my own memories. From what I could tell, Meditite had used a weak form of the Psyblade attack to cut the fish apart. Likely, he wasn't skilled enough to use it in battles and could only barely form a stable blade to cut through some things slowly. I was certainly thankful for this ability of his though, and the fact he did not try it on me. After a few minutes, we had a decent pile of sashimi which had been carved off of this big and scary-looking fish. I quickly threw the remains of this fish into the river, so as to lower the risk of the smell of it bringing predators. Not long after, it began floating. Something akin to a gigantic eel reared a part of its upper body out of the water and swallowed the remainder of the fish whole. Its mouth seemed sufficient enough to swallow me whole as well. I was even more thankful of not approaching that river now. We brought over the sashimi to the washing hole and I thoroughly washed the first piece before eating some. Wow! Surprisingly, it tastes pretty good. I ate only 2 pieces of the thin sashimi before I felt full. It didn't seem like much, but even the fish here probably have much higher energy content than the most vigorous lion or tiger back on Earth, so even a little meat goes a long way. Unfortunately, this sort of meat will likely go bad in just a few hours given the weather, not even long enough to last to the next meal. So I went ahead and ate another piece and a half so that my stomach was basically bursting, as I don't know when my next meal might be. The rest of the meat and fish carcasses remaining were all thrown to the eels. After that, me and Meditite made our way to a spot where there seemed to be relatively few creatures about. With Meditite standing watch, I fell into sleep for the first time in this unknown land. When I woke up in the morning, Meditite was still on watch. When I asked if he needed rest, I received a firm no. Apparently the reason I had been attacked was because I had woken up Meditite from his deep meditation, sleep, and he wasn't happy about it. So, I indicated my intent to go into the Pokemon world and asked Meditite to stand guard. Getting a positive response, I shut my eyes, reached for the spatial orb linking to the Pokemon world, and transported there. When I opened my eyes again, I was in the same location where I had captured Meditite and left previously. It seemed as though the Pokeball for Meditite had disappeared, and I was not likely to get it back. I started to make my way back to the Safari checkpoint. Safari Guard 1. Haha, I told you it wasn't likely to catch anything. Although you had one of those Safari Tech Pokeballs, it still broke on you, eh? Gotta make sure you find a weaker Pokemon to go for the next time you try. Can't start out with a strong Pokemon because they have a strong will, and bringing stuff to satiate the Pokemon in a safari is also common sense. Do that next time, you hear me? Knowing he mostly meant well, I grinned and bearded it. Yes sir, I will try my best next time. Safari guard too. And next time, don't get lost inside the park. We almost had to send people searching for you. Glad you're okay though. Classes are gonna start soon, so go see Officer Jenny about registration. I nodded to him and scurried away to avoid more lectures. I found Officer Jenny in her office. Knocking. Officer Jenny. Come in. I open the door and walk into her office. Hello. Again. How exactly did you manage to get lost again? And how did you even do so in that little safari? Yes. I have a very good excuse as to why I am lost often. I'm just uncertain if said excuse would be believable or acceptable. Oh really? This ought to be one of the most amusing things I've heard in a while. Please tell me. Okay. Yes. I'm not really sure if I should, but I don't like being dishonest. Yeah, to be honest, I don't real. So actually, I'm an alien from a very distant planet who died once and then was brought back to life by some sort of powerful being or group of them, which actually just happened yesterday a bit before I met you. That being, or those beings, gave me a technique which together with my innate ability lets me make a body of mental and spiritual energy that can travel near infinite distances to other planets. However, my actual body is in the middle of a forest filled with horrifying creatures far stronger than most of the Pokemon of this world, and that would easily do their best to kill and eat me. The greater beings more or less said I needed to travel to other planets to gain the resources and knowledge needed to survive. Also, as of right now, this is the only planet I've been given access to. So I have to do everything I can to get stronger within a short time frame, as well as try to catch Pokemon who can help in my survival. Officer Jenny stares at me with a warm and patient face. I understand you're probably around 12, and you're at the age for Pokemon school without any Pokemon get to keep you company. Juni asterisk is something a majority of kids your age catch. Please tone your fantasies to a level that they don't get people worried about you and don't disturb your studies. About the reaction I expected. Listen ma'am, the truth is although my body looks this way now, we are actually about the same age. And honestly, I really need someone over here who understands the situation I'm in, or it will be impossible for me to get what I need. So I'm going to give you a demonstration. Before she can react, I take her letter opener off of the desk, pull up my sleeve, and drag the blade across the broad side of my shoulder. She totally freaks out, but for me it only stings a little because it is an energy body taking the damage. My vision of the room shifts to a slightly lower angle and the gash on my arm quickly regenerates without a drop of blood leaking out. At this point, she had run over and snatched the letter opener from me with shock and worry in her eyes. Then, she instantly went over and grabbed a first aid kit and rushed back over. After her hurried movements, she finally noticed the cut was gone. A shocked and confused expression ran across her face. Because this body is made of mental energy, soul focus, any injuries on it only results in a bit of energy loss and some headaches. Then the injuries will instantly regenerate, but because of the mental energy soul focus loss, the body will also shrink slightly until I can't maintain it. A still sorta confused and also pondering expression spread across her face. I've heard of more powerful psychic trainers being able to do all sorts of strange things, so I suppose it's not that strange. Yes. I'm so glad people are so easy to accept nonsense explanations in this world. So, will you help me? Okay, sure. All that helping you means is doing my job as a mentor. Anyways, right? Sorry to say, but I don't know you well, and I'm not going to just lend you money either if you ask. I can show you some ways to earn money though. Thinking this turned out pretty well, I bow slightly. Thank you very much. What I really need right now is just an easy way to get some more Pokeballs quickly. I think I'm going to need as much help as I can if I want to be able to survive. She nods. Okay then, there are a few things you will need to know that are either common sense or need to know for policing. The first class you should take would be on mental energy, soul focus, tempering. The more mental energy, soul focus you have, the more Pokemon you can have with you. In order to become an official Pokemon trainer, you must reach the minimum mental ability to link with 6 Pokemon below level 15. Once you reach the Pokemon trainer level, it is then important to learn how to do resonance mental tempering. It is not something you should attempt until you are at the official Pokemon trainer level. The resonance tempering can carry you up to the level of a Pokemon master. Only as a Pokemon trainer would you be able to rely on resonance with your Pokemon to defend your body in the midst of a battle. The method for a Pokemon Master to train further is something closely guarded by the Pokemon League. Only those able to pass their tests of both character and capability would be shown the way forward from there. Only by defeating all of the gyms in a region and defeating all others in competition would one be allowed the opportunity to enter sacred grounds to raise their Pokemon levels to 100. At the time when your Pokemon reach level 100, you must either learn the secret methods of the Pokemon League or comprehend your own path. Those who seek comprehension usually choose only Pokemon of a single type. By keeping your Pokemon a single type, your mental energy, soul focus, resonance will be more pure, allowing for faster growth and easier comprehension. However, if you have a mix of different types, your adaptability will give you better chances in battle. Those who aim to join the Pokemon League will do the latter route. This is certainly useful because it allows you to adapt to any situation, but the chaotic mental energy, soul focus, your resonance will result in making it nearly impossible to approach the level of a true Pokemon Master on your own. So, unless they have no ambition of advancing, even those aiming for the Pokemon League would have at most 3 Pokemon types. Although it is not commonly known, a person who wins the Pokemon League Challenge, as well as the following competition of champions, would only be called a pseudo-Pokemon Master. Normally, they have Pokemon around level 80. Only once the trainer has a breakthrough in comprehension, causing their mental energy, soul focus, to change in overall quality, would their Pokemon have the chance to use the energy to grow beyond level 100 and have the chance to induce natural Mega Evolution, bringing them to the same tier as legendary Pokemon. This is all too far beyond you though. Normally this would only be revealed when a person is a preliminary Pokemon champion, which would be around level 60. This information is also disseminated among the policing forces though, as it is necessary knowledge when dealing with emergencies where the involvement of true Pokemon Masters are involved. Most regions have both an underground of criminals as well as different above-ground organizations. In any region there will be a policing force and a Pokemon League who manage the regions. The leaders of most of the Pokemon Leagues as well as the larger criminal organizations are usually true Pokemon Masters. Unfortunately, any true master cannot be defeated no matter how many normal enemies they are up against. Even in the case where they are overwhelmed, it is still a simple matter for them to escape, and it would simply result in massive losses. Only a legendary Pokemon or another true master could ever hope to fight one and defeat them. This is why, when policing, one must be careful when selecting their target. It does no one any good if you die trying to do something impossible. Of course, even among criminals murder is very rare, but it is much more common to simply steal your Pokemon, which is the same as crippling your growth and enhancing their own. Some good ways to earn money would first be doing volunteer policing duties, as assigned at different stations. Secondly, it might be good for you to learn traditional Pokeball crafting, which can be picked up rather quickly instead of going into classes on modern Pokeball engineering. You would be able to get Pokeballs much more easily, and you would be able to make money by selling them if you can grow to be good enough at it. Ding! You have uncovered sufficient vital information about this world. From the analysis of the information discovered, an optimum growth route has been designated. Obtain Pokemon of types: Psychic, Neutral, Fighting, Ghost. Currently obtained Pokemon types: Psychic, Meditite, Fighting, Meditite. You are currently restricted from forming links with other types of Pokemon. You are restricted from reaching mental energy, soul focus, beyond level 30 until you have formed a party composed of these Pokemon types. Notice: upon reaching the threshold of a level 1 Pokemon trainer, you will be allotted access to a new world to further accelerate growth. Suggestion: learning to craft Pokeballs may prove to be an extremely helpful skill in the future. The principles hidden deeper within are profound and rare in all of existence and closely related to the existence of the creatures known as Pokemon. The mental space can greatly assist you in extrapolation of their structure. Notice: the lowest level of power for creatures near your true body is around level 30. You should hurriedly raise your abilities to survive. Analysis method for Pokemon within the mental realm has now been generated. Why? If I can't bring Growlithe back with me, will I have to manually create my fires instead? Well, if the minimum level is 30, I would just die if I made a fire and attracted attention anyway, since Meditite is certainly under level 15. Focusing back on Officer Jenny, I realized my cognition must be accelerated for these notifications. How convenient. So I just picked up where the conversation left off after the brief shock, and I shook my head. Officer Jenny, the system seems to have placed restrictions on the direction of my growth. The only types of Pokemon I am allowed to capture are fighting, psychic, ghost, and neutral. At least, up until I can raise my Pokemon above level 30. Officer Jenny leans back, appearing to be thinking about something. She looks back at me and asks, "So you know what the different Pokemon types are? Do you have any idea of what different Pokemon you would want to go and try to catch in that case? Note that you need at least one Pokemon with a keen sense of smell, and one for transportation if you're going to do police work." She writes down a list of Pokemon on paper and hands it to me. Here are the Pokemon I would suggest to you. Tracking Pokemon, Riolu. Fighting type Lillipup. Normal type Smeargle. Normal type EV. Normal type Teddiursa. Normal type. Pokemon that can be rode, Girafarig. Normal and psychic type. Tauros. Normal type Buffalint. Normal type. Additionally, it would also be good to get at least one pure psychic type Pokemon. Although it may be difficult, but their senses can be especially keen in detecting and avoiding danger. As of right now, your mental energy, soul focus, could keep 2 Pokemon at once at best, but you could never have them both out at once. Early stage cultivation is pretty fast though, so you should be able to get to the grade of 3 simultaneous Pokemon with 2 weeks of effort. Also, psychic and fighting type trainers normally train their abilities as a fighter or as a psychic together with their Pokemon. I don't know anything about that, so you will have to figure it out on your own. In my opinion, you should be catching a Riolu or a Teddiursa, which can be strong in low-level fights, as well as a Tauros or a Buffalint, who have both a high speed for escapes and the ability to carry heavy burdens. I nod in understanding. Okay, for now I am going to go with capturing a Tauros first, then once I get the strength, a Teddiursa. She sighs. Okay, now we have your short-term plans figured out at least. The first thing you need to do is start learning Pokeball crafting. You could catch a Tauros with a simple visit to a ranch. You should be able to get down the basics of Pokeball crafting by the time your mental energy, soul focus, has grown enough to catch a Teddiursa. A simple taxi ride can get you over to the Laramie Big P Ranch. It is in the Kanto region, just south of the Tohawk region we are currently in. The hard part is, Tauros there are somewhat wild, and instead of a traditional battle, you can only catch them if they recognize your capabilities. You cannot catch Pokemon freely there, but you can still put in paperwork in advance and then capture a Pokemon. The Teddiursa can only be found in the wild, and are normally protected by groups of Ursaring. So, having a fighting type to incapacitate and a transportation Pokemon to escape are both going to be vital. If you raise a proper Ursaring though, it will no doubt become a very powerful ally. She sighed. I will assign you to a room of your own, so no one will question it if you disappear inside of your room so long as you keep it locked. Here is the room key, and here is a list of classes and an issue slip for your books. Good luck, and try to make it to all of your classes if you can. I nodded and thanked her fervently, then wandered around before finding the room. I go into my new room and lock the door before logging out of the Pokemon world. Psychic powers. After I had returned, I noticed Meditite had brought me to a new location. Apparently some creatures had approached my body while I was away, so Meditite had piggybacked/dragged me away. I feel bad relying on this guy so much. I really need to catch more Pokemon soon so he can get a bit of help. Luckily, my mental space seems to act like a portable Pokemon center. I can simply expend my own mental energy, soul focus, to replenish the fatigue of Meditite, but that can only work for so long. It is mentally exhausting to have to be constantly vigilant, regardless of who or what you are. Somehow, Meditite seems to be perfectly fine regardless, but I don't want him to have to be. I spent the night with Meditite practicing different techniques from modern boxing, Shotokan karate, Muay Chia, Shingi Quan and Taiji Quan. Because of his psychic sensing abilities, we had the confidence to do our practicing in a more open area. Going over the motions for the body techniques of these arts would be second nature for me. However, for Meditite, these are all new to him. He is a fighting type as well, and it is easy to tell that he enjoys himself learning all these techniques. Meditite memorized the basic techniques quickly. If he were a human, his martial arts abilities would be at the level of genius. I was exhausted before long, yet Meditite was still perfectly fine. As I practiced with Meditite, I came to realize I'd grown rather accustomed to mental energy, soul focus sensing. As I've been tracking Meditite's body which cannot be seen with the normal eye casually, I suppose I should have noticed that sooner. After we finished basic exercises in each of the arts we started resting, and as my consciousness began drifting a bit, I noticed the minute flows of the mental energy, soul focus, coming off of Meditite. The mental energy, soul focus, radiated off his body in minute flares, spreading out and forming large but low-density arcing currents. Eventually those currents spreading out became too indistinct to accurately sense. However, I could sense the energy currents as they reapproached and re-entered his body. Is this how his psychic senses work? It is really just a special form or method of mental energy, soul focus, sense. This may be why the psychic trainers in Pokemon world are known to be so powerful. Their cultivation method raises both psychic powers and their powers as a trainer simultaneously. The psychic type uses their mental energy, soul focus, in the most natural way, while others probably waste energy in a conversion process. I just watch Meditite operating the psychic sensing techniques for a long while. Meditite, who most certainly knows I am staring at it, sits in a meditative stance and intensifies its technique further. The flow of mental energy, soul focus, becomes even clearer in my view. From what I can tell, mental energy, soul focus senses work best, by far, when you are trying to sense things using your own energy. For me, it is probably also far easier to perceive Meditite's mental energy, soul focus, than the mental energy, soul focus of another, due to our connection. However, it would be impossible for me to sense my surroundings using his energy as a medium. That could only be done using my own energy. Now may be a good time to try and learn some psychic techniques, since Meditite is implicitly encouraging it anyways. Although it may burn a bit of my mental energy, soul focus, it would be best to not rely on my Pokemon for everything. I focus on my mental space again. In stories, the mental palace, there would always be the source of mental energy, soul focus. I am assuming that my mental palace is concealed behind the wall within the space. Considering I could use abilities and keep Pokemon, it should still be possible to draw out mental energy, soul focus from behind the wall. I enter the space, focusing on the wall. Closely inspecting the wall, it becomes more apparent that there are minute traces of mental energy, soul focus, within. Touching the wall would give off a small spark of mental energy, soul focus, drawing it into my energy body. I back away from the wall again. The orb, the energy body, the Meditite seal, all of them are more concentrated in energy than the wall. Even if the wall is the origin, these all seem to be constantly draining the origin, making it pointless to draw from it. It seems it might be more efficient to just directly use the mental energy, soul focus of the energy body. Thinking this, I decide it may be best to experiment with using the energy body inside this space. I move far away from the wall and begin with trying to stimulate an arc. Most all forms of energy or matter follow principles akin to electromagnetism or thermodynamics, flowing from areas of high energy or high concentration to area of low energy or low concentration. The part that makes their flow complicated is material properties which disrupt and distort that flow. If only a particular object in an area is capable of holding the energy, then the instant the energy is forced out it will arc and recombine into another area of the same material, but in an area of relatively lower concentration. In this case, the materials that can attract mental energy, soul focus, are my body, the wall, the spatial orb, and the seal. In the outside world those are all within my body, but here to stop the energy from being drawn towards those, I had to move further away. And now that my energy body is isolated, I should be able to mimic the actions of Meditite which are based on recombination principles. I began with a simple experiment, my thumb and middle finger as a circuit, pulling energy from the tip of my middle finger and forcing in excess out from my thumb. A strange thrumming noise rebounds in the air as erratic white air flows briefly between my two fingers. Well, that was pointlessly cautious. I threw aside my worries and just repeated the action, turning it from an instantaneous to a continuous motion. I continued on doing so for a while and then stopped as it felt strange. Certain parts of my energy body's hand felt numb. Trying to move the energy through it again, I found that the energy could not move as easily anymore through that area. However, moving it through other areas there was still no problem. It seems that the movement of excess mental energy, soul focus, will still result in fatigue, even if it is not actually expended by the process. I expected there to be a loss of mental energy, soul focus as I used it, but instead, a body made of energy is actually fatigued. The concept of a body of energy being fatigued is in itself contradictory. If the energy is fatigued, then does the energy have subordinate energies within it that it operates off of? In cultivation novels, the characters both cultivated energy to permanently strengthen themselves as well as used the same energy to exert their strength. At least that was my impression. Perhaps it was instead that the cultivation energy and its exertion energy were different. In other words, the mental energy, soul focus, I use for the energy body and its regeneration should be cultivation energy. The mental energy, soul focus, is more like a cellular structure that can double as energy. The cultivation energy is so flexible it can completely remake my entire body, whereas the energy used by it to exert its power is simplistic but can be much more easily produced the more cultivation energy you possess. Maybe it is insignificant now to just use cultivation energy because my cultivation is still virtually non-existent. After all, this body was just created the other day, and this much energy was produced in such a short time. Down the road, such losses may become more significant as cultivation becomes harder the farther you go. Thus, for fighting it is best to rely on techniques that only result in fatigue, rather than those that burn my cultivation. To catch a Pokemon you have to use up a part of your cultivation, and the amount it costs likely increases for stronger Pokemon as well. However, if you use resonance cultivation, you can potentially gain that energy back and grow even faster. So in essence, catching a Pokemon is like making an investment. In that sense, catching all kinds of random Pokemon would just be wantonly burning your own potential growth. Though if you have high cultivation and they have low cultivation, the energy might become negligible or it may become possible to use. I end up hoping that this body is similar to a normal one, and my mental energy, soul focus muscles will grow strong as I use them more. Eventually I can get to the same stage as Metatite, and by alternating which areas I use, I should be able to execute the psychic sensing technique. I practiced the technique until the body felt numb all over, and then after checking on Metatite again, I went to sleep. In the morning I woke up and went to check out Metatite. He was practicing his martial arts techniques again. Is this little guy not a bit too hard-working? Turns out, he is at a level where he can meditate as a replacement for sleep, and remain fully lucid and aware in his meditation. Metatite is too amazing. I thanked Metatite for the hard work, and went back into the Pokemon world. I reappeared inside of my dorm room at the Volunteer Police Academy. Looking at the time, it seemed the class on traditional Pokeball crafting would begin in about an hour. I collected up some of the school supplies that had been left behind in the room, put them in a bag, and headed over to the class a bit early. When I arrived at the class, the instructor was already there. A brawny-looking fellow, seeming to be in his later 20s, was sitting at the instructor's desk. In his hands was a book, and on that book was his face. A slowpoke curled up near his feet was sleeping with a look of contentment eerily similar to his supposed master. I did not quite question it before, but who is this guy? In the books, only Kurt and those of his lineage knew the secrets of how to craft apricot pokeballs. Only with the development of pokeball engineering did they fall from their once lofty heights. Maybe this guy the missing father? The mysterious link between Maze and her well-known grandfather. Kurt? Negligence. Hello, Professor. The man on the book, startled, jumps to attention. In his startled movements he lightly knocks into Slowpoke, awaking it as well, and it stares up at him with a miffed expression. Ah! Hello, young man. As you could see, I was just closely examining the contents of that book just now. Ahahaha. Oh? May I ask what it is on? Cough, cough. He glances at the title on the book cover. It is a book on recent human history, the wars and minor conflicts between the Pokemon League Alliance, the Psychic Association, and the Fighters Guilds. I scratch my head a bit. I don't think such names were anywhere in the original Pokemon. Though I already knew this wasn't actually the same world, it only has a few common points. Oh, very intriguing, Professor. One must know where one has been to, know where one must go. I'm sure Professor is full of wisdom and will go far in progressing the ways of traditional Pokeball crafting. The Professor nodded his head vigorously. Indeed, indeed. You understand my sentiments exactly. History can teach many things, and it is exactly because I know history well that I decided to spread the knowledge of apricot crafting. Traveling from school to school. I am aware you missed your first class, but we are actually starting with Pokeball history. I am Professor Boru, by the way. Well, anyways, as you said, class starts in a few minutes. Go ahead and take a seat. Sorry about that earlier, Slowpoke. Ignoring the seemingly eccentric professor, I went ahead and took a seat in the second row of desks. Before long the class had began. It seemed I had missed something from the first class, but considering we haven't started crafting lessons, I don't care much. Look at the history, dig sites unearthing ancient artifacts all seem to indicate old powerful civilizations also possessed the power to seal Pokemon. These sealing artifacts, unlike our modern Pokeballs, could seal and control Pokemon in items of any shape or size. Even sealing a legendary Pokemon was not uncommon. What? Even legendary Pokemon? Comparing the system's grade scaling, legendary Pokemon should be low grade. Low grade, judging from the Pokemon storyline and legends, should be the rough equivalent of Sciention stage cultivator. One good example of the power of such Pokemon are Kyogre and Groudon. Although they could not outright destroy the planet, given enough time they could surely change it as they please. Truly moving mountains and flipping oceans. Yes. Even legendary Pokemon. It is believed the latent aura in the atmosphere was far more dense in ancient times. Thus, legendary Pokemon were also far more common. But if those artifacts were so powerful, why do they not exist today? Why would we use Pokeballs if an artifact could do the job better? This is simple. There were two issues that led to this knowledge being lost, though mind you it is mostly conjecture. The first is the complexity of making each of these artifacts, and the second is greed. So, people simply did not care to share this artifact knowledge. They kept it to themselves to hoard power? Indeed, the strong ruled the weak, something common even in the modern day. It is almost certain they had a structure of nobility centered around those who developed the artifacts. The previous generation would trap the Pokemon and the next generation would develop an artifact specific to that Pokemon. The nobility held control over all the Pokemon at all times, but they also had to be scholars, as they needed to be in order to develop unique and highly complex formations for each Pokemon. But if they were so powerful, how could they possibly fall from such a position? I asked. Quite simple, they only pass down the methods through their direct lineage. All it takes is a single idiotic grandchild to mess up everything. They allowed the basic sealing techniques to be disseminated but kept the controlling techniques for themselves. Eventually, all that was left was the sealing technique. But then, if the control techniques were lost, where did the Pokeballs come from? I asked. The professor laughed. Pokeballs don't use any control techniques. How could you misunderstand something so basic? Pokeballs can be considered as a branch of the sealing techniques. The seals on the Pokeball differ in that they create an additional seal that binds together the Pokemon inside and their master. Thus, as long as you're strong enough, the effect of the Pokeball is similar to the controlling method. I nod, right? That makes a lot of sense. Do you also study control artifacts then? Do you think they could be used to enhance Pokeball crafting? He snorts. How could control artifacts possibly be better than sealing artifacts? The only reason they used such things historically was they had no alternative. Control methods have long been rendered obsolete. With a Pokeball, the Pokemon and trainer can grow their strength together. With the ancient seal and control method, you are merely imprisoning the Pokemon and forcing it to do things. The Pokemon will forever remain static, and will even degrade in power over time. Oh, understood. Then, Professor, does anyone in the modern day still research control method? Good question. I don't believe so, but if anyone does, it is likely in the Psychic Association's territories. Technically, they use control techniques still today, except theirs is a natural gift through psychic powers rather than something attained through understanding. But I think we've strayed from the main point here. This is a class on the tradition of apricot pokeball crafting. Originally, it was passed down strictly within my bloodline, and that was a tradition held up until my father Kurt's generation. Apricot crafting is a noble art. Those mass-produced pokeballs cannot stand toe-to-toe with our pokeballs. The only reason our art has fallen to the wayside is because it was never spread among the populace, and thus lacking in our numbers of talents, akin to the control methods of the past. You all will be part of a new generation of apricot pokeball crafters. Even if your main profession will be with the government in the future, it does not mean your achievements in this field will be any less. Haha, if you truly enjoy it, consider quitting the police to become a professional craftsman. The professor continued to rant about how great apricot pokeballs are compared to modern pokeballs for several minutes more before the class ended. When the class ended, I moved on to the next class. Walking in, I felt somewhat awkward. All of the people in this class, instructor aside, seemed to be very small children. My own body, which had shrunk already from the original 6 foot 2 inches to 6 foot, I still towered far above the 10 and 11-year-old children in this class. Most people here had assumed I was 12 because of my education level on mental energy, soul focus, but likely this body was closer to 14 years old. Unlike the previous class which had desks, this class instead had mats laid out with a student sitting on each mat. With my face flushed red with embarrassment being an old fellow in a class with children, I moved towards the back and sat on one of the mats shamelessly. Strength is everything in this world and all others, after all. Not long after the class began, this time the teacher was the classical Aji-san instructor, a friendly old man by the name of Theodore. I will go over the instructions for basic energy cultivation again. First, close your eyes. It will help with the visualization process. Something related to your desired Pokemon type is ideal. The energy we use as Pokemon trainers is closely related to one's state of mind. This is why we call this energy mental energy. Soul focus. Soul focus. You need only clear your mind and focus. The rest is all in body positioning. I close my eyes and think for a moment on what I should visualize. Normal, ghost, psychic, and fighting. Out of all of them, the only thing I could really visualize is fighting. I think it would be against the point to simply daydream about fighting all day, though, since I would be in too lucid a state. Bang! Ow! Who taught you your posturing? You look worse than anyone here, and you're most certainly the oldest one here. And it's too obvious you're still lucid. Your facial expressions keep changing constantly. You should be setting an example, not slacking off. What the hell? You're telling me I'm slacking off by not daydreaming properly? Even if it's true, you don't have to point it out, you bastard. Cough, yes, sensei. Well, it is not like I haven't acted similarly before. It may be his way of expressing concern. I glance at some of the other students and adjust my posture a few times before it seems just right. Hands together but relaxed. Legs crossed with right leg over left and feet flush with the sky. My back as straight as can be. When I close my eyes, my mental energy, soul focus, vision, instinctively takes over. So, since there is only one thing that occupies my entire view, might as well focus on that. I focus onto the distant star that is my original body. It still looks like a star, so it should be good for meditation, right? I focus on the fake star and try to distance myself from all else. Sounds, stray thoughts, anything. In place of all else, I could only feel the connection between me and my star. The minute flux of energy between this body and the real body. I sank into that feeling and time flowed away. When I opened my eyes again after what felt like a short minute, the clock read that almost 6 hours had passed. So long? I cannot believe I just let the time flow by like that. Ah, good. Seems you got onto the right track. It is not common to fall into such a deep state. I could practically feel the energy developing within you. I could not bear to wake you. I nod, right, thanks, Professor, but I think I had best go now, since everyone else has already left. He returns the gesture. Ah, right, well, I will see you tomorrow. The man says with a smile. I left the class in a hurry and went somewhere more private. I have been out of my body for a bit too long. I hope Metatite is still okay. When I open my eyes, the first thing I see is blood splattered on the ground and Metatite leaning against a tree. His arms looked to be broken, while the enemy he faced seemed to have minor injuries. Small cuts and bruises at best, but its large body made the blood flowing out seem more significant. Metatite, with his fists bloodied from facing its foe, seemed exhausted. It seems he had resorted to holding him off once he realized he was outmatched. The brown woolly mammoth paced back and forth in front of him, the minute cuts across its body continuing to leak blood, its eyes radiating intense hatred. I feel a flood of regret for leaving so long like this. Was I so negligent? Should I not have just left things like this? I look towards the creature that did this to him from my spot in the bushes. The regret was instantly washed over with rage instead. No need so much, I just need to kill this thing and it will be fine. My heart beats with a heavy thump and power floods through my body. I stand up and take a step forward. A very hairy Goliath. The beast turns to face me as I begin to move towards it. Though its body looked like that of a mammoth from the back to the side, its face looked nothing like that of a mammoth. The words that come to mind would be alien abomination. The whiskers on its face like tentacles, spikes protruding from them on the side of them facing outward. The whiskers which curled up seemed to cover its face like a mask, but it opened up the mask and took a threatening posture towards me. Its mouth filled with jagged teeth opening wide. Garoahihi, a strange roar/trumpeting noise came from the creature, trying to threaten me. Taking advantage of the opportunity, I throw as much power into my body and legs as I can. My body moved much faster than imagined, and already I was in front of the creature. I stopped myself with a foot on its chest. Shocked slightly by what happened, I froze for a split second, and in that split second the creature was already reacting. It reared its head and the spiked whiskers slammed towards me. Catching myself again, I touched down again on the ground, shifting my weight and dodging their path. I stomp down and fly through the air towards it again. Its tentacles, still in disarray, have left its face wide open. I step with one foot onto the creature's chest again, shifting my charging momentum upwards. My other foot uses all of that momentum and slams into its jaw. The creature, on all fours, had no moves to soften the impact. Gra! It knocks me away, it diverts its head to the side, and the flat sides of its whiskers hit me. I crash into the ground, but the blow lacked significant weight, so I was able to quickly recover. The creature looks disoriented from the blow, and was obviously injured, but it also managed to slide the tentacles into place over its face again, forming a protective mask of tentacles and spikes. With its jaw now protected, that attack won't work again. I steady my stance to prepare for the next bout, watching its movements closely. The beast acted with caution similarly, crouching down and snarling from under its mask. The hairs all over its big body began to stand on end, creating a strange shimmering light. The beast casually began walking to the side and disappeared. Fuck. I backed up against one of the trees, looking for hints of where it might have gone. How could a fucking mammoth be so light-footed and stealthy? Boom! What felt like a boulder hit me in the side and I rolled for several meters. I got up. I'm rather certain my left leg was broken on that impact, but that was unimportant as I needed to see what to do to survive this. I heard a noise from behind me and turned. I heard it charging at me but still saw nothing. I could run, but that could be even worse than getting hit in the front. I have no idea how to dodge though, since I can't see how it moves. I could feel the breath of the giant beast on me already, but just before the impact Metatite rushed in from the side. Ha! Metatite threw its entire weight into the invisible creature. The shock rendered its stealthing inert. It lost its balance and fell into a roll-off to the side. The interruption of its momentum let me dodge its path just in time. I looked over to Metatite and saw its body covered in holes. It had thrown itself into the spiked tentacles of the creature in order to save me. Energy began to leak out the holes until its body finally collapsed. The energy flew over and into my body, returning to the seal in my mental space. I could feel Metatite was still fine. It would just need time to reform its body. I looked back towards the creature again, but once again it had disappeared. How did Metatite manage to see it? Obviously, it was through energy sensing. My only hope to win this fight would lie in that ability. But is it realistic to master something so complicated, energy sensing so quickly? No, unlikely. A more familiar or simpler method is better. I took a deep breath and put my hands together, creating a cycle of energy between them. I pushed them forward and opened them in front of me. The irregular arc of mental energy, soul focus, sent out some pulsing waves. First, I saw nothing. Is the energy not strong enough? I upped the power. And finally, I saw the vague form coming towards me. All I could see were distortions within the energy vision, but I could get a vague sense of where it was. To fight it hand to hand like this would be impossible though. Can I bluff it out of hiding? Or a weak Psyblade might be possible. I compress my hands together. The energy being sent out compresses together with it simultaneously as I keep it focused on the creature. The compression becomes more and more difficult as my hands grow closer. The creature closed in on me. Finally, I reached a critical point. The arc curved inward and energy converged and compressed itself into reality. The energy was only a small and incredibly thin sheet, yet it flew out with incredible force. A split second after the first blade came a second, a third. A rain of energy blades came down on the creature. The weak blades caused wounds all over its body. From the size of its body they were but scratches, but a swarm of ants can still swallow elephants. The creature felt intense fear from the sheer volume of the blades and turned in its tracks, fleeing into the thicker woodland. I looked into the woods for a moment, thinking how could it just leave so easily. I suppose even such creatures have fight or flight instinct, or maybe it just determined I wasn't worth the trouble. The creature moved between the trees in the distance, abandoning its stealth which it now deemed to be pointless. Its intelligent brown eyes betrayed a hint of hesitation. This was originally just hunting a little critter for food. He never imagined it would devolve into a battle that could actually threaten him. However, thinking back, how could he possibly face others of his species, having failed at a hunt within their own territory? Would he even be allowed to survive in the future? Even though he was still young, if he was treated as a weakling, how could he keep his place in the pack? His eyes were quickly covered by a cloud of embarrassment and anger. How could he let something so weak go? This small creature had only survived so far due to little tricks after all. In the midst of the forest, his body began to emit strange cracking sounds. His muscles moved in his body like snakes and he began to rise up on his back legs. Mud fell out from in between the crevices of his originally flat-looking feet, and the feet became hands that used the tree beside him as a support to help stand up. The muscles and joints on his legs and arms shifted as his back and neck straightened up. A 4-meter-tall, 4-legged creature transforming into a 12-meter-tall monstrous humanoid. His labored breath formed clouds as he strained to make the transformation. In but a few seconds it had already finished. It took a minute for him to recover and then he returned to the place where he had just fought with the little one. But it was already gone. He sniffed the air to search for his prey. After ascertaining that the creature had truly fled, I started to make my way towards the river. I would have liked to have finished the job, but the thing was already long gone. Tracking such a predator in the forest would be both tedious and dangerous. What concerned me most was I had no idea if it belonged to a group of social animals. Even if the injured one came back, I'm unsure if I could handle it, much less if it came back with friends. The best choice for now is probably to try and leave the area, following the river as far away from here as I can. Being stuck in what seems to be endless woods is still not as bad as being stuck in endless woods with no idea where to find water. So following the river is safest, even with the blood-sucking anteaters. As I was approaching the region near the river, something caught my attention out of the corner of my eye. Something moving fast. I dodged backwards the second before that thought. I dodged backwards to see a ridiculously large rock fly by my nose. That was very close. Looking to the origin of the rock, I saw a brown shaggy figure in the distance. No way this bastard was a fucking minotaur. Not a mammoth? Wait, neither of those work as an apt description. What the fuck is this thing? How do I kill it properly? The moment I think that I notice something. This thing lacks protection around its neck like this. The fur that kept all our blows from causing damage is now practically non-existent. There is even a huge bulging vein on its furless neck, just asking to be slit open. You should have just kept crawling on the ground, where you belong, fucking trunkless elephant. I begun to move towards the creature, moving in between the trees. My leg slows me down a bit, but it is not the first time I've had to move about with some broken bones. The creature throws 2 more stones, but having missed the first time as an ambush, it could only dream about hitting me. But it's not like this thing changed forms just for fun. A human form is more suited for fighting, because it allows the use of tools. The creature picks up its stick. Now when I say stick, I just mean it is like a stick relative to this thing's body. It just helps me thinking, it's really just a stick. In reality, it's not a stick, it is basically a tree to itself, but this thing wants to whack me with it, so I will prefer to think of it as a stick. Of course, I won't let that stick hit me regardless, so it doesn't matter. I dive into the creature's range, and its stick is already swinging towards me. Having predicted its move, I dodge to the side. I go in for the kill, but it backs off. It becomes a repeating cycle. I advance, it retreats, and it repeats. Had it been before, my body would have already died from exhaustion, if this thing hadn't killed me outright earlier. Yet even now I felt that I could continue moving, even if my body could not. After becoming more accustomed, I could tell that with my energy body, I could treat my original body like a puppet, helping me move and take actions beyond my limits. Is this thing playing around? Or is it actually trying to exhaust my stamina? If the latter is the case, that is really bad. And besides that, ending this sooner is more likely to turn out better for me regardless. I hesitated for a moment, but decided I needed to try it. I ran straight towards the giant. It noticed my action and seemed to purposefully hold its actions a bit. Its guard was up, so it did not believe I could get through to it. Of course, it was right. There is truly no way I can think of that would let me bypass the guard of a giant wielding a weapon and kill it. If it were possible to kill it from a distance, I would. But those projectile side-blades could only annoy it. So I decided on this method. I close in, determined to kill it in one quick strike. The power flowing through me, I push it all into my legs, flying through the air. The creature, with a stern expression, swings its weapon straight in my path, a blow that was simply impossible to dodge. So I didn't dodge. I felt the impact of the massive stick, and at that instant my consciousness shifted to my other body and I continued moving towards it. It took only instant to get within its range, and less than an instant to reach its neck. My hand formed a blade, and into that blade, I poured every bit my remaining energy. And then, using my other hand as a support, I poured in even more, until a gleaming energy sword formed, and it plunged into its neck. Gwaha! The creature stumbled and fell back. I fell off of it, but the job was already done. It grabbed at its neck, trying to hold in the blood that was coming out all too quickly. Its eyes betraying its disbelief. How could this have happened? It uttered out one last cry. Gohaheari, but I shut it up, quickly plunging the blade in again and again. I need it die, I need this to end. It stops moving and I can see it stop responding to my actions, so I also stop. From almost everywhere in the surrounding forests, there comes disturbingly familiar roars. Oh no! Many minotaurs. It is about time to make a quick escape, I'd say. I return back to where my body is and look at it from the outside. I'm really not very good looking, am I? Half of my body seems to be covered in bruising, and my leg, which was already broken, seemed to be even more so broken. I am numb to my injuries for now, as my consciousness is in my energy body. Looking at my body's condition, I am also not looking forward to going back and feeling the consequences of my actions. My escape trip needs to start now. From the earlier sounds, it seems like I will soon have a horde of monsters tearing me apart soon should I stick around. I decide to pick up my own body, using a fireman's carry, and make my escape while letting my physical form heal. Unfortunately, my energy body had shrank slightly as I burned mental energy, soul focus, when forming my energy sword, now being about 1.5 m instead of 2, which will make my escape a bit more tedious. I began to move towards the river yet again. Gohaheari. In the distance, he heard the distinctive death cry of pack member. No, who would dare? The cry had come from near the river. This river acted as the border of their land, the Pailakai territory, and that of their competitors, the Thurius. The river itself was also the domain of the Creoti. Although there are many ways a youth might die, not a single youth would release a death cry without good reason. The death cry is a warning of danger, of a potential threat to the tribe. If it were from a mere accident, if it were by the hands of a mere prey, the death is deserved and no cry could be uttered. A weakling would, after all, only become a burden to the pack. All are raised to understand their place and duties. If it is the Thurius, that is a major issue. Such a matter could easily result in a war. If it was a wandering warrior or predator, it would be dealt with easily and they would clearly set an example. The creature shifted from his original form into his humanoid state, becoming a 45-meter monster which towered over countless trees in the forest. It uttered a roar to respond to the call to rally. Its anger and rage mixed within. Garoarer. It ran through the forest towards the murderer who had harmed its kin. His roar echoed back the call deeper into the forest, calling more brethren to join the fight. I picked up my speed as I realized I could hear the thumping of giant footsteps behind me. I know I am headed in the right direction, but now it seems pointless as I will likely not even make it. Looking over my shoulder, I could see numerous looming figures approaching. Is there really anything that could be done in this situation? Is my death here now set in stone? The beings that gave out the system should at least somewhat care if I live or die, right? Well, I have a feeling that they would not. I am probably on my own here, though I wish it were so. Likely no chance encounter will save me this time. Page T. A stone passed by my head, interrupting my train of thoughts. I began weaving between the trees. Although running in a straight line is the most efficient, for this situation it is better to just ensure my head isn't smashed in by a rock. The immediate results of the action could be heard. The rocks, which they continuously threw towards me, became horribly inaccurate. The instant they would see me, I would already be disappearing from their vision, behind yet another of the vast tree trunks. As some became impatient, they would just throw the instant they saw me without any thought. That was even worse, as they just hit air, not even able to hit the broadside of tree in the end. Still, as some threw their stones, others continued their advance. Although they are not as fast in their humanoid forms as in their original, likely, because they are so massive, they still are much faster than a normal person due to their long legs. As with any group, there were some that are faster than others. Two particular minotaurs were the forerunners of the group, and had nearly caught up to me. To reward those two enthusiastic fellows for their hard work, I turned around and sent a barrage of Psyblades at their legs. The actual damage was not much, but the shock from the impact together with how fast they were moving caused them to trip and fall over. But although they were temporarily out, more and more of the hairy fellows came forward one after the other. However, I also did my best to run. So as the more skilled runners among them were knocked down upon approach, I managed to pull further and further ahead. A body made of energy was indeed much more suitable for an escape. The human body, which was naturally made for sustained running, was reinforced in terms of endurance by the lack of muscular exhaustion. So long as I had energy within me, I would be able to perform at full strength. If it were not for the fact I had to keep shooting out Psyblades at the fellows on the faster side, I would dare to say I could keep up the chase forever. At this rate, though, I wouldn't be able to last long. Luckily, I had already lasted long enough, though. I could see the river finally in the distance. On my salvation, sweet, glorious water filled with dangerous things. I heard a roar of significantly higher volume just as I encroached on the side of the river. Albeit I wasn't necessarily planning to do this originally, I think this may be the only way to escape this. I cast out energy waves to see what dwells beneath the water the instant I am approaching it. What I see: sparse fish, of the man-eating variety from the looks, and an enormous eel sleeping at the bottom of the stream. I jump into the water. The weight of my body on top of me makes me go down rather deep in the initial plunge. Once I submerged, I could see the underwater world rather clearly even without the help of psychic power. The sudden change almost made me lose my own body. I grabbed it by one arm, put it over my neck, and began to swim upwards, trying to swim through the water with my energy body. It took a lot more energy out of me. My energy body is not very buoyant at all. It took a lot to swim back up to the surface. When I made it back up, I heard my original body take a deep breath and cough out some water. Well, at least it worked out okay in the end. Let's not try this again though. I pushed forward through the river and the nearby fish began to encroach. One of the fish, curious, comes quickly to take a bite of me. I hit it upside the head each time it tried until it swam away. I continued swimming through the river as quickly as I could. Luckily the minotaurs had stopped themselves at the edge of the bank. One could tell my actions had confused them for a moment, but then they cleared their heads and began casting stones at me. Noticing all of the stones landing around me, I began to dip down sporadically underwater in evasion. Since I survived the first time, it should be fine. Each time I re-emerge, I can hear myself coughing crazily. I suppose this counts as self-abuse? Well, it is something I have always done anyways. As I grew further away from the shore, the stones were no longer even landing close to me. I loosened up on the submersion frequency to ensure my body had enough time to catch its breath. Gradually it began to feel as though the threat from the many minotaurs was fading away. However, the fish became more of a crisis the further I became from the shore. I managed to beat them away when they came one at a time. Yet now they came in a group of 3. Bloodshed was now inevitable. There was no need for it to be my blood though. Submerged, I looked about and saw numerous fish swimming towards me from all directions. I looked and saw off to one side a lone fish further in the distance, and I launched a few Psyblades towards it. The Psyblades seemed even weaker in the water, but they were just enough to draw blood. As its blood flowed and diffused through the water, it pulled the attention of every fish around. A large majority of the fish happily changed their path and headed over there instead. I swam frantically, trying to get out of the river as quickly as possible. I created another fog of blood with a fish following closer behind me, managing to draw away another large portion of them. When one would make it to me, I managed to clash with and deflect them away while on the move. For some, I attacked the eyes when I had the chance. Eyes, which normally lack in blood vessels, bleed little even if badly damaged. So I could safely poke eyes so long as I didn't literally poke them out. It was a long, tedious, continuous battle, just for the act of approaching the opposite shore. I swam through the river, killing, fighting, scraping by. When the other edge of the river was still 600 meters away, I heard resounding war cries from of the minotaurs on the now distant shore. Turning my head, I saw 12 enormous minotaurs, each towering above the trees. On each of their backs were bundles of giant throwing spears, some already drawing one, some readying to throw. I dove down in an instant, but one of the spears had already arrived. It slammed into the water next to me, the force from it as though it was launched from a cannon. Parts of the rough wooden spear splintered apart on impact. The water caved inwards. It smashed into the water, sucking me in from under the water and smashing into me with a wall of water above it. I was knocked flipping backwards through the air. Numerous booming noises resounded in the air as water flew all about as the other 11 spears landed subsequently. There was a short pause and things settled as the impacts became waves and the waves became ripples. Having no time to settle myself, having barely held on to my body through the impacts, I determined to escape, regardless of cost. I dove down again, dragging my body deep under the surface. I see the deep white fronts of the crazy spear impacts happening in water above me, and the spears that went down and deep into the dark depths of the river. I started swimming forward again. Heading towards the wall of earth, I could see a small distance in front of me. I could still hear and feel the rumbling from the throwing spears, and it sounded like more spears were landing each volley. I thought they were just throwing them randomly, hoping to hit me by luck, the scatter of the throwing spears rather far apart. I realized that wasn't the case rather quickly though. The spears that pierced into the depths of the water began to gain speed on their returning journey, their buoyancy propelling them back towards the surface. The new barrage of spears coming in filled the gaps between them, their impacts becoming greater, deeper, more intense than before. The new impacts sucked you in, the surfacing spears pushed you away. As they occurred in combination, the magnitude of them all combined and formed temporary currents under the water. The effects of this chaos extended deep down and all around, encompassing the entirety of my vision. The net of chaotic waters and erratically moving spears which cut off my path closed in around me. I calmed myself and tried casting out a psychic wave with my free hand to read the flow of the waters as they tossed me about. I followed the flaws in the cage of currents and slowly made my way forward. I felt the world going black as I finally reached the wall of dirt. Just as I reached it, the barrage of spears seemed to have stopped, and the waters calmed. I hesitated for a moment, but jumped out of the water regardless. I would definitely die in the water, but it was not guaranteed I couldn't avoid the barrage of spears on the ground. Or at least I convinced myself that was the case. Jumping out of the water, I instantly turned back, half expecting a sharpened tree to already be flying my way. But what I saw was instead a battle between the minotaurs and a swarm of gigantic black river snakes. I cared not how it started, but it gave me opportunity to survive. I thanked the snakes in my heart, hoisted my body back over my shoulders, and ran into the forest. Journey to nowhere. I ran into the forest and continued to run onwards, up until the approach of night. Along the way I noticed various caves and burrows. With the onset of night, I decided to find one to hide out in. I stopped by one of the burrows, just large enough to stand up and walk about in it just a little, but still somewhat well covered by the greenery. I waved my hand and sent out a wave of energy to make sure nothing was inside, then went inside and propped my body up against the burrow wall. I covered the entrance with some light foliage but made sure to leave enough gaps for airflow. I took a deep breath and finally returned to my body. Fuff! I felt nauseous, tired. Every possible negative bodily feeling hit me in an instant. My vision blacked out for a few moments before my senses came back to me. Gradually, I recooperated and managed to force my broken body back into a meditative stance. Going out right now was not a great idea with my injuries, so the best thing to do was to cultivate and regain energy. That way I could heal, meditate, and have more help around. I get into the proper stance and begin to search for the star again. I look within myself with a sweep of mental energy, soul focus. However, even if I try to look within using mental energy, soul focus normally, it isn't that simple to determine details. Basically, the result is, yeah, I can definitely see myself sitting in the correct position. That is about it, not quite like the perfect X-ray vision like in movies. If I went to figure out or find leads on how to replicate the star, this won't do. The star was something likely produced by the system, but I should also be able to replicate or initiate it somehow. To do so, it still requires me to better understand how all this is working. Taking a few risks in the name of science might be necessary. I bring out mental energy, soul focus, instinctually and channel it back into myself through my eyes. Following the optic nerve, the energy travels to the stem of my brain. From the stem of my brain it then begins to slowly diffuse through my entire brain as well as down my spine, traveling more quickly and efficiently through some additional unknown channels within them. Channels, conduits of mental energy, soul focus, with widths far smaller than a nanite, hidden within and between the neural synapses in an ethereal state. In myths they existed for chi, body energy, etc. They were often closely associated with blood flow, but these channels are not in the physical plane. They penetrate even into completely avascular areas. I had sent the energy in to do a simple search, but once it went inside of the channels the energy took on a will of its own and began this rapid saturation process. After diffusing throughout my brain it went further down the spine to the base of the skull, spreading throughout 3 vertebrae. It then diffused out into the smaller nerves and nerve endings in their immediate surroundings. The more minute channels in the spine assisting the process. At the point it hit the 4th vertebrae it stopped. It then instead began to feed back up into the brain, the concentration of the energy swelling once the maximum capacitance was reached. At the moment the feedback occurred, the star began to appear. The energy flowing through the channels began to replicate and overflow. The overflowing energy funneled into and concentrated together just in front of my frontal lobes, forming into a small glowing bead of energy. A miniature star made of energy. It just happened to be just beneath the skin, in between my brows and up near my forehead. The star, in truth, just a visual illusion made from the overflow of energy. Its appearance was from the excess energy dancing on the surface of the spatial node which held the mental palace. This time the star was different though. The star from before was calm and natural, a byproduct of the system exercising its abilities. The light coming off of it was calm and ordered, like the drawn sun where each stand of light is like silk, smooth and straight. The star formed now was alike looking at the natural sun, a star in its true splendor. The energy roiled about over the surface of the spatial node, energy arcing in perfect chaos, akin to solar flares. I was filled with a sense of euphoria. The radiating energy flowing about my body filled me with strength. I felt as though my strength had greatly increased in but an instant, as though my torn and ragged nerves and body were soaking in the energy and becoming one with them. I quickly felt the problems in this sort of cultivation though. Not too long after I had formed the star, my entire body felt as though it had been lit on fire. Not just the normal sort of fire, sort of like that hell fire, mixed with glass dust, acid, poison, all trickling down every wrong place. An unbearable sort of pain you would do most anything to stop, but you can't. I stopped the cultivation process very quickly once the pain set in, but the pain just became more intense as time went on. Despite my very brain being on fire, I could not even pass out to mitigate the pain. Perhaps it was exactly because it was my brain and not my body that made it impossible for me to pass out. The burning of all my nerves, making me twitch constantly, left me unable to scream or shout out, though I'm unsure if that is a good or bad thing. Time slurred together. I endured the pain in silence through the night. At some unknown time during the night, Metatite must have recovered, as he was standing over me when I had finally come to. The dim light coming in from the opening to the burrow indicated it was already midday. I went out of the burrow and continued my journey through the woods. My wounds were still there, but my body was at least being held together well from my energy. I felt I had likely healed a great deal overnight, though to what extent I've no idea. At least it is enough to not hinder my movements. We moved so long as there was daylight, and took shelter in one of the numerous scattered burrows each night. When I had the chance during the night, I had returned to the world of Pokemon and requested a leave of absence from most of the classes. It was permitted, albeit begrudgingly, by Officer Jenny, and I was given permission to do my studies on my own using books in the library. The slight difference in day/night cycles allowed me to still attend the class on Pokeball crafting at the least, and for the rest I did mostly self-study. Metatite accompanied me in my journey. We headed forever in the direction I believed was away from the river. The further we journeyed, the more the forest thinned. As we traveled away from the river, we had troubles over water for a time, but experimenting a bit, we found that particular types of trees in the forest withheld water very well, which we could easily extract using Psyblade technique. Animals also became much easier to spot. When compared to Pokemon, they would only be around level 10 to 15. They could be easily hunted by Metatite and I for food. However, we would still have to run when encountering a horde of them. As we moved and the forest thinned more and more, the sky was no longer covered completely by overcast leaves and vines. Being able to now see the sky somewhat, I gradually noticed the strange fact that no sun ever appeared in this world's sky, nor did the light seem to originate from any particular direction. This means there are two possibilities. One is that the stars only ever appear just on the horizon, a peculiar orbital system resulting in them never rising above it, at least for this season of the year. The second, there is an alternate physical phenomenon that is acting in the place of a star, acting as the light source for this planet. Certainly not an impossibility considering it is such a fantastical and strange world so far. Either being the case is likely of little matter. Maybe, if I have the time later, with the use of some asterisk star charts, I may be able to determine just how large this world is. At that time, it would come in handy to know what I'm dealing with. Each night, as we journeyed, I would alternate between studying in the Pokemon world and cultivating in my original world. I attempted the original method of simply visualizing the star again, and after cross-examining, I found it to be slightly less effective than the deviant method I created. Although the deviant method resulted in its fair share of discomfort, it was far more efficient. I found that using the deviant method my body in addition to my energy would also grow stronger each time by a small margin. Whereas with the original method my body would not strengthen no matter how much I used it, and the energy cultivation was also slightly slower. Excessive use of the deviant method would leave my entire body tense and sore afterward. In fear that overuse might cause damage to my body, I would use the original method on my off days. A week passed as I made this journey and my body completely recovered, stronger than ever before. One morning I asked Officer Jenny to try testing my strength and she said my energy had reached the threshold of 3 Pokemon. Still a long way to being a proper Pokemon trainer, but still significant progress considering most spend years to get there. Every night I stayed in a burrow, and every night they were empty. Luckily enough, every burrow I entered would be empty upon arrival. Not even a bug could be found loitering about in them. It allowed me to always rest my body in relative comfort. At the close of every night, I went through the different fundamental arrays for Pokeball crafting in the class. To practicing the different arrays we would inscribe on the bark of the apricot trees. The apricots, which contained the most concentrated properties and energy of the trees, were the only part that could be used to make a Pokeball. However, any part of the tree could still be used to carve out the formations. It is only that you must carve out larger formations for them to be effective, due to the lower energy density. The 9 fundamental array types, essence isolation arrays, isolates the essence of the Pokemon and analyzes it, retains the data and enables the other arrays to perform operations and conversions without mishap. Essence energy conversion arrays, converts a Pokemon from physical form to energy form and vice versa, can be broken down into 3 more arrays, 2 for conversions in either direction, and 1 for compressing the 2 together. Establishment arrays, establishes a temporary array in the trainer's consciousness that allows the trainer to bond with and utilize the Pokeball. This temporary array can be safely returned back into the original by the trainer at any time. It can also be tampered with to eliminate their connection, which harms both Pokemon and trainer if they are still bonded. It can reset ownership array and allows a new person to take ownership. Ownership arrays, registers the mental energy, soul focus of the trainer, and maintains a connection between the trainer and the Pokemon. Containment arrays, the active seals that retain the energy form Pokemon within the Pokeball. Reinforcement arrays, utilizes the energy flowing through and into the Pokeball in order to reinforce or alter the physical structure of the ball. This prevents the other arrays as well as their foundations from chipping or weathering and allows for the Pokeball to shrink in size as needed. Synchronizing arrays, allows for the trainer and Pokemon to intermix their energy in a cyclic manner, allowing for various cultivation methods. Imbuing arrays, refines and imbues mental energy, soul focus of the trainer into the Pokemon. This imbuement of energy makes the Pokemon instinctually loyal to the trainer, and also allows for the intermixing of energies to occur more smoothly for the trainer.
Conduit arrêt.
Concentrate energy and generate greater energy flow through desired areas. Using these 9 arrays in combination, one can make essentially any Pokeball. Of course, this is much easier said than done. In the creation of any array, one must be familiar with both their tools and their material. The mental energy, soul focus, must be channeled and diffused into the material with precision. The diffusion process must occur at the instant the incisions are made such that the surface is not saturated with pollutant energy radiation. Too much energy put into the material at that instant and the material will be warped. Too little and the energy will not linger long enough to complete the array and make it self-sustaining. The energy will slowly disperse after the initial incision. If you take too long, then the energy will be too thin, allowing in pollutants, which again results in failure. The standard Pokeball requires at least 300 of these arrays interconnecting with each other in order to function properly. No mistakes can be made on any one of those arrays or the entire Pokeball would be ruined. This level of difficulty seems ridiculously high. It is not as though I thought making something that defies all logic would be easy, but I also did not think it would be so difficult. Another matter is the pricing. At a general store, any lowest grade apricot ball can be sold for about 150 Pokedollars. On average, the purchase price for a Pokeball is double its selling price. Pokedollars hold roughly equivalent value to the American dollar. meaning buying any Pokeballs are similar to purchasing a large household appliance or a television. It is neither cheap nor too expensive. It costs just enough money that you have to save up a bit to purchase it. Unfortunately, I had basically no way to earn that money. Unlike as advertised by Officer Jenny, it seems entirely impossible for me to start making my own Pokeballs anytime soon. I had half an impression that she was conning me into it because she felt bad about how few students he had. Fortunately though, this fool was actually rather desperate for students. After the first week of class, many students realized how difficult this subject truly was and dropped out. Something that had apparently happened many times before. I appealed to the professor about my dire need for Pokeballs, and he happily agreed to draw up and accept an agreement in exchange instead of money. I signed an agreement stating that I would work my hardest and master apricot crafting, and pass down the knowledge to students in the future. In exchange, he would give me a stipend of 2 Pokeballs. Since it was on request, I managed to get a fastball and a moonball, the first meant for Tauros and the second for Teddy Ursa. Mind you, this is basically giving approximately $500 to $600 for a pupil, actually rather generous if you think about it. Getting a Pokeball in the Pokemon world isn't truly as easy as in a game. Asterisk star charts used in astrology to record the movements of stars and planets in the night sky, was used hundreds of years ago to determine the rough size of the Earth. Smirking shadows. Gray walked through the woods, practicing his energy control as he moved under the light of dusk. Metatite followed closely behind through the air, using its psychic senses to monitor the surroundings. It had now been 12 days since he crossed the river to escape the Minotaurs. With his inhuman abilities, he was capable of jogging through the woods at 40 miles per hour. He jogged about half of the time and spent the rest of the time walking, practicing his array strokes on the bark of the local trees or energy control. Since leaving the river behind, he had traversed over 5,000 miles, 8,000 kilometers. Over this entire period of time, he had never once found another living thing in any of the caves or burrows he stayed in. These dark areas were like forbidden zones to the living. Not even the bugs you could find in these wilds would wander into them. Despite the warning bells that rang in his head due to that, those were still the only places he could possibly stay in and safely move between worlds without the disturbances of the wildlife. Over the past few nights, he had run around doing chores at the Pokemon Police Academy, earning enough money to travel. He took leave for Pokemon training and purchased a bus ticket to the Laramie Ranch. Nobody in this bus better move unless you want holes in ya. Haha yeah. And make that double nah, triple. No. Quintuple, for voices rang out in a loud voice, and for people stood up from their seats with automatic weapons that appeared from seemingly nowhere. Each of them were muscular guys who wore sunglasses and the classic tourist-like shorts and t-shirts. With excellent showmanship, they each tore off their floral t-shirts to reveal plain white tees with a red R on them. Team Rocket grunts, Itchy, 2, 3, and say, Whis is here to steal used Pokemon. Hand them over real nice like, or this is gonna get nasty. An old man next to Itchy stood up. Now young man, there is no need to do this. Bang! I told you. Nobody move. Or do I need to make another example? The old man collapsed to the ground as blood pooled under his feet. The woman next to him had blood spattered over her face from the wounded man screamed. I made up my mind to make a move once the gun went off and dashed towards Grunt called Say. The man noticed me and shot at me, but the bullet had little effect on me and I quickly made it to him. Forming a blade on my 2 forefingers, I stabbed into his eye and through his head, killing instantly. Shit. He must be a psychic Pokemon trainer. Everyone, take out your Pokemon and keep shooting him to wear down his energy. Machop, go. Drowsy, go. Raticate, go. Red light flew at me from their Pokeballs as the light transformed into Pokemon that attacked me. Machop flew straight at me through the air, seeming to be preparing to bring down a chop on my head. Drowsy appeared on the far side of the bus, casting waves of psychic energy towards me. Raticate ran swiftly on all 4s down the bus aisleway. A quick attack? I did not feel the need to fight them head-on at all though. I jumped up, placing a hand on the roof of the bus and a foot on one of the seat frames. I launched myself at Machop while deflecting the waves from Drowsy. At the instant we came into contact, I steadied myself on a frame, deflected his chop to the side, and threw him heavily into the nearest grunt. Getting back my momentum after the throw, I launched myself towards another grunt. Strengthening my fist, I punched him in the head. This instantly resulted in the bones of his head flying out like shrapnel together with his blood and brains into the side of the bus. At that instant, Drowsy's eyes seemed to dim, and it fell backward, seemingly unconscious. However, Raticate still chased after me, and Mac Hop and the grunt under him hurriedly tried to get back to their feet despite spitting blood. The bullets continually hitting me together with the energy for attacks began to wear on me slightly, so I sought to end it quickly. I launched a series of Psyblades at the last grunt standing. However, suddenly, Raticate jumped out to block it for his trainer. Unfortunately, I have no pity for murderous thieves, and so it became a Psyblade storm which tore Raticate into pieces along with his trainer behind him. You dare to defy Team Rocket. We may have been gone for a while, but to think we would be thought so little of to be defied on even a small operation like this. No one can defy the glory of Team Rocket and live. And oh one. The grunt Itchy ripped off his Team Rocket shirt, revealing a vest lined with explosives. He reached into his pocket and pulled out what appeared to be a dead man's switch. I rushed over to the man, but despite being faster than a normal human, the grunt still managed to flip open and press the switch before I reached him. In the instant after he pressed it, I still followed through with my full power tackle, and we both smashed through the window and into the air. After we flew a few meters, I felt a huge pressure coming off of the grunt and heard an incredibly sharp and terrible noise. As incredible pain ripped through me as my body was blown apart. Am I alive or am I dead? I am conscious, so I should be alive? It was only a fake body that was torn apart after all. I should be fine. How long has passed? Such a strange feeling, to feel like nothing. To see, hear, feel nothing. Did I survive or did I die? Am I still me? Or am I now mere fragments of myself? My awareness finally returned to me completely, and I was able to look out into the world from my spatial node in the Pokemon world. Using the innate powers of the node, I was able to see the surroundings of the node, but my energy was too weak to properly form a body. Looking out from the node, I could see the bus turned over not too much further down the road, tipped over on its side. There were still some anguish and the like, but some passerby people and their Pokemon seemed to have just arrived and were helping people out of the partially burning bus. Over on the ground by the busted-out windows, I saw the now ownerless Pokeball of the Machop. Burning a bit of my remaining energy, I managed to forcibly move the spatial node over to it and collect it, and then I did the same for the Drowsy Pokeball. Team Rocket won't be needing these fellows anymore, and there is nothing particularly wrong with stealing from thieves. A pure psychic and a pure fighting type both walked right to me. What right did I have to deny them a better trainer? I used what little remaining energy I had to imprint on the two Pokeballs and assimilate them into the mental space, and then returned to the other world. In the dark corner of a small burrow, an abrupt movement stirs dust into the air. Looking at the source of this dust, one would see a dim silhouette, an evil incarnate of darkness. It opens its eyes and they shine bright red as though windows to the depths of hell. It is the duty of the Shepherds to ensure that humans remain within the Midland Circle. Any dereliction of duty on the part of a shepherd is a capital offense. None can be allowed to enter the outer circle, and harvesting must always be on time. Although this may seem harsh, their race is naturally long-lived and do not require the sleep that humans do, so this is an easy detail to attend to. Their spiritual senses can also pick up movement over large swathes of land, so any attempts at escape from their captive tribe are inevitably doomed. Even the strongest of the humans kept there, their chieftains, always rely upon chi and origin energy as their strength. Even at their strongest, they would barely match up to one of the lowest tier Therian, and even then they had no way to harm the ethereal bodies of the Therians with their primitive energy methods. The humans are some of the most precious livestock in the territories. Easy to handle and able to free graze with minimal management. You need not worry much about safety issues, even a child could handle them. Their emotional intelligence is high and their logical intelligence is just good enough to produce small amounts of spiritual and mental energies without giving rise to a threat. The perfect livestock, with some torture/slaughter, they produce a very high yield of negative energies. Keeping intelligent creatures suppressed makes their residual spirits just fall apart all the better. tender like meat falling off the bone. Each tribal chieftain is carefully raised by their owner shepherd. By purposefully inciting other humans to run or fight, the chieftain and shepherd are able to both cow the humans into submission and pull a higher yield. The chieftain, in exchange for his services, is the only human allowed to live to an old age, making it a position coveted by many, and allowing many to overlook or excuse themselves from their crimes against their fellows. This day, in particular, the chieftain had done especially well in his work. A small group of 6, an experienced hunting group, sought to escape away in the night. All the shepherd needed was to lie in wait for them to walk into his gaping mouth. Over the time Gray had been cultivating, ever since the battle with the Minotaur, Meditite had been cultivating along with him, practicing constantly in both fighting and psychic techniques. The strength of Meditite had skyrocketed, even faster than his own. Its previous losses motivated it greatly and brought it huge gains. Not to mention that its master was irregularly strong for his cultivation stage, and the environment on this world contained denser energy than the Pokemon world. When he met Meditite, it was at best level 5, but now it had already reached a major threshold. A formidable Pokemon at level 20. For Meditite to break through any further would require Gray to break through to an official Pokemon trainer. Today, like every night, it stayed on watch for its master Gray as he traveled between their worlds. After its previous failure and its newly increased strength, it was now determined to prove itself worthy of its master. Night after night, it was disappointed with lack of opportunity. At most there would be the occasional stray animal. Tonight was destined to live up to its expectations though. In its meditation it sensed a small group of humans moving hurriedly through the forest nearby. Humans. Like his master, although there were plenty of humans in the Pokemon world, his master had yet to find a single one in this new world they inhabited. His master deeply and obviously desired to find other humans in this world, and here the opportunity was, passing him by as he was in a deep sleep. The humans moving through the forest seemed to be startled by something. It appeared as though they were being chased by something. Well, this was not an opportunity his master would want him to let pass by. Furthermore, they were all approaching the resting place of his master. If he did not stop them, they could potentially find the master and then he would be in danger. Meditite thought there should be no problem with beating the creature and saving the humans. So long as it is not one of those big hairy things, as there are just too many of those things. It is not worth the danger to his master. The thing pursuing them finally came into its field of sight. A silhouette, a shadow figure, nearly invisible to the eye as it moves through the night. The creature was ethereal, a thin and unblemished humanoid shape, with fingers nailless that came to a sharp point, glinting red eyes and numerous short, sharp, needle-like teeth. The sight of such a creature, which instilled such fear in those humans, brought excitement to Meditite. A worthy enemy, slapping a demon. We ran as hard as we could, as long as we could. But we were exhausted, scared. The elders state that the demons would hunt down any who dared wander outside the homelands. The demons feed on fear and despair. One who is brave and fearless would provide them no sustenance even when killed. Or at least, doing so would make you far less appetizing to them. I only wish I knew how to be truly free of fear, to be truly brave. Maybe then the damn thing would leave us alone. At the start, when we fled the camp, although our hearts were heavy at leaving home, I still thought us ready to face any foe. However, the moment we crossed the borderlands, passing the trees marked by our ancestors, we were stalked by this demon. No, not stalked. We were haunted, tormented. The demon appears and disappears like the wind. It would draw blood with claw and laugh. Its tongue on touch made it feel like your soul was rent. A pain unlike any other. Our attempts at retaliation, no more than the subject of jokes for this creature. Our attacks merely pass through it harmlessly as it laughs in its soul-shaking voices and carves into you at will. We all knew death was upon us, and at one point Will attempted to turn back to return to camp instead but was killed on the spot. So instead we continued on without him, trying our best to escape, trying our best to hold onto that thread of hope we would escape. Because what else did we have to hold on to anymore? But after 3 days of journey we saw no end to the chase, no end to the endless forestry. What the creature wanted was to fatten us for the slaughter, to bring our fear and despair to the peak. We all knew the purpose for its chase, its taunting. Yet there was nothing we could do about it. 3 sleepless nights, filled with constant torment, no hope in sight. I could see their will to live die in each of my comrades' eyes. Despite my attempts to show the contrary in my own expression, I knew I too likely bore such eyes. Fear and despair had overwhelmed each of us despite our efforts, and in its eyes we were likely akin to the beast so fat it fell from the herd. Good, easy, tasty prey. Finally, as we ran, I saw Horace fell back and I stopped to try and help him. Get up, Horace. We need to keep moving. Even if you've given in to despair, keep moving with us and don't you dare show it. Horace, who now fell to the ground, stared at us as tears filled his eyes. Damn it, Ferris. I don't have it in me to keep going. After will, I have the next lowest cultivation. My body has already pushed itself to the limit over these few days. Just go on without me. I am ready to die, but I will show this creature my stubbornness before the end. Horace, then I will see how that stubbornness breaks as each of your fingers, pried off as my treats your friends will die in most gruesome of ways, and your eyes will bear witness to your shepherd, your better. Ha 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 ha. The demon flashed past me and I felt a sharp pain on my stomach. I coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to my knees. Looking down, I saw my innards hanging out of the hole in my stomach. As I fell to the ground, I saw the demon fly past me and crash into a tree, knocking it down in the process. Someone had come to help us, it seemed, but I felt too tired to care anymore. I couldn't keep my eyes open any longer, so I tried to rest my eyes, hoping this situation would soon be over and we could all just go home soon. Metatite quickly sped through the forest towards the humans and their pursuer. One of the humans fell to his knees in exhaustion and the other ran back to get him. They spoke back and forth to each other as the creature settled into the shrubbery. What are these stupid humans doing? Did they want to be eaten? Well, even if they want to, my master would still want them alive, so I cannot allow them to kill themselves. As I reached the 300-meter marker, the humans finally came into view for my physical eyes. At that time, the creature had jumped out of its concealment and slashed open one of the humans. Damn it! This bastard! My master might even scold me for losing that human, getting me into trouble. As the human fell to the ground, the creature dashed towards another human closer to me. But it was too late because I had already reached it. I was already on top of the creature when it finally noticed me, and looked up at me with its slowly widening eyes drawn towards the giant hand formed from my psychic energy. I slapped it out of the air and it went flying into a nearby tree, crashing into the tree and making a rather satisfying noise on impact. It coughed up a mouthful of black blood. You dare to oppose our fairy spirit tribe on our own land? Demon! I ignore the statement and form a new giant fist to backhand the arrogant critter back into tree, this time with a bit more force, toppling the enormous tree in the process. Coughs up more blood. Stop! Stop! I will hold no offense over your trespassing here. Just leave. We have no reason to fight here. What sort of an idiot is this thing? What fairy tribe? What trespassing? I just want to kill you and take these humans, so you must die. The humans gaze at me with wide eyes, as though astounded by what they are seeing. Yes, I am quite amazing, aren't I, humans? Make sure you tell my master this too when you see him. I put on a bit of showmanship for the humans, picking up its body off the ground and smashing it back into it, playing with my prey. However, even after hitting it so many times, its ethereal body is very resistant to the physical part of the attacks. Although I inflicted plenty of damage due to the psychic energy in the attack, it lacked the ability to deal a fatal blow. In the end, I used confusion, unleashing a torrential storm of chaotic mental energy, soul focus, on the creature, which shredded its spirit-like body. I go over to the humans and confirm the one from earlier was truly dead, then brought the rest of them back to wait outside the cave for my master to awaken. The battle from earlier had left the surviving 3 shaken to the core. The demon which had appeared to kill them at last. The spirit which appeared from nowhere to save them. The domineering might displayed in the battle. It was like an epic of the oral records. From the might the spirit had shown, it was even stronger than the camp's chieftain. an expert at the peak of the body-tempering realm. It seemed the spirit had already crossed the threshold of body tempering and was the equivalent of a chi-drawing realm expert. In the camps, to enter the chi-drawing realm was forbidden. To enter such a realm, one must forsake their humanity and forge a contract with the demons, becoming a demonic slave. For those who desperately seek a prolonged life, they often do not mind living a life of servitude. It is just the way of things for them to surrender more freedom in exchange for benefits. For those with pride in their bones, fortitude and conviction, they would at best reach the peak of body tempering before looking for an opportunity to escape the land of the demons, as their group did, hoping to find a way to survive in the unclaimed wastelands. There were rumors of a man having once made the breakthrough to chi drawing without such a contract, ignoring the warnings of the ancestors. As a result, the demons descended and annihilated the entire camp, and even did the same to all of the camps that traded with them. The rumors state that even the bystanders of the village were tortured for many days for the infraction. The family of this hero were tortured for months on end for their lack of proper discipline. And then the hero himself was being tortured still to this very day, despite many years having passed. Only those removed a village, who traded with them, were graced with a swift death. Only beings of the greater races were ever allowed to break through to such a realm freely. Any being of the lesser races who could beat the odds to break through would only face suppression or death, these two options only. The fact that this spirit being which had appeared before them had such a strength could mean only one thing. It too was a being of the greater races, and did not fear the retaliation of the demons. It is said that even the most benevolent greater being would not deign it worth their while to help a being of the lesser races. To them, doing so is as ridiculous a concept as a man bending down to save an ant being washed away by rain. Surely, one might actually even do so once or twice, compelled by some sort of misled compassion. But you would quickly realize how futile and tedious such an effort is. The entire world competes for resources. For the weak to be suppressed was only natural. And yet, here was such a being of the greater races coming to their rescue in a time of need. That too, defending them by going against another being of the greater races. Living under the suppression of the evil and demonic Thurius, they were left in awe by the benevolent acts of this great being. In their mind they thought, if only our race could serve under this being's race instead of the demons. If even a few of them had the same temperament of this one. Compared to their current masters, their circumstances would be like the difference of night and day. Perhaps, under the rule of these beings, their people could truly prosper. When the great being beckoned to follow, they immediately began to follow with hasty steps. One of the girls in the group turned and bowed with her hands together, towards the still warm body of her brother, whispering some words of grief beneath her breath. Then turned again to follow decisively. A tear rolled down her face as her eyes changed slowly from soft to stern. When the great being held out a hand, gesturing for them to stop, they immediately stopped in their tracks. It waved its hand with what appeared to them as great majesty, again gesturing to them to kneel down. Immediately they fell to their knees and kowtowed to the being in a display of submission. The being shrugged. Turning around, it went into the nearby burrow. The three, 2 women, 1 man, waited patiently while retaining their posture of submission. Unwilling to move lest this great being might refuse to allow them under him as his subordinates. Gray awoke with a start back in the cave. A cold sweat ran down his back as cry escaped his lips from the aching pain, which split his head in two. When he awoke he found Metatite already awaiting him by his side. Metatite had a concerned but stern expression as if scolding him for being reckless. Gray's body had become very thin but muscular, fit but malnourished. His once tan skin, which was now a pale, sickly white, was even more so pronounced after his awakening. The effects of his alternate body being blown up could be seen visibly, with ease. His cultivation method had frequently drained his body of its nutrients to condense his bodily strength and mental energy, soul focus. Together with his spirit leaving his body frequently, this was blatantly abusing his body, resulting in this current bizarre appearance of a beggar bodybuilder. His eyes flashed and before him appeared 2 more spirit-like figures, akin to Metatite. They were the Mac Hop and Drowsy he had stolen from Team Rocket. The eyes of the two were indifferent, their previous master's deaths seeming to have not affected them much. However, one could see a trace of unwillingness in their eyes towards their new master. Gray knew from that traded Pokemon could be problematic at times. However, he was more or less a beggar both in appearance and in reality, regardless of whether it was this world or the Pokemon world. He needed to pull these two into the fold. Unfortunately, he had exhausted all of his strength in the Pokemon world. He had no means to force these two into submission right now. However, he and Meditite had now been comrades in arms for a while. Now, he knew he could trust such a minor task as cowing new recruits into submission to him. Gray shot his intent over to Meditite, whose eyes immediately widened and then shrank into a sharp gaze. Of course you can leave such a small matter to me, the great Meditite, his eyes seemed to say. Meditite's eyes flared with anger as he looked over the two newbies. You dare disregard my master, it thought. Meditite swept his eyes over them and pressed down on the two with his mental energy, soul focus, forcing them to their knees. Energy fluctuations passed between Meditite and the others. It would appear as if Meditite was communicating with them in some way. As Meditite communed with them, their eyes seemed to shake with shock and disbelief, moving swiftly between Meditite and Gray over and again. The two new recruits, after some time, had their eyes shift from shock to uncertainty to resolution. They nodded to one another as if in agreement to something, then bowed slightly towards their new master. After resolving the matter of the two recruits, Meditite sent another sort of message to Gray. What? We have visitors waiting for us? Why on earth are there visitors waiting outside for us? We are in the middle of the wilderness after all. Well, whatever, let's go and greet them then. Retainers and resistance. Walking out of the cave, I saw 3 people with their faces planted in the dirt. As me and the Pokemon neared them, they began to tremble. Are they really this scared? Why even come here if you are this scared? How did these people even get here anyways? Hey, get up. What are you 3 even doing? Don't you kowtow to me. Gray. Yet the 3 just kept trembling even more fervently. The man in the middle hesitantly spoke up in a muffled voice, with his head still in the ground. We dare not get up, Great One. We dare not even look. We would not wish to disrespect you in any way. We wish only to serve. I could not help but let out a sigh in exasperation. Dramatic idiots like this really exist? I didn't even do anything to be worshipped like this, did I? Just get up. Get up already. How exactly do you expect to serve anyone without standing on your own 2 legs? Your legs look fine to me. Use them. And I'll tell you, I would never let anyone work for me, who cannot even dare look straight at me. The 3 stand up and raise their heads. Surprise flashes through their eyes as they see Gray standing in front of them. Then fear overtakes it as they see his spectral-like Pokemon standing around him. Their bodies quiver again, and with slight bows and tilted heads, we greet the masters, they say. As they raised their heads, he realized they looked different than the average person. Definitely human, but unlike any genealogy or race from Earth. They had gray-black skin, a skin color unseen on Earth. Their skin was abnormally fair, even when compared to the actors in movies with all of their makeup. Their gray-black skin had a healthy glow to it, with each of their facial features like the finest stone sculptures. Each had a red array symbol imprinted onto their forehead. Rather than a tattoo, it looked more like the symbols were fused into their heads. Nevertheless, each array was alike a work of art, as though it came not from man but nature. Were it not for their ears being similar to his own, he would suspect they were the infamous dark elves from the stories. However, they looked very human as far as he was concerned, and he was inclined to think as such. In his moment of pondering, a question comes again, this time from the girl with brown hair. May we ask for the grace of the masters? What fucking masters? All that is here is me and my Pokemon. He thinks. Wait. He looks behind himself to confirm, and yes, there is only a cave and his Pokemon and no masters. These fellows are surely delusional. No, I'm sure they think they have a good reason to act this way. I just can't imagine what it is. He adopts a dignified posture and proceeds to answer them. There are no masters here. I am Gray, these are my Pokemon. I can't believe I just said that in a serious tone. In a way, you could say that I am their master, but I don't typically treat those under me in the way a master would. If you want to follow me, perhaps I can allow that, and I will show you what I can. When your abilities are enough, you can do your best to help me where you can. No reason to let these guys wander around the forest acknowledging random people. I'll take free underlings where I can get them. The girl with red hair, concealing her own confusion, stepped forward to talk. Forgive me, master, but your form looks so much alike a human. We humans have always been among the lesser races, that master would deem our form worthy to assume and deem us worthy of teaching. We could never ask for more. The statement left Gray stunned. I feel like there was too much information in that statement to take in at once. That one statement made him need to stop and think for a moment before he formed an idea of how this world might be to them. Which race are you currently under right now? Master, we currently live within the territory of the demons. The Thurius. Oh? And what do they do exactly that you would call them demons? Do you not serve them? Anger flashed through their eyes. Master, we do not serve them willingly. Only a few traitors of our race would do so. The demons are our natural enemy. I see. Yes, they keep us alive only so they can kill us. They fatten us up and feed from the negative energies released at death. Or they use our bodies as fertilizer for their minds. I understand. Master, things have always been this way since times of old, but I believe anything would be better than this. Please, let us serve you. Let our people break away from this horror that is our lives. A smoldering anger appeared in Gray's eyes, listening to their story. But he suppressed his emotions. Then I will give you another proposal. Their eyes lock onto him. I will lead you. They bow down again. Thank you, master. But I will do so in my own way, and I will have very specific expectations of you as such. Yes, master, you may demand of us anything. My expectations are this. Learn all you can, and for now just follow my lead to the best of your abilities. A proper leader does not train others to follow. I will gradually train you to where you can even train others to lead. Someday you will lead others to lead as well. They will then train those after them in the same fashion, and so on. This is how the human race will rise, how they will never again be considered a lesser by any being. Now rise, raise your head up, act with a bit of pride. Don't ever let me hear you call yourselves one of the lesser races again. I will show you how to kill the demons. In a daze from the speech they received, they stood up in unison. Yes, master. They shouted with vigor, but Gray could tell from their eyes they had not understood. They showed obedience and subservience toward him. There was not a trace of the pride or ambition of a human, more like the loyalty of dogs towards a sincere master. He sighed inwardly in disappointment. You obviously cannot break a lifetime of ingrained fear with an impassioned speech. He suspected they would not fully comprehend or believe what he meant, at least not for a long time. However, that is to be expected. As most all people know, words are cheap. He would show them with his actions and teach them with their own actions. They would learn with time and the words would sink in. He only wished to reflect his intentions at the outset. This was the planet he made home on now. He would not see humans being oppressed anywhere on this planet. He would need to build a force if he wanted any semblance of a life here. Why not start with these three? Even if they seemed somewhat hopeless on first impression, he had seen plenty pathetic fellows be whipped into shape in the past. These fellows would be no different. Well, even if one or two were no good, they could still be used as fertilizer for the next try. An impassioned speech is still enjoyable anyways, even if it doesn't serve a purpose. But then again, how on earth did they end up here? Did Metatite bring them over? It isn't like people just go randomly acknowledging people and begging to serve them. Just what exactly was he doing while I was gone? Good. I look forward to working with you three in the future. Cough. So, what are your names? The girl with brown hair, Saran. The girl with red hair, Gina. The sole man of the group, Horace. Talking to them, I got to know of the nearby village of humans. The nearest village was at least a 4 days' walk. The demon in charge of this region was apparently killed recently, so we did not need to worry about encountering any resistance on the way there. I asked them if they knew any cultivation methods, and it seemed, more or less, that their cultivation was dependent on those formations on their heads. Considering how weak they are, I wasn't all that interested in learning their cultivation method. Considering the situation, these things may even have some sort of hidden purpose, a trick left behind by the demons just in case. Even if it did hold greater potential, I wasn't willing to delve into the matter until I better understood the formations themselves. Still, these formations held little to no similarities to the ones I had learned in the Pokemon world. They didn't even seem to use the same type of energy system, so for now I had no idea where I would even begin. For now, I figured the best option was to teach them mental cultivation methods from Pokemon World. I showed them a condensed form of mental energy, soul focus, telling them to envision the star between their brows and focus on trying to draw energy from it. They were already accustomed to chi cultivation, which would make it awkward switching over, but this was a very simple method to pick up, and they did so after a short lesson. Their talent seemed to be nowhere near as good as his, however. Though the system had indirectly given him numerous boosts in terms of abilities that influenced his growth, so that's likely to be expected. They now had much greater hope in breaking through to higher levels using this method than they did before. At the very least, they should all reach the level of a Pokemon trainer with a few months. Considering those in the Pokemon world would take a few years of training, this was actually rather fast. Still, this is too slow. I need to find a way to gain strength faster. I need to hurry and find a world where I can gain in strength even faster. I need to hurry to the Pokemon trainer level. I allocated out work to them for while I was gone. Metatite would serve as my bodyguard, per usual, and he would also assist in the training of Drowsy while I was gone. The constant presence of mental energy, soul focus, from those two would also stimulate the growth of the other three. As for those three, they would take turns in hunting and preparing food for the group, and then train in off time. I made sure to plan it out so they still got the appropriate amount of sleep, but they would be very busy still. I didn't have time to deal with all those sorts of things after all. Every waking hour of mine was already filled with work after all, and even every sleeping hour for that matter. Even one less thing to worry about was a great relief. Finally, I decided it would be best to just bring Machop along with me. After all, as a fighting type, the only way to get experience was to fight, and he would get plenty of that following me around. When I returned to the Pokemon world, all I could see on the road was a few metal scraps, small remnants from the original bus wreckage. From the scraps, I managed to determine what direction it was the bus was originally headed, telling me which way I needed to go to get to the Tauros ranch. Ugh! Paying so much for a bus ticket, yet now I'm still running. I brought out Machop and told him he had to run along with me. I called it training, but really, I just didn't want to suffer the long-distance run alone. Besides, it was partially his fault the bus was destroyed. He can bear the consequences together with me. No survivors. It took me the entire day, running in Pokemon World, to finally arrive at the mapped location of Laramie Ranch. However, all I found upon arrival were the remnants of a building, burning wildly. The building itself looked as if it were once an enormous mansion, or more likely a community building. However, its current appearance was as though it were hit repeatedly on one side by something akin to a giant wrecking ball. Wreckage from the building was strewn out for a large distance on the opposite side of where the building once stood. In the surroundings were various fencings which lacked any of the Pokemon which were meant to be within them. Damn it! Can't anything ever go right for me? I took Machop with me and we searched through the remnants of the building for any survivors. I used my mental energy, soul focus, to smother the flames in the areas we passed through, and we yelled out to see if we could get any responses. For the most part, all we found were ashes and bodies, strewn about. However, I checked on each of the bodies we found just in case, and found two who happened to still be breathing, albeit unconscious, in bad shape. It was an old uncle and a young girl. Using water and some of the cloth and wreckage, I roughly cleaned their wounds and bandaged what I could, with some help from Machop. The older man had a more serious injury on his arm, which began to bleed significantly after removing him from the wreckage. I hastily tied off the arm to cut off circulation with an improvised tourniquet, but that is a dangerous method to use in itself. I would have to get him to some real professionals, or he would eventually have to lose the arm. Considering the precarious situation they were in, and that there were no phones around, All I could do was carry them somewhere safer and try to get help. I pulled the man's good arm over my shoulder and lifted him up in a carry, having Mac-Hop carry out the other survivor. I headed back towards the road, hoping to find someone to call for an ambulance, but the man woke up shortly after I carried him out of the wreckage site. "Stop! Put me down! Stay off the road!" The man yelling in my ear startled me, but I set him down just after he asked it. The man steadied himself on his feet after I let him down, but his face was still very pale due to his blood loss and injuries. This was not an attack anyone was meant to survive. Their intent was to exterminate anyone related to our ranches. There will be agents waiting on the roads. I remember they said no survivors. I know another way through the forest to a nearby hospital. If you wouldn't mind, could you help us a bit more and come along? I nodded in understanding. Of course, however I can help. Please tell me about the situation as we move though. I need to know what we are dealing with here. Of course, I urged him to be in more of a hurry because of the Trinquet, and quickly affixed his injured arm to his chest with an improvised cast, and we moved through the forest towards the hospital. As we moved, he told me what had happened. Team Rocket had came for revenge. Giovanni himself appeared, together with Mutuo. Giovanni and an army of Team Rocket agents and grunts appeared in the middle of the day, out of nowhere, announcing their arrival and reason for their appearance. For grunts had been killed on a bus to their ranches. Someone had to be held accountable. He directly told them that they all must die, and that Laramie Ranch as well as the other surrounding ranches must be destroyed. All of their Pokemon would also belong to Team Rocket henceforth. Immediately after his speech, and before any rallying cry could even be issued, Mutuo flew up into the air and cast out 3 shadow balls. As those 3 balls curved through the air, they grew at a rapid pace until they eclipsed even the building itself in height. They smashed through the building with immense force, killing everyone in contact with it. Most all within the building died in that instant, and many were also pierced or crushed to death from the rubble and shrapnel from the impact. Only a few trainers and their Pokemon managed to escape the building, and they were then besieged by the army of rocket agents and their Pokemon, who killed all those remaining. Then, a few of their Pokemon set fire to what little remained, and they left. This was what it meant to be held responsible for the death of Team Rocket members. That was the message Giovanni wished to spread. Aside from the ranches, the only person involved in any other factions would be me, and I was counted as a part of the police force and state, likely presumed dead. Since they did not have the strength to overthrow the current government of the region just yet, Giovanni directed the anger of his subordinates towards the ranches. The savage and decisive nature of the Team Rocket of this world was shocking. They would slaughter a large community of the Kanto region, just to send a message. This would definitely invite outrage and a call to action when it came out. We made our way quickly through the forest, following directions from the uncle. He was clearly very experienced moving within these woods, and led us through the unbeaten brush with practiced ease. However, as we moved, one could see smoke rising in the distance, off in many directions, presumably the other ranches or at least their main buildings. The man proclaimed that the hospital was not far, and at the very least no smoke appeared to be coming from that direction. We could only hope it was still safe, but if Team Rocket is careful, they may still have people posted there. Or at least so I thought. However, we arrived without any bad encounters. A nurse appeared, unfortunately, not Nurse Joy, and took the uncle into the ER at the first moment we arrived. Then another nurse came and brought the little girl into a room to check her wounds and get her into a bed. There were a large number of injured patients within the hospital already, and the doctors and nurses were hurriedly moving about, prioritizing the more seriously injured. A few minutes after I arrived, the local officer Jenny appeared and I approached her. "Hello, Officer Jenny." "Hello there. Do you know what is going on?" "I saw the smoke while on patrol, and when I got there, I found there was nothing left. I visited 3 different locations to check for survivors before I came here to see if anyone made it out." "Yes, a number of people seem to have made it out from some of the nearby buildings and made their way here. This was an attack by Team Rocket. They are simply going around, killing anyone in the area. Even their leader, Giovanni, is here." "Giovanni? A Pokemon Master is here? We need to evacuate these people now then. If he shows up here, we will stand no chance against him." I've already talked to the nurses. Many of these people simply cannot be moved. None of the survivors were Pokemon trainers. The more seriously injured are unlikely to survive if we tried moving them to a hospital outside of this danger zone. Looking at this Officer Jenny, she was visibly shaking in fear. Shape up, Officer Jenny. We can still evacuate those who are able to be evacuated. Take a look at those doctors and nurses. They know just as well as you do the danger they are in, and they have not stopped doing their job for a moment. She nodded her head, but her fear clearly didn't abate. She was merely trying harder not to show it. I sighed. This woman would likely be useless if a combat situation arose. Right, so Officer Jenny, how about you start with evacuating those with worse injuries that aren't critical? I'll ask one of the nurses to help pick them out, and you can drive the ambulance, that way more can fit in with you. Her mouth still closed taut. She nodded again and followed me over to the nurse, and I worked out the plan with them on who would be sent out. Thank you for all the help. I called for backup a while ago and told them to come here when they arrive. Unfortunately, because a Pokemon Master is involved, there won't be any backup until one of the Pokemon League Masters arrive. They don't want to uselessly throw away police lives. Without a master you cannot fight a master. I'm sorry, but if they come here, please try to help whoever you can to escape from here. At least there will be backup, right? That's great. If some Team Rocket punks show up in the meantime, or even if it's Giovanni himself, I'll make sure to hit them once or twice. Show them not to mess with me, or to show him bullying the common people isn't so easy. She sighed, and said with a worried tone in her voice, I mean it. If you encounter them, run. You won't be able to deal with a group this powerful. She looked away for a moment, wiping away the tears appearing in her eyes. She stopped for a moment, shaking. Sorry. I've seen too many people die today. People I know well. People I saw every day, but now I won't see them smile, never again. I don't want to see anyone else die today. You seem like a good guy. It's such a bad situation, but you're so calm. Everyone else is so calm too. I'm supposed to be the strong one here. I'm a policewoman, but I'm not. Who are you? To be so calm in a situation like this. My name is Gray. I'm an officer in training, I guess, so we could be considered as colleagues. I am calm because this isn't a hopeless situation. There is still a very good chance for everyone here to survive. So long as we work together, there is no need for panic. What is your name? I'm Officer Jenny? Your first name? Oh, she blushed. I'm Kirsten. Okay, Kirsten, let's talk again after all this. Okay? I shook her hand as I said this, and shut the door to the ambulance as the last of the evacuees got in. Her face went red. Oh, of course. You can count on me to get them to safety. Ha ha ha. She waved goodbye as she got into the driver's seat as they started up the engine to leave. However, as she began to drive out of the lot, a figure appeared and 4 hands stretched out. The figure grabbed the ambulance and held it in place as the wheels spun helplessly against the ground. However, the figure smirked and held firm with ease with all 4 arms despite the wheels sending dirt flying, digging into the ground as it desperately tried to move. Kirsten's face was pale as she desperately continued to press the gas as hard as she could, but the ambulance refused to move, and wheels stopped moving altogether after sinking into the ground too far. Officer Jenny's face was filled with despair. 2 more figures appeared from out of the woods in a relaxed manner, one puffing a lit cigarette in a casual manner as he approached with his female companion. They both wore white get-ups with red R's on them. The man took a long puff from his cigarette and then blew out a large cloud of smoke. Hey kiddos, having fun with my mock amp? TSK. Helping the innocent bystanders escape? How heroic. Right, Andrea? Yeah, very heroic. Makes me want to puke, Jeria. I agree entirely. Wow, I hate heroism though, you know? So annoying. A mock amp doesn't like heroes much either. Besides, we were waiting for all the survivors to gather here before killing them. Kinda ruins the point if we let some of them leave, so, well, you will all get to die at the hands of 2 official agents of Team Rocket. It's a greater honor than your status deserves, so receive it gratefully. Defiance. The mock amp who held the ambulance in place laughed and then tossed it into the air. As it landed upside down, one could hear the sound of crunching metal and screams. No. Gray ran towards the ambulance at a breakneck speed. But before he could close the distance, a cloud of dust rose up where the Mach-Amp had once stood, and he received a heavy impact on the right side of his body. Boom! The air broke apart as his body flew through the air. It stopped only just as he hit a large tree. The bark crackled and splintered as his body impacted the tree, which nearly toppled from the intense impact. Countless branches on the tree broke as it bent and knocked into those around it, and branches and leaves fell down, covering his body. Haha! Damn hero, dying a bit too fast, don't you think? Gray's Mach-Hop immediately stepped forward and made an attack on Machamp's neck, using a knife hand. Mach-Amp relaxedly grabbed Machamp's knife hand at the wrist, stopping him and pulling his arm off to the side, knocking him off balance as he was midair. Then grabbed Machamp's neck as it fell forward due to its initial momentum. Mach-Amp lifted another arm into the air, balling that hand into fist. But at that instant, Gray emerged out from beneath the pile of green, rushing out towards him. Mach-Amp caught sight of him from the corner of its eye. A hint of confusion flashed through its eyes. Apparently he wasn't dead yet, but it thought little of it. Mach-Amp, use Dynamic Punch, knock him back into the trees, and then deal with that Mach-Hop first. Gray ran at Mach-Amp at top speed. The Mach-Amp held a lofty attitude as he just kept Mach-Hop aloft by his neck with one hand and ran out to meet Gray with a smile. As Mach-Amp moved towards Gray, his body appeared to resonate with his surroundings, and his body, which was already unnaturally swift, began to defy reality and achieve even greater momentum, which increased by the moment as he launched his two right fists towards Gray. But Gray was ready to meet his opponent, and the weakness of knowing your opponent's move was readily apparent. His enemy needed to announce his attack, but he had no need to. Anticipating the shift in momentum, Gray tried his best to guess the path the blows would follow. At the moment the two fists approached in an arrogant fashion, Gray used his energy to quickly plant his feet and rotate his body, forming two knife hands covered in blades of energy and shifting them into the direction of Machamp's overwhelming dynamic fists. The result was crippling on both sides. Gray's arms more or less had every bone up to the shoulders annihilated. They hung uselessly down at his sides. Machamp's hands, on the other hand, bled profusely. A gaping wound could be seen extending laterally from just above his wrists to halfway down his forearm. Mach-Amp dropped Mach-Hop and groaned in pain, gripping his forearms with each of his other arms while hoping to stop the bleeding. Bastard! How dare a weakling harm my Mach-Amp? Mach-Amp is level 32. Weaklings like you are no match for him. How is this possible? Gah! Mach-Amp, return! A red energy flew out and connected with the Mach-Amp. The Mach-Amp turned into more red energy and flowed back into his Pokeball. The Agent Jeria shrunk Machamp's Pokeball and took out another Pokeball, casting it out. Since you're fighting 2-on-1, I should even the playing field. Agent Andrea threw out a Pokemon as well. Two lights flashed and two new Pokemon appeared before me. If only I had other Pokemon with me, but there was no time to go back to get Meditite and Drowsy now. The moment I went back to the other world, the people around me would likely be slaughtered. Before me appeared two fighting Pokemon, a Hitmonlee and a Hitmonchan. Mach-Hop, go and help those people stuck under the ambulance. I will take care of this. Mach-Hop nodded and ran over to the ambulance. This time, the enemy did not try to stop him. The two came at me at a brisk pace. Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, use close combat. Fists and kicks flew at me in a flurry. My arms were slowly repairing themselves, but not fast enough. My body began to shrink more as the energy which composed was consumed in repairs. It took my all to dodge any significant blows coming my way under the barrage of the two formidable foes. Even then, though, I was inevitably still taking a lot of damage. A minute passed, 2-3. I could hold on just barely against my two opponents, but now I had consumed enough energy to where the point it had become obvious. After 5 minutes had passed, my arms had fully recovered and I began to fight back. However, by the time this had happened, I had already lost almost 1/4 of my body mass. For every 3 exchanges of blows, I managed to hit them back once. However, unlike them, each of my blows was akin to stabbing with a knife. It would consume a bit of my energy to do so, but they were certainly taking a lot of damage as the fight went on as well. 8 minutes into the fight, I had lost nearly 1/3 of my original body mass. However, both of my opponents were also covered in wounds. Unfortunately, my opponents were wary of me after the first fight. I hadn't managed to land any fatal or crippling blows, only glancing wounds. But by means of endurance I could manage to inflict so many glancing wounds that their movements had become almost as if they'd been crippled. As this fight had gone on, Mac-Hop had managed to rescue those people stuck in the ambulance with Officer Jenny, bringing them back into the hospital for safety. Seeing their Pokemon too battered to continue fighting, they grimaced and brought back their Pokemon again. Agent Jarius sneered, "Humph, fucking psychic, how many of your people can actually stand up in a fight against a Pokemon? Your fighting abilities are actually this strong, yet your Pokemon is actually that weak. If that isn't pathetic, I don't know what is. Fuck, I don't even want to know where you picked up trash like that, Mac-Hop. Considering people in this world keep most of their pride in their Pokemon, I think that would actually be a pretty solid burn in this world. Well, I can trash talk too. But you really don't want to know? What a shame, because actually, I stole this Mac-Hop from one of the Team Rocket grunts I killed on my way over here. Mac-Hop, like many before him, managed to recognize that Team Rocket is only full of useless people. He by far prefers working for me instead. Jarius' face turned from red to green to purple to pale. His expressions and color changed like a circus act. I'm gonna kill you. Jarius threw out another Pokeball. Go Cub One. From what I could see, he still had more Pokemon on his belt, it seemed. This fight could still go on for quite a while. At the very least, it seemed he was only a basic-level Pokemon trainer, only able to use one Pokemon in battle at a time, and the girl was the same. But at this time, a huge die symbol made of flame flew up into the air from behind him. Jarius' face turned pale again as he turned around. What do you think you're doing, Andrea? Agent Andrea wore a smug smile. What? This is taking too long. We have a bunch of people in the area. With a little help we can finish faster. There is no telling when a master of the Pokemon League will arrive. If he comes sooner, what do you think the boss will do to us for our failures? Maybe you're right. But we should still try our best to finish this before they get here, or we will look bad in front of the grunts. At that moment, many cars seemed to be coming down the road. That was too fast. Woohoo! Look at all those guys. They must have just finished burning down the nearby ranch. Ha ha ha! What luck! I guess we'll have to share now. The many cars flooded into the parking lot in an intimidating fashion, slamming on their brakes as they skidded to a stop in front of their battleground. The lead car in particular skidded and drifted about in a circle before coming to a complete circle, tearing up the ground in the process before coming to a stop. A gasp escaped from many of the people behind him watching from the hospital. A woman with blue-gray hair stepped out of the vehicle in a domineering fashion. Aunt Collie! A voice yelled from behind him. Aunt Collie? He thought. Wait, doesn't this lady look just like a well-aged Officer Jenny? Aunt Collie looked over to see Kirsten Jenny, her serious injuries clearly visible to the light of day. Her eyes seemed to burn with an unextinguishable flame of pure anger. The eyes of a mama bear who has seen her cub injured. You rocket bastards dare to hurt my fucking niece. As Aunt Collie yelled out, the other Officer Jennies got out of their cars as well. Their looks all seemed peculiar. Some wore casual wear, some wore uniforms with no caps, all of their markings were torn off. These Officer Jennies bore a savage aura, like a pack of lionesses preparing to pounce on their enemies. Instead of the gun and tasers a police officer should have, these Jennies all hefted bars, baseball bats, and even segments of piping holding them over their shoulders with cute but domineering smiles as though they were the female Yakuza. Chia heh! One Jenny yelled out. You dare to fuck with our people? The fucking police commissioner told us it was too dangerous to come. He said he would fire us if we did, so we quit. We can't even arrest you anymore. But we had to come anyway because we knew what you were doing. Damn these bastards. Because of you all, we lost our jobs. How can I afford my weekly poke manga now? Shit. Obediently get your ass over here. Receive my ass whooping. Fuck. 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 These bastards. These cunts. These yellow-bellied cock-gobbling jizz-bunglers. They fucking dare to hurt my little cousin. Chia heh. We'll teach you not to fuck with the Jenny clan. Fuck. It's so nice to swear. I could never say bad words as a policewoman. Oh yes. Cough. Fuck you Team Rocket. The Jennies. cursing in their sweet voices, swarmed the two agents like a swarm of locusts. The two rocket agents' knees nearly collapsed in fear as the endless Jennies came towards them like a flood. The Jennies beat them black, blue, and every other color, and they even beat their Pokemon together with them. They tied them up firmly and then set them aside. Come on everyone, we have more than enough vehicles. We can help to get everyone out of here. There are some patients that are still in critical condition, but they are relatively stabilized. If Team Rocket is closing in on this place, and we have vehicles, we can try to bring them out of here. Get the patients into the vehicles, quickly. Quickly. I felt like I was forgotten about in the midst of the confusion. Was I not just fighting for everyone's lives? Did I not just fight 2-on-1 against Pokemon with my own body? How was I forgotten about so easily? But it was a dire situation, and we did need to resolve the situation quickly. I understood it wasn't a situation where there was a luxury to talk things over. So I put it in the back of my mind and helped out as best I could. How could I possibly compete for attention with a group of beautiful ladies anyways? It is simply impossible. And even trying would only invite hate anyways. Still, he maybe wanted a little attention for trying his hardest. Just a little. But the moment waits for no one. Me and everyone able helped out in the attempt to put together a convoy to evacuate. However, before we could get the last person out, rocket grunts walked out from the forests en masse. One agent stood out from the small army from Team Rocket. The Jennies guarding the perimeter mashed their teeth in anger, ready to throw down. Why couldn't you ladies just do your jobs and stay home like good girls? We need to clean this mess up before boss notices we let you all gather together. Or he won't be happy. Auntie Kali stood out from the group and laughed. Yeah. You won't be happy either when I shove this pole up your ass. Come on ladies and gentlemen. Let's show these fools what's what. Pokemon battle. As more and more Team Rocket members emerged from the depths of the woods, the air began to tense and stifle. Before, the Jennies did not even bother to bring out their Pokemon. They had just directly beat up those agents and Pokemon with brutal methods, using bats and pipes like common thugs. After all, a number of them were strong official Pokemon trainers. Their physical bodies and capabilities were no worse than many Pokemon. With so many of them dealing with two agents, there was no need to bring out their Pokemon at all. However, now, with Team Rocket members coming out in force, the situation became much more serious. Each Jenny brought out their full force to bear, and each enemy took the same time to bring out their own forces. There were many Tangela, Paras, and Pidgeys, as well as Squirtless, Bulbasaurs, and Charmanders, from those who had tried at being normal trainers. Among them were a fair number of evolved Pokemon forms as well. More than anything though, there were a lot of Growlithes, and many of them were evolved Arcanines as well. Well over half of the Pokemon there were one of the two. All of the officer Jennies amounted to around 160 to 180 people. Most of them might not be considered full-fledged Pokemon trainers, but most were rather close to that bar, whereas a few of the older Jennies had long surpassed that bar. On average, you could say each Jenny had about 5 Pokemon. Considering this one crowd of officer Jennies, who had haphazardly come here from the surrounding counties, could be considered an army 1,000 strong. Even if it were a group of rabble, 1,000 strong was not a strength that one could sneeze at. Yet, most all of these women here were trained police officers experienced in combat. Many of them familiar with fights of life and death, veterans. Given not all of them could bring out all of their Pokemon at once, the actual standing force was closer to half that number at 500, but considering that 500 more Pokemon could serve as reserve forces, it was still appropriate to say it is 1,000 strong. As the obvious leader of this group, Auntie Connie was clearly the strongest. The epitome of an officer Jenny. She stood at the front of them all with all 6 of her Arcanines out simultaneously. Each of them were domineering and fierce. Their growls rumbled like thunder through the air, putting fear into the hearts of Team Rocket. However, those rumbling growls did not go unanswered. Among the uncountable horde of Team Rocket grunts, the elite agents loomed. A Scamory, a Mook, and a Steelix stood amongst the crowd, giving off an aura of oppression no less than Connie's Arcanines. Among the crowd one could see a number of Golbat and Rhydons, with auras approaching the same level. 2 elites stood from the crowd. I am Team Rocket's Attila, And Hun, we can accept the surrender of the people of your Jenny clan. We want no quarrel with your people. As for the others, they all must stay. They have started this blood feud with the death of our grunts. Only their extermination can end this. Aunt Connie spoke out. Our Jenny clan has stood for maintaining peace and justice in the many regions for countless years. Your upstart Team Rocket cannot face up to us. Maybe our Kanto region branch cannot win in an all-out battle. But even if we can't, how would the people rest at ease if we did not stand up for them? We will fight you wherever you appear, and whatever wrongdoings you try to make. We will always be there to stop you. Even if we cannot win here today, our clan will still track you down, and they and the common people of the land will wash you from the face of this world. Attila just laughed and smiled. Well, I was only joking anyways. After all, your people are always like this. But then, this will be the first time I had the pleasure to kill so many of your clan at once. Humph, brat. Let's see first if your people have the ability. No one can lay hands on my daughters and nieces without paying a price. Watch as I kill you and all your elites here myself. I'd love to see Giovanni cry when he finally arrives to see his forces in pieces. As she spoke, her arcanines swept out. They ignored the strong individuals and directly jumped into the crowds of weaklings, sweeping them away with tooth, claw, and fire. The Team Rocket members, caught off guard from the sudden and vicious attack, took a lot of damage. The other evolved Pokemon of the Jenny clan simultaneously launched attacks against the elite Pokemon, trying to inflict status effects and push them towards a wall made of Pokemon using defensive moves. The Pokemon of the defensive wall stood stalwart in front of them and used defensive moves like Cotton Guard, Protect, Iron Curl, and Iron Defense. The result was Team Rocket's front lines instantly collapsing under their combined and organized response, and the death of many of their weaker members in the backlines. However, such an advantage was granted only due to the trained and practiced measures of the Jennies. The difference between the combat force of veterans and the cannon fodder grunts of Team Rocket. This had only resulted in damage to the population of the grunts, however, at first contact. The elites of Team Rocket were held up for but a minute before quickly pressing back their weaker opponents, coming forward for a counterattack. By the time those elites arrived to the front lines, most of those evolved Pokemon had already fallen back without any significant loss. They formed together into neat and orderly lines together with the weaker Pokemon, defending as one and attacking as one as the enemy came forward in waves. Occasionally, a Jenny would set fire to the surrounding forest Team Rocket lurked in. The fires would each time be quickly suppressed, but one could hear the anguished screams of those unlucky grunts who could not escape the flames. The Rockets certainly attempted to set flame to the hospital on occasion to put pressure on their side, but each time they were intercepted. Team Rocket did not have as many Pokemon of the fire or water type in comparison to the Jenny army. They simply could not compete in terms of indirect attacks. Gray fought together with Mach-Hop on the front line, dashing between the different skirmishes. As my index finger softly poked into a particular Team Rocket girl's neck, she shrieked in surprise from my appearance from nowhere. As my hand touched her throat, I was for a moment distracted by her beauty. I thought, how smooth, how delicate, how soft, what a shame, and my finger gouged out a small hole. She bled to death in an instant, and I moved on to the next one. It's kind of crazy how fast the situation can shift from we need to get the fuck out of here while we can, to, well, fuck it, we can't get out of here, so let's kill fuckers, but well, now instead of trying to save people, we are just trying to kill them and keep them out of the hospital now. With the chaos on these front lines, it was not difficult to launch sneak attacks. Well, to call them sneak attacks may not be accurate. Because the battlefield was chaotic, generally everyone had their hands full. Of course, they will try to keep an eye out to spot any threats, but generally that threat will come from the Pokemon and not from people. I took the opportune moments when a trainer's Pokemon were caught up in battle further away from them, and got at them like a fox stealing into a chicken coop. A quick kill and a quick escape, it is extremely efficient to simply stab into their head or neck. Even if they aren't instantly dead, they are crippled bad enough to where they can't do anything. I had Mach-Hop collaborate with me, pulling the Pokemon further away when necessary. Mach-Hop also got some easy victories since the Pokemon would suffer a crippling energy backlash when their trainer died. Mach-Hop would play defensively and evasively as it baited the enemy. Then, while the Pokemon suffered from the backlash, it wouldn't be able to resist the beatdown from Mach-Hop. If one could clearly see the mental energy, soul focus, in the air, they would see Makhop had gathered large amounts from each of those he had defeated and even more from those he had killed in this short time. Makhop grew faster and stronger as time went on. As time moved on though, they began to be more cautious. The battles grew closer together and they formed solid lines to hold us back. In the end, I could no longer continue launching the sneak attack strategy. In the end, I could at best throw out psychic blades at the opposing lines or punch an enemy Pokemon trying to break the line back into the ground. Meanwhile, I just had Makhop fight with the other Pokemon. Overall, it became a bit boring and repetitive. Although the feeling of punching those Pokemon full force was fun, there were hardly any openings to make a kill. However, as the battle dragged on, one could hear and feel enormous shockwaves and pressure emanating from the high-level skirmishes nearby.
Max, flamethrower.
Titus, bite. Rena, dodge that. Hodge, Gina, Cassie. They are all weakling. Why are you taking so long? Kill them already. You don't need me to tell you what to do. Connie's 6 Arcanine dominated the battlefield, lording over all the other Pokemon present. The Arcanine fights with the enemy Mook, Steelix, and Scamory let off intense shockwaves. People and Pokemon scattered wherever they passed, and some of the weakest trainers directly passed out as the excessive energy passed through them, foaming at the mouth. Their comrades could only sigh at the sight of this. These weak trainers would only become liabilities on this level of battlefield. They could only choose to leave them there to their inevitable fate or to grab them, exposing themselves in the process, in attempt to bring them to the backlines. The battle between the latter 3 Arcanine, who fought against multiple weaker foes, did not emanate nearly as much energy. Though that did not mean in any way that it was any less intense. Each Arcanine was simultaneously fighting 10 or more foes. Occasionally, one would be sent flying out like a cannonball. Although those Pokemon might be weak compared to Connie's Arcanine, they were still near the level of Elite Four Pokemon. Any people or Pokemon in the path of those who were sent flying out were instantly turned into blood mist on impact. For those knocked out by the pressure, many of the Team Rocket members did not mind leaving their fellow members to their death. The average Jenny also did not bother to attack an incapacitated enemy, as they were trained as officers who upheld justice. However, no Jenny left behind. Every one of the younger Jennies who fell from the pressure was swiftly brought back to the hospital to safety. These actions helped keep morale up on their side, but also resulted in a lot of extra injuries in thanks for their efforts. A few counties away in the Kanto region, I could have sworn the ranch was somewhere around here. Could I have been mistaken? It must be nearby, but where? A young man in black clothing stands atop a mountain, his hand acting like the visor. He squints his eyes as if he is trying to find something and looks about. His messy spiky black hair and the long dark scar on his face would leave a deep impression on any who saw it. Char-char, char-char, char-char. Ah, that new Charmander ringtone for the Pokegear was really worth getting. He answered it promptly. Satoshi, where are you? Don't tell me you got lost again. The nurses from that hospital are still on the other line. They are in a really bad spot. It's basically a war zone down there. The voice roared out. Satoshi took a moment to recover from getting screamed at in the ear, rubbing his ear lightly. Jesse, you know I'm bad with directions. Come on, you should be able to tell me which way to go easy, right? TCHT, I know your habits. That's why I sent Meowth out ahead of you. Just hurry up and head over there. You know he won't be able to defeat Giovanni alone. Satoshi's face lost its smile and became serious. I know. I will hurry over there as fast as I can. Too many lives have been lost thus far on account of Team Rocket. They have gone too far too many times. At the least, this time we must force them into complete remission once again. Right, well, I'm sure it will really be Pikachu doing all the work as usual. Just like I'm the one always doing the work at HQ nowadays. Sigh, good luck out there. Make Team Rocket blast off at least one more time. He smiled again. Right, you take care too, Jesse. I'm off. He shut the Pokegear and cut the connection. He smiled again brightly. Come on, Pikachu. Let's go, he shouted. Pika. He took a step forward and a form of blue energy swirled through his eyes and then appeared to radiate from his entire body. With a minute movement, he flew off the nearby mountain cliff face into the sky. A sound akin to 1,000 strikes of thunder rang out, and Pikachu appeared in the sky beside him. Rainbow-colored lightning crackled and sparked around it as it ran on the wind as though it were solid ground. The wind beneath its feet seemed to distort from intense electromagnetic force. It seemed to be using a technique similar to the legendary Pokemon Raikou. Hopefully we can still make it in time. Buying time. Dusk came as the battle raged on. The bodies of Team Rocket members littered the landscape, together with the bodies of ladies surnamed Jenny. As the fight became more intense, no one had the time or ability to pull away those bodies from the battlefield. As the light became more scarce, an intense pressure befell everyone present. So, this is where you were all playing. To think it took so long for me to wipe out all the ranches in this area and catch up with you all. In fact, I'm surprised this hasn't been wrapped up yet. Attila and Hun must have been negligent in their duties. But then, I would never have expected that all these officers would show up here against their orders, he said with a smile. As everyone had long anticipated, the boss of Team Rocket had finally arrived. With the rumored power of a Pokemon Master, not a single person would even be able to escape if he wanted them dead. His arrival had more or less signified the end of this battle. Well, you are all nothing but ants to me. Team Rocket has transcended the old limits of this world. Pokemon Master was once but an empty title, but now it holds true meaning. All beneath the realm of masters are nothing. To a master there is no limit. Since I have now achieved the mastery realm, nothing can stand in Team Rocket's way. We will rule this world, just as we rule many others. Quite the monologue. Auntie Connie still snorted arrogantly. And just how are you going to do that with the Pokemon Association against you? You intend to fight against him with just you? The Alliance leader is not someone that you could simply contend against. This so-called army of yours will be of no help. The only thing you can use it for is bullying us here in this small place. There are plenty in this world at the master level now. How do you think you are so special? Tell him, Auntie Connie. Yeah, go to hell, Giovanni. Ha ha ha. Such a rowdy lot. It seems I'm unpopular. Not surprising given the circumstances. You have to understand, someone must take responsibility for the death of my subordinates. Well, I understand you all are here because of your jobs. Understand that I am here for a similar responsibility. I simply must kill all the people of these ranches. Other people must understand not to stand in my way. Their people took the lives of 4 of my own. Thus I must take the lives of all of their people. The Jennies just mocked him. Well, fuck, I killed a lot more than 4 of your Team Rocket bitches today. Guess you're gonna have to kill me too. Right, I'm not even a cop anymore. From today on, if I see any Team Rocket members, they are dead. Better come and try to kill me too if you don't like it. TCHT. This bitch Giovanni, who does he think he is? We risk our lives every day. Does he think we fear death? Enough! A suffocating pressure burst out, and the crowd fell silent. Move out of the way or hand over those responsible for the deaths. You have 20 minutes to do so, or I shall simply kill my way through you. Take your time to discuss and decide. Discussions burst out amongst the crowd after the pressure lifted. The noise from afar was distorted. It was indeterminable what was being said. The conversations seemed varied, chaotic, almost panicked. The refugees in the hospital grew anxious seeing the Jennies actually discussing with one another. Would they really be handed over? Would they be put to death in the end? Although they had long despaired over the situation, they still felt unwilling, and some forgot their warm feelings about these selfless women who came to rescue them. Are we being abandoned? But they already fought for so long. Are they just going to give up now? How could they just give us up like this? However, Gray was among the crowd of Jennies, and could overhear these discussions easily. Not a single Jenny had a thought of turning over a single person. Every one of them talked of how they would fight to the death. Of battle strategies, readiness, status, they gathered reports and reorganized themselves to prepare for another round of battle, however futile it might be. They spoke frantically in some of the discussions. It was a dire situation after all, but none wavered in their convictions. However, one thought pervaded the discussions. Why is Giovanni giving us more time? It was as though Giovanni himself was delaying the time of our deaths. The man had took a ridiculous amount of time to wipe out every single ranch before coming here, despite likely knowing a large battle was going on here. More than likely, he knew what was happening from the onset, and could have come over to end it at any moment, but he didn't. He let his underlings take unnecessary risks and even die in large numbers. Why? It would only benefit themselves if he were to give them so much time. It would just give the association time to send the masters to oppose him. Nahaha. 15 minutes. You bitch cops get 5 minutes of life left, then the boss is gonna kill you. These cop bitches actually killed my partner. The boss is gonna make sure you pay for this. God, I hate cops. I hate the police. Fuck the police. Fuck the goddamned police. Yeah, these female cops are pretty. Maybe we should really do just that. Slap a female agent, hit that fool, her eyes cold like ice. You idiot. Do you really think there are no women in our Team Rocket? How dare you even think of doing such thing? You fucking disgust me. Get out of here before I kill you. The Team Rocket members became agitated as Giovanni's time limit encroached. The discussions and the declaration of Giovanni made Gray think the matter over again. If he confessed to the killing of those 4 grunts, perhaps he could divert some of this anger towards himself. If they killed him, he could simply come back to life anyways. He knew that Team Rocket would insist on killing everyone regardless, but he could at least buy some more time for someone strong enough to show up. If both sides were trying to buy time, it might actually be a rather simple matter to divert attention to himself, since the opposition might even willingly let him put on a show to buy time. If he could buy a bit more time for the association's master to arrive, there would at least be a chance for these people to survive. If Giovanni became impatient and thought they wouldn't show, everyone here would likely be massacred and he would just dust off his ass and swagger off. I walked through the crowd of Jennies to where Auntie Connie stood at the front with her Arcanines, facing off towards Giovanni. Hey, Giovanni. I was the one who killed those 4 grunts on the bus. The last one was so desperate he even used a suicide bomb on me. But he still couldn't even do it right. Your company is full of incompetence. Giovanni actually stopped and looked over at me after I said this. His eyebrow arched in amusement. Oh, so you are the fellow who grabbed my subordinate and forced him out of the bus? But, from what I understand, the one who did so was still in contact with my man when the bomb exploded. Haha, even a Pokemon master would be hard-pressed to withstand such a blast point blank. Yet here you are, claiming you did just that. What a joke. I smiled and shrugged it off. I was telling the truth after all. I just had to convince him it was true. I have some special methods that would let me do so. Your Team Rocket is always looking for new cutting-edge technology and techniques, right? What do you say you let this go and maybe I can tell you how I did it? Giovanni stopped and pondered over it for a moment. Gray had shrunk significantly due to blows and energy exhaustion during the battle. He looked no older than a 10-year-old child. Humph, another child looking to get in the way. Did you know our world always makes ones such as yourself appear on purpose? No matter if you truly have such a method, Team Rocket could let go of this grudge in exchange for it. We work for the sake of business and stand for the progress of all humanity after all. Well, first of all, we would need to see if you truly have such a strength. From what I can see, you have not even reached the standard of a Pokemon trainer. Perhaps you are a psychic or martial artist who recently stepped onto the path of Pokemon training. You could say I am both, but I am more powerful with psychic attacks right now. Giovanni shrugged. Well, all this talking will get us nowhere. You are not even an actual trainer yet, but considering this ability you claim to hold, it would still be fair to have one of my Team Rocket agents to fight you. I nodded. Yeah, that is fine. Would it be acceptable for me to fight together with my Pokemon then? He laughed. More confident in yourself than your Pokemon? Sure. It will be a one-on-one though. Once your Pokemon run out, you are free to fight against the Pokemon yourself. Just understand that it will be a fight for your survival. He turned about and yelled to his subordinate, Agent Abung. Step forward and teach this boy a lesson. A large and heavily muscled man stepped forward. Haha, with pleasure. The man said. His deep German accent held a cocky and domineering tone. Well, I ought to smack that cocky tone out of him. Gotta let Mac Hop take a shot at it first. Go, Mac Hop. Mac Hop, who stood by my side, ran forward into the clearing between the two armies. The large German man chortled and threw a pokeball while saying nothing. Team Rocket grunt, Abung plays Magikarp. I almost fell on my ass in surprise. Are you fucking kidding me? What followed was Mac-Hop beating down 3 Magikarps easily. Who a formidable opponent. The man said in a serious tone. Is this guy fucking serious? Looking over at Giovanni, I could see the embarrassment written all over his face. It is worth noting that these Magikarps were not nearly as weak as normal Magikarps. Each of them could even miraculously flop about in a way where they could fight somewhat. It was somewhat astounding. In fact, they were relatively strong, with each successive Magikarp stronger than the last. But still, they were Magikarps. Mac-Hop could easily smack them around a bit and they would pass out eventually. It was still a very time-consuming process though, as the Magikarps flipped about frantically, dodging some of the attacks in a very annoying way and absorbing the shock from the fighting attacks relatively well. It was obvious Giovanni chose this guy because he wanted to waste as much time as possible, but still, even letting this guy into Team Rocket. Is Giovanni really this shameless? The man seemed upset. Grah, you defeated all my Magikarp. How could you? I thought they would be enough to deal with your weak little Mac-Hop. It is more tenacious than I thought. Fine, I will take this more seriously. Go, Gyarados. Peerless Pokemon appears. Abung's Gyarados filled most of the space between the two small armies. People on both sides retreated further to give more space. Mac-Hop stood before this massive beast unwaveringly. His right foot drew back at a near 90-degree angle as his left foot faced forwards. His right arm drawn to his side held a fist as his left faced forward like a blade toward his enemy. Fighting the Magikarp from before was akin to a fisherman trying to beat an overly vigorous fish. It was both embarrassing and comical. Such a setup could not truly be called a fight unless one were weak enough to be knocked out by a fish out of water. If one is that weak, they can't expect to properly fight anyone in the first place. None of those fights allowed Mac-Hop to show any of his skills. However, now, in the face of this enormous beast, his blood began to boil. A Gyarados is alike the carp who leaped over the dragon's gate. It is the likeness of a Chinese dragon, and holds all the properties of a dragon. Higher-level Gyarados in this world can instinctually utilize the intense energy of a dragon to move through the air as though it were water and fly. It was clear this Gyarados was not that powerful and had only just leaped the dragon's gate. It could at best move on the ground like a python in order to fight its opponent, completely unable to fly. Since you have reached this far, I will tell you a story. As I am sure you are curious why I raise only Magikarp and Gyarados, yes? No. That's okay. Let's just fight. When I was but a young lad, my father took me to fish on the sea every day. Well, that's great, but I remember like it were yesterday. Every day he would fish as I watched, and every day he would catch many Magikarp. One day I saw the rare sight, the great majesty of a herd of Gyarados. Even the largest Pokemon in this world, the Wylords, would make way in haste in fear of provoking them. The undeniable might of the strongest kind of dragon, capable of dominating the land, the sea, and even the air. It was on the day I witnessed that majestic sight, I decided the only Pokemon I would ever raise were Magikarp. That one day, I would dominate the seas with my own Gyarados. Yes. Well, Gyarados is indeed a strong Pokemon. You know it well. I begged my father for a lure Pokeball, so I could catch my own Magikarp, but he refused me, saying Magikarp are too weak, that I should go through the official route, get one of the free starter Pokemon. So I ran away. A kind young man found me one day as I wandered the streets. He was so generous, allowing me to exchange my remaining worldly belongings and clothes for a golden Magikarp. This Magikarp became my first Pokemon. What a dumb reason to run away. And this story sounds strangely familiar. He referred me to a Team Rocket recruiter so I could get more money to buy more Magikarp. Magikarp faced many troubles in fights, but with our efforts in training and my muscles combined, we managed to defeat our opponents and steal many Pokemon. Soon after I got it, my Magikarp unfortunately lost its gold color due to my negligent care, but I still loved it as though it were made of gold all the same. Was it not just that the gold paint washed off? This is actually a sad story, but what's sad is his cluelessness. And did this guy just skip Pokemon battles and directly beat up and rob people? After years of hard work, it evolved and became a strong red Gyarados, showing its unique properties yet again. I will never forget that virtuous Magikarp seller. He allowed me to walk the path I'm on today, to pursue my dream. Virtuous? The most notorious Magikarp salesman who travels the world to escape the wrath of his countless victims? Sigh, to this day I still only have 2 Gyarados. I am still far from my dream. If you can defeat this one, I will face you with my red Gyarados, my first and strongest Pokemon. Let me see your determination in this fight.
Ah, yeah.
Of course. Machop, go punch that dragon. Machop. Machop shifted his feet and moved towards the Gyarados to attack. Gyarados, use Headbutt. Crush that rookie. The two came together in an instant, but the expected collision did not happen. At the instant before collision, Machop planted one foot firmly to the ground, his stance becoming extremely sturdy in an instant. His left hand, as blade hit against the under portion of Gyarados' head at a slight angle and transformed into a palm on impact, borrowing the force of the earth to shift Gyarados' momentum upwards and to the side. The Gyarados' neck shifted to a very odd angle as the rest of its body continued to move forward. Machop's fist came forward to greet Gyarados' throat. This impact sent both flying backwards. Machop skidded back almost a meter before doing a backflip and landing on his feet. Gyarados simply fell back slightly and slumped onto the ground. Its face was reddened as it struggled to breathe. Finish it, Machop. Machop rushed Gyarados again. This time it held no determinable stance, best just ran recklessly. Abung, frantic, decided to try and keep a distance. Gyarados, tail whip, seismic toss. Gyarados' tail lashed out, but Machop caught the tip of the tail and jerked it upward over its head. Gyarados, bind, trying to seize the opportunity to disable Machop, but it won't work. Jump, full force, use it like a whip. Machop crouched for an instant and leaped upwards, throwing off Gyarados' attempt to use bind and pulling over half of its body into the air with it. Machop made a strange movement in the air and his body, as if commanding gravity to exert its all, crashed towards the ground at an irregular speed. The irregular movement's force traveled down Gyarados' body like a wave and forced it to lift up off the ground. Gyarados, still dizzy from being unable to breathe properly, could not escape this maneuver. It was whipped down onto the ground by its tail hard. Giovanni wore a frown. The Gyarados is no longer able to battle. Use your next Pokemon. Abung wore a stern expression as his anger festered into his stomach. I thank you. It is not often my Magikarp and Gyarados get to fight such a formidable foe. Your Machop clearly has not grown beyond level 20. Yet, the skills allow it to display a strength far beyond that. If I can continue to face opponents like yourself, it will not be long before my dream is realized. Go, Goldie. The red Gyarados, named Goldie, appeared in a flash of red light. One could tell this Gyarados was at least half a size larger than the previous one, and looked far stronger.
Hyper BM Dodge. Roll.
As a dim light begins to emit and grow in intensity from the small gap in Gyarados' lips, Machop rolls off to the side, circling about Gyarados, but the heavy beam quickly scorched the ground where he once stood, quickly changed course and followed him. Gyarados' gaze cast down, a hint mockery shining in its eyes as it looked upon the scorched body of Machop. A red light shot out and Machop returned to its Pokeball, and Gray stepped forward, shooting towards the Gyarados at a pace clearly far faster than his Machop. The Gyarados, whose body was tense from the intense strain of the hyper beam, could barely move. The unassuming trainer seemed to transform into a horrifying monster before its eyes as it saw the mental energy, soul focus, moving in and around this trainer. It felt the intense power of the being in front of it and stumbled backwards. In its eyes, it could see this was a being made of a very pure and powerful kind of energy. According to its senses, this energy was just short of the standard of a Pokemon trainer in terms of quantity. When dormant, it was just as unassuming as any other trainer's energy. But its qualities displayed when unleashed was simply too oppressive. Although it knew its level was greater than this being, thereby giving it a far larger pool of usable mental energy. Soul focus. As a dragon type, it was far more sensitive to the intensity of such energies. It knew it was still many levels away from being able to oppose such a being. A trace of fear could be seen in its eyes as it tried to escape, but its body failed it. Gray quickly caught up with the red Gyarados, which had tried to turn back and run to its trainer. He directly pulled on the tail of the Gyarados, yanking it back towards him as it cried out, "You can do it, Goldie. Just hold out until you recover and end it with another hyper beam." The Gyarados named Goldie looked back at him with a pleading gaze. "Can you not tell I am about to be beat like a newly hatched Magikarp? Trainer, why must you do this to me? Put me back in my Pokeball. This is no better than when you tried to make me battle others using Splash. Do you think I enjoyed such beatings?" But Abung's belief in his first Pokemon was unwavering. He strongly believed his lifelong partner would pull through. Unfortunately for Goldie, this belief was completely unfounded. Gray slowly took his time to beat down this unfortunate Gyarados, trying hard to keep it conscious, burning as much time as possible. The once large, majestic dragon-like figure now appeared pitiable in the eyes of those present. Suddenly, a change seemed to come over Gyarados as its body flushed an even deeper red in rage. It struggled with all its strength and escaped from Gray's grasp. Its energy suddenly intensified, and beating its body against the ground, it took to the air. "Goldie, you've broken through. You've finally learned how to fly." The Gyarados roared happily and flew high into the air. "Haha, that devilish human will never reach me up here. Watch as I rain dragon fire upon you from above. You will regret fighting I, Goldie." But when this Gyarados cast its gaze back towards the ground, all it could see in its vision was endless blades of psychic energy. "New Goldie!" The Gyarados was hit and ravaged by the storm of blades. Gyarados was badly wounded and fell a long distance back to the ground. By a twist of fate, Gyarados was still barely conscious after the collision. But if one were to judge, his HP bar would be dark red. Unfortunately for Gyarados, Gray was merciless. After he saw the Gyarados was still conscious, the beating continued. As people looked on, many felt even greater pity for this Gyarados. However, many on both sides remained silent, as they knew this was nothing but a show. They were quietly waited for the association's master to appear. Giovanni also did not intervene. He was a person who innately looked down on the weak, and his subordinates were but pawns. He would put on a front of caring for his people, but he was mildly amused by this foolish subordinate of his being taught a lesson. As Gray was lackadaisically pummeling the Gyarados, he sensed another great power approaching from the distance, settling and dying down in intensity within the forest nearby. He finally stopped and released the Gyarados, allowing it to fall onto the ground. "New Goldie, get up. You can still do it. You can still win." But Giovanni just shook his head and waved his hand. "Enough, you've lost. And you, I think you've proven you have the strength to support your claims. You will provide these secret methods you mentioned after we settle this matter. In exchange, we will spare your life, and you will be given the opportunity to join the glorious Team Rocket. However, these people must still be wiped out for the face of our Team Rocket." At this instant, a small commotion emerged from within the crowd of Rocket members. In but a moment, agents and grunts seemed to fly out as though they were hit by an invisible explosion of energy. From the midst of them emerged a small and peculiar figure, a Meowth with sunglasses walking on two legs, a cocky smirk upon its lips as it lowered its paw and crossed its arms facing towards Giovanni. "Nya, what exactly were you planning to do? You want to kill these people? That's nigh nice."
Hush me pehash, you zealous, annoying, un loyal cat.
"You have no place here. Without your new master, do you really think you could so much as give me pause? I will slaughter all these people here, and taking that boy with me. There is nothing you can do to stop me. Hey, me and that brat are friends now, sure. But I have never had no master in all my life. That kid Satoshi helped me realize I could be my own trainer, and so, I was able to reach the greatest heights for myself. I am, and always will be, the master of myself, and no one else. Only my friends have the right to call me to help them. I call no one boss any longer. TCHT. Pathetic. All of it is simply a front. Even though you managed to break through and gain the strength of a legendary, you never truly went through evolution. You never properly condensed essence and strayed from the proper path a Pokemon should train in. You could never face up against a true legendary grade Pokemon. Yeah, I never noticed you whine so much, Bo-Oh. Ha ha ha. Giovanni, why don't you send out those legendaries and that prissy Persian of yours? I like my odds in a 6-against-1, Nayu. Giovanni's face turned dark, arrogant and ungrateful punk. I'll do just that to teach you a lesson. Mutwo, Persian, Moltres, Rhydon, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, go! 6 lights shot out, and the 6 true legendary grade Pokemon appeared, floating in the sky with their oppressive energy. Meowth took a step and out came his claws, covered in energy-shaded gold. He slashed the air and the gold energy tore the space asunder before a steam of solid gold flowed out from the cracks in space. He leaped and a giant gold charm formed beneath him which carried him up to meet the 6 legendaries above him. A storm of charms sharpened into blades formed behind him and rushed forward to clash with them. Comprehension. Gray was blown away several tens of meters from the very first shockwave, as Meowth clashed with the 6 legendary Pokemon. He landed and was pressed down onto his back from the pressure of the energy they exuded. Unable to get up despite his efforts, he stared up at the scene in stupefaction. Is that Meowth from the Team Rocket trio? Fighting against the boss of Team Rocket? What is going on here? And how is Meowth so strong? Meowth battled back and forth 6-on-1. Storms and rivers of gold flowed through the sky around him, blocking the intense blasts of psychic, fire, and normal energies, occasionally countering back against them. Get him, Master Meowth. Yeah, fuck him up. What are these stray legendary Pokemon before Master Meowth? Giovanni better get his eyes checked before starting fights like this. Meowth smirked and laughed, clearly enjoying the praise as he fought more vigorously. Yeah. Go, boss. You can beat that.
Cut.
Yeah.
We believe in you, boss. Giovanni almost tripped up in giving orders to his Pokemon from the lack of confidence of his subordinates. However, because he truly had a huge advantage being 6-on-1, this impacted morale had next to no effect on the battle. Humph. I'll discipline them to display their loyalty properly when we get back. Neither side truly seemed to have an edge in this encounter. The 2 sides fought in a constant back and forth, neither side able to badly injure the other. The battle raged on and on, though neither side could gain advantage. Small wounds and cuts could be seen accumulating on either side whenever they stopped long enough to be visible. To any other person, this was naught but a fierce battle. The chaotic storms of energy which could rip anyone apart with a glancing blow were something to be feared despite their beauty. However, for Gray, his body made of spiritual and mental energy, soul focus, began to react under the baptism of the intense waves of energy. Suddenly, he felt a barrier of sorts in his mind was broken, and a new sensation flooded his mind. Congratulations! You have reached the threshold required for mental symbol cultivation. True self. Endless bodies. Mental symbol unlocked. Secondary world node has been unlocked. Select new world at your discretion. Gray, who had previously been stuck in terms of his mental energy, soul focus sensing, ignored the system, staring at the thick and now perfectly visible entangled energies before him in astonishment. He could not make out much of what was happening in the fight. Many of the attacks were simply too fast for even the average mind's eye to see. All he could see were the storms of mental energy, soul focus, and a mix of other intense energies which radiated from the aftershocks of these attacks. Yet, even just gazing into the chaotic leftover energy, he felt enlightened. This entire world was focused around mental energy, soul focus. Soul focus. The laws of this world forced most all mental energy, soul focus, into a physical state. This actually made it comparatively harder to sense and cultivate mental energy, soul focus, in this world in comparison to the origin world he stayed in, despite being the main energy that all cultivated here. As in all things, this increase in difficulty was a trade-off. To thoroughly understand how to transform pure mental energy, soul focus, into a tangible materials would be nearly impossible elsewhere. Perhaps it may take thousands of years of intensive research to discover some simple methods. For Gray, he could bypass the difficulties for cultivation placed on those in this world, and even comprehend these methods more easily than the locals due to his artificially boosted aptitude. In the eyes of modern science, there would be no method to perceive where this energy was coming from or going to. It could only be perceived as creating something from nothing, although this may not be the reality, and one knows this energy should be drawn from somewhere, exchanged by some rules. To fully understand such an exchange would require extremely advanced methods. Yet, now, Gray felt he could comprehend the movements and exchanges between these mental energies at a glance. The mental energy soul focus system was not just a single type of energy, it was in itself its own system of reality. The level of its complexity was far higher than that of the modern physics of this world or his old one. He felt this artificial body had a mind of its own. Through it, he could instinctually interpret these mental energy soul focus laws. Just as a human can instinctually interpret specific sights and sounds, he could bypass the rigorous scientific route and simply feel and to roughly comprehend what was happening in this swirling energy. He stared deeply into the chaotic mix of energy. The most intensive of all these energies should be the energy of Meowth, a metal-type energy. Or more specifically, in this case, gold. From the onset, the system designated the Pokemon of this world as mental energy, soul focus, spirits. This was consistent with what Gray observed in bringing them back to the origin world. It was only in the Pokemon world or worlds with similar laws that a Pokemon could exist just like normal living beings. A Pokemon should be made almost entirely of mental energy, soul focus. This property allows them to behave like pocket monsters with relative ease. The only thing in the Pokemon world which did not seem to be made up of almost pure mental energy, soul focus, was humans, which is precisely why trainers are so vital in Pokemon growth. Traditional material worlds can be considered as derivatives of origin energy. As origin energy is in essence the energy one would find at or around a universe origin event like the Big Bang, as it becomes more and more diluted, mixing together with the appropriate other energies, it would then turn into regular materials over time. If a scientist from an advanced cultivation society were to look at the composition of this world, far below the scale of their modern studies of quantum particles, they would see 99.9% of the particles and fields composing this reality could be classified into types of mental energy, soul focus. Of the remaining 0.1%, it would essentially be entirely origin energy, and 0.099% of it would be found in the humans of this world, while the remaining would be evenly distributed within all things. Due to this percent difference and the world laws, the Pokemon world was extremely human-centric. Mental energies usually do not come into existence on their own, they are usually formed using some origin energy to support them. In this sense, humans are truly the foundation for the Pokemon world, as without them, most all growth would stagnate. However, that is not to say there are no exceptions to these rules. Some Pokemon in this world are born with abnormally high strength, and this is precisely due to these rules. Those Pokemon born with abnormally high origin energy would find themselves acting more human, and also possessing far more power than their peers. At the same time, however, they would also find it more uncomfortable to act as a pocket monster due to their body composition straying from their original nature as a mental energy, soul focus, spirit, as well. Meowth was clearly one of these rare, abnormal Pokemon. As Gray stared at the flows of energy in the attacks, he noticed something strange. A spot, like a small black hole, acting as the core for each of Meowth's attacks. He could clearly see that, while each of the other legendaries indeed possessed overwhelmingly powerful mental energy, soul focus, their attacks contained not a trace of the black hole nuclei alike Meowth's. He could deduce these black holes should be something else besides mental energy, soul focus, something that let his attacks be stronger, hit harder. Pokemon World Mastery, 0.001% completion. Apparently that is something I need to find more about. He studied the fight as closely as possible, closely observing each moment Meowth launched his attacks. He could tell that somehow Meowth used his mental energy, soul focus, to create those black holes, but the movements were too fast and far too complex for him to properly comprehend. After studying it for a long time, he could barely understand how to form some false gold, a general concept of the attack payday, which Meowth could use naturally, but even then, he knew it would likely be only rudimentary and unstable. A clap of endless thunder came from far away, echoing through the skies. Giovanni looked into the distance with glint in his eye. It seems he is finally here. They arrived in an instant like a bolt of lightning. The young man with a scarred face looked across the battlefield. A blue aura danced around him. As he stood in the sky and looked about, a hint of anger could be seen in his eyes. A hint of what seemed to be lighting flashed across his eyes. He waved his hand, his gaze turning cold. Disappear. A barrage of aura blasts, each carrying a trace of thunder, pierced the sky and smashed into each of the enemy legendaries, knocking them far into the distance. Boom! The ground shook several times from the intense impacts. Team Rocket members' eyes shook in fear. Gasps rang out on both sides. Each person present thought, is this truly a power a humans could possess? Aunt Cassie, looking seriously from afar, said this, as expected from the leader of our great alliance. Giovanni coughed up a mouthful of blood. Really now, was such an entrance necessary? And here I was, ready to welcome you with open arms. Satoshi. Such an entrance is what it takes to keep people like yourself from the opportunity of underhanded tactics. Even a fool would realize that much after dealing with people like you constantly. Giovanni bent over and coughed up a bit more blood and grinned. Indeed, you are right. Of course, fighting against so many for so long, obviously you would grasp some sort of tactics. He stood up straight, still smiling widely. Unfortunately, you are still too young. You have fallen right into my trap. You can no longer escape no matter how fast you may be. Snap. Witness the return of Team Rainbow Rocket. From being hidden in the woods, figures emerged. Maxie, Archie Cyrus Getsis,
Lisandre Charon,
Colres, and Giovanni, the new Giovanni, a rainbow are on his chest, snickered as he walked out of the woods. Lights like falling stars flashed across the sky. Many Pokemon, each with the power of a true legendary, took their place in the skies from those lights. Satoshi quickly cast out his Pokeballs in return. Pikachu quickly came to his side to protect him. Pikachu, Raikou, Zeraora, Mew, Lujao. The Rainbow Rocket. Giovanni laughed. You've really grown up while I was gone, Satoshi. When last we fought you had not even reached the strength to wield a legendary, only just beginning to tap into your aura. Yet now, you own more legendaries than both me and my parallel. The defeated Giovanni laughed as well. Really, he is much stronger than the punk back on my world was. I'm glad I traveled around to get stronger. If the punk on my world grew this strong and caught me unaware, I might have been done for. Satoshi's eyes narrowed. As usual, you all don't understand. Pokemon are not things to be owned. These are my friends, my allies. They chose to join me, each for their own reasons. They fight together with me to ensure this world will always have a place where humans and Pokemon can coexist in peace. Haha, so what? Like we could ever see eye to eye. We each have our own beliefs we fight for, and you and your parallels will always be our greatest obstacles. There is no way for either side to step down, there never is, which is why we laid this trap for you. Satoshi's eyes swept over them. Indeed, you've come prepared. I will repay you in kind. Unfortunately, your preparations mean nothing before true power. The power of the trust between me and my Pokemon. Mew, take care of the bystanders. We will deal with the rabble. An electric world. As Satoshi called out, Mew flew down, encompassing the ground occupied by Gray, the Jenny clan people, and the civilians in an enormous purple barrier of psychic energy. The roaring voices of the various syndicate leaders rang out with attack. Names and attacks of every type covered the sky in chaotic flows of energy. Each of these flows focusing towards Satoshi, whose Pokemon floated in the air next to him. Raikou, Pikachu, Zeraora, hold them off.
Luja, O, Combination Technique, Yin-Yang Ciclone.
Lugia and Ho-Oh eyes gleamed and they flew about together, cycling about one another in unison. They cycled one another in rhythmic minute pulses, emanating streams of psychic and fire energy, off of which condensed small traces of intense energy which appeared the colors of silver and gold. This energy lingered in the air, swirling about slowly, gaining gradually in volume and momentum. Giovanni's eyes turned red. He knew not what this move was, but he could tell such a move which required two legendaries to slowly gather energy would not be simple. Quickly, launch all of your strongest attacks. We cannot let this technique reach completion. Each of the attacks from any Syndicate leader's Pokémon, whose numbers which blotted the sky, individually held strength which could easily annihilate the group gathered below. Yet, for every attack which came close, intense barrages of lightning and the loud claps from the pressure of thunder would meet and nullify them. The electric attacks moved as though they had eyes, not a single attack breaking through. In the area around the Inyang cyclone, it was as though there were a perfect electrical barrier, with which every attack in contact would meet a perfectly equal and opposite force. The syndicate leaders continued to attack in a frenzy, but could only helplessly watch as the energy cyclone grew larger and larger. From Lugia emanated an extremely pure psychic energy. It emanated emotion, a feeling of being cold and as heartless as the sea, unattached to all worldly things. An embodiment of Yin energy was held within. From Ho-Oh emanated an unyielding and everlasting fire. The energy emitted a feeling of passion and a yearning for the sky. It was akin to a legendary phoenix. Its yang energy could allow it to be reborn from the sacred flames. Their temperaments reflected the ideological yin and yang, and their energies engendering would form a lesser strain of yin-yang energy. When joined together in a combination attack, they could bring forth power far greater than they could apart. As the two cycled about each other, a cyclone of gold flames and silver energy, each carrying a trace of true yin-yang energy, took place. It quickly developed into an enormous cyclone of energy. The gold-silver arcs swallowed all the attacks effortlessly, as though they were but a drop of water slipping into an endless sea. In the eye of this storm of energy stood Satoshi and his 3 electric Pokémon. As the cyclone gained critical mass, small, barely visible streams of black and chaotic energy began to flow in towards the center of the eye of the cyclone. In the center of the cyclone, the black and chaotic energy flowed into his hand, guided by his aura and forming into a small sphere. Heart-trembling power was held in the small arcs of energy. Like each arc were the flaring energy of an ancient and terrifying chaotic star. This attack will be far weaker than it should be without the help of Mew to control it. But you will help me a bit, won't you, Pikachu? Everyone. Of course, it can't be helped. Without Mew, those down below wouldn't be able to withstand the aftershocks. Alright, it's time. Electric World. Energy Convergence. As he yelled, electric energy began to flow from the electric Pokémon trio, flowing about Satoshi's body. The dark and chaotic energy seemed to suddenly following the backflow of his aura, quickly occupying his entire body, unifying him together with the haptic energy, which would then in turn reach out and unify with the lighting surrounding him. Our wills as one. Inception of the electric world. An intense electric field occupied the entire space in the eye of the cyclone. The bodies of the Reiku and Zeraora discharging enormous amounts of energy, before turning even themselves into a mass of electrical energy, joining and becoming part of the storm themselves. The chaos energy fed into the storm of electricity, adding to it a trace of chaos lightning, further feeding the intensity of the storm as even more energy fed in from the cyclone of gold and silver. As the chaos lightning collided with Pikachu, he too merged together with the chaotic lightning energy. As the chaos and electrical energy engendered, Satoshi's body grew, as though he were swallowing the electrical storm to engorge himself. His body beginning to look like that of a giant, made only of chaos and lightning. The very embodiment of chaotic lightning. Outside the gold-silver cyclone, none of this could be seen. Only the ever-increasing cyclone was visible, and not a hint of electric energy would seem to have been leaked on the outside. Yet, although this cyclone no longer seemed to grow as fast, the leaders facing it could tell that the silver and gold energy had begun to condense even further, causing the presence of this enormous cyclone to grow even more intimidating. The syndicate leaders all sighed in admiration at this technique. Even among Pokémon masters, among the many Pokémon worlds, this would be considered a pinnacle technique. Indeed, it is a shame This youth could develop such a powerful technique with his Pokemon. Yet, he must have wasted all his time developing this powerful defensive technique. Had he focused on training his attack powers, perhaps he may have stood a chance. All he can do is hold off our attacks. Yet, the fact he can hold out against 10 Pokemon Masters by himself is in itself astounding. He was one born chosen by the world. His destiny will always be to oppose the will of humanity. The will of our organizations to shape the worlds to our whims. We cannot allow his strength to continue to grow. He is too strong even for a chosen one. This Satoshi must die here today. Attack Mew and the survivors down below. We cannot muster enough power to break down this defensive technique. So we must at least do what we can. This is one of the longest lasting defensive techniques I've ever seen. But let us see him continue staying inside his shell while we slaughter the people he came to protect. The syndicate leaders shifted the focus of their attacks, and they rained down on Mew's psychic barrier. One could see Mew in the center of the barrier, its arms and hands outstretched. The small, unassuming pink Pokemon seemed to be under extreme duress as it stood in the air, as though it were exerting all its effort in holding up the very sky above it. Those beneath Mew similarly felt it was doing just that. Were it not for Mew, that very sky filled with every kind of death imaginable would come crashing down on them. Even through the protection of the barrier, they still felt an intense pressure which many could barely withstand. If those attacks were to actually reach them, not even ashes would be left. Inside the silver gold cyclone, Satoshi absorbed the last strain of electric energy. His eyes snapped open, a blinding shining out from them. His enormous body now wreathed in chaos lightning. He appeared like an ancient god of lightning. He uttered just a few words, and from the undertones in those words rung out countless unknown meanings. Electric world. Rupture. His enormous body disappeared. The yin-yang cyclone began to slow. Has his defensive technique run out of time already? Then the flow of the cyclone reversed. The speed countless times faster than before. Chaos lightning, which made the Pokemon Master's heart shudder, rippled through the merging silver, gold energy as it all moved inwards to one point. They converged into a single, bright, blinding light. Then that light erupted outwards. Chaos lightning covered the skies over the Kanto region. The syndicate leaders, looking at the pulsating energy, shook in fear at that instant. This is a power no man, not even a Pokemon Master, should possess. Then lightning rained down from the skies on each one of them at that instant. The lightning was no longer chaos lightning. Each bolt of lightning seemed to carry the profound power of its own world. A world made purely of thunder and lightning. A world which, if completed, would be no less than their own in terms of complexity. It was a world made purely of electrical energy, yet it contained a trace of every form of energy together with it. An electric-type energy which defied all logic in the Pokemon world, and seemed to encompass all of creation within itself. The syndicate leaders and their Pokemon did not even have a chance to cry out once this technique reached its completion. Their Pokemon, and their attacks all were directly erased from this world without a trace by this lightning. Much of the land in the surroundings were also directly annihilated. Immediately after this astounding attack, there was only an intense silence, as the people present took a moment to process what happened. A cheer erupted from the crowd below as they looked up at the figure of Satoshi and his Pokemon as they emerged from the settling storm clouds up above. As many women and some men seemed to cheer out Satoshi's name from the crowd. Nearby, having escaped the notice of Mew and Satoshi, Giovanni had tunneled his way back up towards the surface. His face and the red are on his shirt covered in dirt. Glancing back at the desolate landscape which he had narrowly escaped becoming a smear on, his eyes were filled with grief and anger. Damn you, Satoshi. Damn that kid. Damn this world. I will have my revenge someday. I will ravage the other worlds and hone my skills. Wash your neck and await my return. Satoshi. As Gray gazed up at this scene, he could not help but think to himself, so, is this what the pinnacle of power looks like? He imagined in wonder, trying to imagine himself reaching such heights in the future. Finding, he could not even see himself being that strong, could not imagine how one could even train to be so strong.
No.
This is not the pinnacle, there is no such thing. This is only peak low-ranked strength. The system? I thought you weren't the question-answering type? And how can something so strong still be considered low-ranking? Only after completing the laws for a single world would one reach low-rank culmination and have a chance to ascend to become a middle-ranked being. That doesn't make much sense. If you know everything, enough to make an entire world, that is already all-powerful, isn't it? Why say all this? Just to show off how superior the system is. The system is a tool, it would answer questions to keep subject from straying to the wrong path. For growth, it is best not to tell too many things. Learning through experience necessary. When appropriate to give answers closely regulated. In regards to the question, it should be obvious. There are many ways to make coherent worlds. Understanding just one, still very weak. Personally, I think being able to create a complete world in itself is difficult enough. Though being strong is good and all, it is not as if one should dedicate everything to strength and forget to live. If being low rank is enough to protect the people on the origin world, that would probably be enough for me. Anything that is ranked, easily replicated. Beneath notice, it is best not to grow attached to such beings. With your inborn ability, must conceive growth to such a scale. Otherwise, unworthy of investment. And if I were proven unworthy of investment, what would happen then? Nothing. If you do not prove worthy of investment, the system will stop helping you. The world you refer to as the origin world will most definitely give you an end worse than death. Wadash. How is that possible? I haven't even seen anything as strong as a Pokemon Master on Origin World. That doesn't make any sense. Hello? Fucking system and its stupid question-answer regulations. In the clamor afterwards, Kirsten Jenny worked her way through the crowds. Finally spotting Gray among the group of survivors from the hospital, she quickly approached him. Gray! Gray's unfocused eyes, still staring into the sky at that moment, seemed to snap back into reality as she grabbed onto his arm. He looked at her for a moment. Kirsten? She shook her head, looking extremely happy. He can tell me apart even with all my family here. He seems like a good catch, even if he's a bit younger. And he even fought a Gyarados with his fists. Wasn't he a bit taller than me before though? Why does he seem so much shorter now? But she shook her head, remembering the techniques he mentioned before. It must be related to that technique. Aunt Connie appeared, seemingly from nowhere, and put a hand on his other shoulder. We defeated the biggest threat that has plagued the Kanto region for decades today. Giovanni was too impatient. If you hadn't helped to buy time, he may well have decided we were unnecessary and just eliminated us. We owe you. Gray scratched his head, clasped his hands and answered, I am nowhere near the strength of Miss yet. It is somewhat awkward to have to put on a show of a fight in front of those stronger than you. I hope I did not embarrass myself in front of Miss Connie. Aunt Connie chortled to even call me Miss. Ah, such a good boy. I wonder, do such techniques really exist though? Your performance calls the question. To offer up such techniques to the likes of Team Rocket, even in exchange for the safety of others, is not okay. If such techniques did exist, they would need to remain well protected, handed down only to those who would use them for good and justice. Her eyes shifted from him to Kirsten. She let out a beautiful smile which was not a smile. My beautiful niece seems to have taken a liking to you. You are clearly a man of justice and high values, so no one in our clan would object to you. Aunt Connie! Her face grew beet red. Gray looked at Christine. I barely met this girl. She likes me already? She must be, 17? No wonder she is so impressionable. Even if my body is younger than her now, my mind is still an adult. Couldn't take advantage of an underage girl. Aunt Connie teased her niece for a moment and left soon after. So, Gray, my aunt was just joking about all that. But it's not like, I don't think you're an interesting person. More like, I do think you're kind of interesting. So, like, maybe we could hang out if you're sticking around the area. Christine, I'm sorry, but I can't stick around. I have people I have to take care of, so I'll be gone really frequently and have to travel a lot. Oh, okay. I see. Brock would probably be crying tears of blood if he saw me rejecting a Jenny like this. Then, maybe, could I have your number? That way we could talk over poke gear, as friends. It seems a bit too harsh to turn down even that. But I really don't have a phone that does cross-dimensional service. I'm sorry, I really don't have poke gear, and I still really need to complete my party as soon as possible, so I don't really have the time to get one. I still need to catch a ghost type and a Pokemon I can use as a ground mount too. Oh well, that's great. It is good to go all out, pursuing strength at full throttle. How about this? I used to travel abroad to visit my sister in the Alolan Isles, and I got this from her. She took a Pokeball and shoved it into my hands, backing away quickly. It's an ownerless Rotom with a custom Pokegear shell. Its range will still work even if you go to the other side of the planet. Consider it as thanks for saving my life from those two agents earlier. She stuck out her tongue a little. Rotom can also be considered a ghost type, as the plasma Pokemon, his ghost attacks would be no worse than any other ghost type if you train him with that as the focus, so you have no reason not to add him to your 6. I know your number, so I'll make sure to call you. Bye-bye. And she skipped away, still mildly stunned. Gray watched her skip away, but then, looking down at this Rotom Pokeball, he felt it might not be that bad. I've already got a mishmash party I didn't plan for. Since I got this Rotom, it won't be weak so long as I'm the one training it. Putting my energy into the Rotom Pokeball, I got a small notification. Detected Pokemon with abilities outside given parameters. Suppressing electric-type powers. Strengthening ghost-type powers. Successful. Modification results acceptable, binding successful. All is well that ends well? This event took a long time, but I also gained a lot from it. Despite not getting the Tauros I originally came for, I worked my way through the crowd and into a secluded area. Logging out. Ravings of a newbie. When I woke up in Origin World, it was already midday. I had stayed inside the Pokemon world for too long again. Ugh. I quickly got up, startling Meditite and my followers with the sudden movement. Did you all start to think I am a statue that doesn't move? This time there had been a long and prolonged battle, and I had even managed to witness a fight far beyond my current cultivation. It was a very worthwhile trip. But still, as could be seen from the reactions of these fellows, leaving one's body is just too unnatural. Maybe in time they would view me in a negative light due to my actions, thinking I'm lazy, or maybe they will just think I am cultivating. When I'm gone, the state my body remains in is so rigid it could hardly be seen as human. An unnatural and unhealthy method of moving between worlds and realms indeed. I decided to do some exercise with Saran, Horace, and Gina. Teach them a bit on how exactly this statue can move in a way they will not soon forget. They should be spending most of their time cultivating mental energy, soul focus, but beating some combatives into them to keep their bodies in shape won't hurt either. So, I helped them with learning some throws, submission moves, and counters with sparring. Exercising a bit and showing off my strength, I felt much better. Using body strengthening, I found I had to hold back a lot so as not to harm them. The difference between my old basic mental energy, soul focus, and my new lowest grade mental energy, soul focus, was rather large and hard to grow accustomed to. Or rather, I was not even fully familiar with the basic mental energy, soul focus, and now that my energy was stronger, my control was only that much worse. They have strong bodies though. They will be fine even if my control fluctuates a little. Having finally become a qualified Pokemon trainer, I should have technically just moved up from a basic being up to the lowest grade. Many of those I had been fighting, from the Minotaur to the agents, were all already lowest grade though. I had obviously been able to defeat them, so it would seem the difference in strength is not huge, at least between the slowest two. Though there may be little difference between basic and lowest, that is probably because it is the difference between last and second to last. From what I could tell from the system, cultivation strength was roughly categorized like this: normal people, animals, basic, hero-like people, monsters, lowest grade, heavenly cultivators, demigods, low-grade law cultivators, world gods, mid-grade stronger than that, high-grade above. Then, for my own sake, I decided to divide each section further into 5 more divisions based on the cultivation novels I used to read: initial, minor achievement, intermediate, major achievement, culmination. My current status, some based on stuff I got out of the system, should be roughly like this. System operations, mental space operations, establishment, stabilization, energy regulation, fusion energy embodiment, body creation, node linking, energy regulation, node establishment, spatial manipulation, pseudo-space establishment, resonance point establishment, energy regulation, body cultivation, intermediate basic grade, cultivation methods, none, techniques, and mental cultivation, initial lowest grade, cultivation methods, mental star meditations, utilizes self-hypnosis, stimulates energy production, nerve flooding method, forcefully floods the nervous system with mental energy, soul focus, baptizing the mind and nerves in the body so that it becomes more in tune to mental energy, soul focus, stimulates the mental space to produce more mental energy, soul focus, techniques, mental space access, allows one to access the mental space, mental symbol cultivation uninitiated. First symbol, true self, endless bodies, body strengthening, uses mental energy, soul focus, to move and strengthen the body. Psi blade, condenses a blade made of mental energy, soul focus, that shoots forwards, psychic sensing, can use mental energy, soul focus, to see the surroundings. Payday attack, initiated, can use mental energy, soul focus, to temporarily condense some gold charms, requires mental energy, soul focus, consolidation or mentality of origin to operate, fusion energy, spiritual/mental energy, soul focus, innate abilities, infinite relay, can allow the individual to instantly move fusion energy across an effectively infinite distance. However, it is limited by the user's ability to comprehend and utilize it. Current utilization method, establishing spatial relay nodes, using them to establish connection with the user's fusion energy. After node establishment, the connection can allow the user to utilize a fusion energy body on the other side instantaneously, regardless of distance. This is the way I worked it out in my head at least. Apparently my system, or maybe its creators, think it is bad for me to have the system constantly telling me my own status. Something like, learn to know your body for your damn self, or shit, why would you need a system to tell you what you know? If you need the system to tell you, obviously, you don't really know it. I imagine the system's creators saying something like this, though they did give percentages for the law comprehension part. I suppose it would be a bit too much to ask a person to comprehend a law efficiently without at least helping to know you're on the right track. Or they were just too lazy to make the cultivation and techniques portions. But really, if they can monitor the afterlife for special souls, pluck them, and send them to a new world with a system, obviously they can't be too lazy. There is probably a legitimate reason not to. Probably, but you never know. And the system says nothing on the subject, soul, forget it. We got our things together and got on the move again. After moving through what little daylight time we had left, we settled in again. Instead of going back to the Pokemon world or setting up a node on a new one, I decided to take the night and familiarize myself with my new mental cultivation level and train together with my Pokemon and the others. After everyone else went to sleep, I decided to take a look at my world options. I did manage to unlock a new node option after all. Settling myself in again, I shift my consciousness into my mental space and find the system within. Please select a world to begin your development. You can now solidify a new spatial coordinate on a secondary world for dimensional travel. Current spatial node locations. Note: lowest grade mental cultivation has been reached. Some missions will now become available upon node establishment. Pokemon World. Missions available. Create a true material world within the Pokemon multiverse. Reward: Magic Energy Creation Technique. World Resources. Basic and incomplete low-grade mental cultivation techniques. Basic and low-grade mental energy. Soul focus. Beasts. Natural mental energy. Soul focus. Formations. Basic mental energy. Soul focus. Formations and technology. Basic natural technology. Unique natural laws. Mental energy. Soul focus. soul focus, consolidation, mental energy, soul focus, technique enlightenment, mental cultivation enlightenment, modular laws, mentality of origin, new hidden law, current projected progression for world law comprehension, 0.001%. Mentality of origin laws, 0.5%. The Pokemon world contains a partial form of these mysterious methods, which allows one to transform human mental energy, soul focus, into the native origin energy of Pokemon world. The complete form of these laws is modular and can thus be used in any world to condense origin energy from mental energy, soul focus. Potential node locations. All worlds chosen have a time progression rate equivalent to the current world. Current suitable worlds related to memories are displayed. Spatial dimensional shift has occurred. The hub world simultaneously shifts through space and phase material properties to interact with many realities, allowing you to draw close enough to desired worlds to detect and establish nodes upon them. This hub world follows a complex fixed orbit, with many replica worlds in its path. World opportunities will reappear in the future, so user can freely choose based on immediate needs. Spatial dimensional shift. 2 world connections lost. 2 new worlds in range. Mass effect. New world. World resources. Basic to low, incomplete, grade natural technology, basic origin energy generators, basic mental energy, soul focus, generators, basic origin energy techniques, basic mental energy, soul focus, techniques, mid-rank, lost, natural technology. DN Angel, new world, world resources, basic natural technology, basic and lowest grade emotion-based mental energy, soul focus, emotion-based magic energy, empathic energy, unique natural laws, mental energy, soul focus, separation, psychic empathic energies isolated, empathic energy retainment, foble, world resources, atmospheric mental energy, soul focus, stimulants, basic mental energy, soul focus, techniques, low-grade mental energy, soul focus, formations, unique natural laws, sorcerer physique refinement laws, sorcerer mental technique enlightenment, fate laws, alternate reality binding, avatar, the last airbender, world resources, basic spiritual meditation techniques, innate spiritual element stimulants, unique natural laws, spiritual technique enlightenment, spiritual physical dimension binding, Dragon Ball universe, world resources, basic chi cultivation techniques, basic to high-grade chi genetics, basic to mid-grade martial arts techniques, basic to low-grade natural technology development. Connections lost. Node options will reappear when Origin World is back in synchronous space with these worlds. Crash Bandicoot, world resources, basic to low-grade mystic tribal arts, basic natural genetic modifications, basic tribal energy type genetic modifications, basic and low-grade tribal energy technology, unique natural laws, tribal art enlightenment, space-time tribal energy laws, Sonic the Hedgehog, world resources, basic chaos energy body techniques, basic chaos energy type genetic modifications, basic natural technology, basic and semi-low-grade chaos energy technology, unique natural laws, chaos energy condensation. Too much information as usual. I was mildly embarrassed DN Angel showed up. I used to read the manga back in high school. It was more of a typical school kid drama than anything, but it also had some interesting world mechanics. Still, that it would show up as a world option. Sigh. Honestly, so much information, it took me a while to process. I think it is necessary to think through it to see which world would be the best choice for progressing forwards. There seem to be many kinds of energies, really too many of them. At this point, I can't much understand what the major differences between any of them are. Yet, these differences were something the system could distinguish between easily. In the Pokemon world, the man who appeared to save everyone, Satoshi, seemed to be an older version of the main character from the Pokemon anime. He bore the same name as he did in the original Japanese version. I saw that the mental energy, soul focus, he used in the Attack Electric world could be used to emulate and form almost anything. His lightning strikes he used at the end to finish his enemies, unlike Meowth, were still entirely composed of mental energy, soul focus. So, I had some dull sense of the energy within, which resembled each of the varying Pokemon types. Satoshi's electric world, lighting more or less acted like normal lightning within the realm of the Pokemon world. Ridiculously strong lightning, but still just lightning. However, from what the system had said, that lightning should have been a technique that could create a complete world. This means that world should be a world of another dimension, but, since all of the mental energy, soul focus, he used came from the Pokemon world, it could likely be considered as creating a Pokemon subworld. Just the fact he was able to do this with one type means the same should apply to each of the other types. This implies the mental energy, soul focus, of the Pokemon world alone is both complex and powerful enough to sustain many types of subworlds of varying types. This means that any energy type the system considers should be equally capable in terms of omnipotence. Yet, obviously there should be some differences between these types of energy. Mental energy, soul focus, comes from the brain and the nervous system, and the mental space acts as an expansion of the mind, which is why it can also produce mental energy, soul focus, whereas, from what I know, Qi can be gathered from the world around you or cultivated in the body. Qi acts similarly to mental energy, soul focus, but rather than the entire body it primarily focuses around where we use the most energy in our body, in muscles and organs. Then, in novels it often circulates in the blood rather than the nervous system. That applies only in certain worlds though. The general setting for Qi is ancient worlds. Another key word together with Qi cultivation is origin energy, which is generally implying one uses energy from the origin of existence. High energy bodies contain more origin energy which begets more Qi. There were those who believed Qi once existed on Earth, but then disappeared at some point. If Qi had ever existed in our world, it should have been very long ago, unless our solar system coincidentally passed out of a concentration pocket of Qi not long ago historically. Humans of Earth should never have touched upon it. If it were true, one could jest that dinosaurs and mass extinction occurred because we passed outside of the Qi pocket. Only life forms that could exist and adapt to the lack of Qi would survive. Our solar system continually moves further and further away from the origin of the universe. If Qi and origin energy existed anywhere, it would be thickest the closer you are to there. Alternatively, perhaps it would also exist very near to black holes, or similar extreme high-energy bodies. In essence, Qi should just be extreme high-energy particles with minute size and mass, specifically, particles which can both interact with normal materials and remain inert to them under very discrete conditions, without destroying and melting them in the process. The three main energy types in cultivation novels were mental/magical, origin/Qi, spiritual/soul, and then, separate from them, was the simple physical body which served a different purpose in every case. The system clearly gave me the restrictions it did because it wants me to first focus on the three energies, often called the three flows, and my simple material body which serves as the foundation for them. In Pokemon, the correspondence would most likely be mental/magical psychic types, origin/Qi fighting, spiritual/soul ghost, and then likely normal, the fundamental material body. Although each of these energies are capable of anything, they all have their own specializations and origins. Each energy will be stronger and weaker in certain area when you consider two cultivators with different energy types but equal quantities and qualities of it. Every type of cultivation in novels would generally use the body as the foundation. Traditional cultivation methods would slowly replace the original material body with a body made of pure energy, whereas body cultivators would utilize their chosen energy type to transform their material body over time into something more akin to a material weapon. The body cultivator would use their energy of choice to reinforce and/or hypercompress all of the materials that compose their body. Generally, the end result would be a hybridization of the energy used and the regular base materials. However, in theory, with enough resources and effort they could simply make their body into a weapon so dense and powerful they could slap a star out of existence. One such example would be the main character of Stellar Transformations. The stellar transformations cultivation method diverged from its original path after entering MC's hands. One originally centered on natural sciences. He reached the pinnacle of that reality by means of using a hybridization of origin energy and material science. It should be possible to use natural science to create a pinnacle pure material body, and it should also be possible to create one using any of the other energies if one were knowledgeable in both fields. However, either approach would be many times more difficult than the hybridization method. If novels are something you can use to actually gauge reality, that is, did my mind wander onto strange things? Well, it is relevant information, I think. Based on all of this, the system seems to want me to build a foundation for my body and the three flows before all else. Probably, I need to raise them all to lowest grade to forge a solid cultivator foundation. At least, that is the typical pattern in those novels on cultivation. However, without strength, I may not survive in the origin world. So, it may also be better to just focus on one energy type, then use that as the foundation to raise up the rest of them. At this point, if any, it would make the most sense to raise my mental energy soul focus higher first, since it is already at lowest grade. Then, there is also the issue of the immediate threats of origin world. The issue of the Minotaurs is rather straightforward. From what I can tell, they fit the pattern of an innate chi-based body constitution. They can use a bit of chi, but most of it goes into maintaining their enormous and powerful bodies, so at best their chi techniques are cheap tricks. Not much to be done against them unless I get strong enough to deal with their whole horde. The issue of the shadow-like demons seems more tricky though. These are tedious energy-type beings. Their methods can be far more flexible than the Minotaur, and they cannot even be touched by your typical material body. Though they could likely be harmed somehow through mental energy, soul focus. There is no particular guarantee that just any mental energy, soul focus attack would be effective. If I could find a way to gather information on how to combat them in another world before confronting them en masse, it would be ideal. In some cases, energy combinations between the three flows result in huge combat boosts as well. So that is another matter to take into account. Essentially, the only world available that I could really rule out for this time was Mass Effect. Though I would love access to the futuristic tech and knowledge, it did not seem likely I could use anything from that world to help in improving cultivation at the lowest grade. All of the other worlds have various pros and cons. To decide between them arbitrarily when I've no idea when my next opportunity will come just isn't a good idea. I decided to not be too quick to decide on the matter for now though. I could barely control my current cultivation. Any more right now would be too much. I need to improve my control over my body and mental energy, soul focus. I need to look into and cultivate my mental symbol, and I've been spending too much time separated from my body recently. So, my Pokemon and followers and me moved together and practiced together as we moved towards the nearest village. I did my best to instruct them on fighting and cultivation, building a rapport with the three as best as I could. When I tried to do the mental symbol cultivation, the first step required me to control my mental energy, soul focus, to mimic the mental symbol, which was far harder than one might imagine. 3 short days of travel later, we finally arrived in the area of the village. Lore Master Sardon. A human village? No, it was not quite established enough to call it that. Looking from afar, there was a small human camping ground. Numerous foxholes and a few larger trenches with feeble tent-like structures over them were splayed haphazardly in the middle of a large clearing in the forest. On the far side of the clearing, near the horizon, one could see more forestry, covering the entirety of that horizon. Yet, to the left and to the right, there was no trace of trees to be seen. Instead, a grassland seemed to stretch out endlessly in either direction. Aside from the river, this was the only place I had seen thus far which was not almost completely shadowed by the canopy of the enormous trees, which seemed to cover the land endlessly. People in clothing similar to the trio walked about the village, each of them seeming to be merely going about on their own. None seemed they could be bothered to stop to socialize, laugh, gossip with neighbors, too occupied with their own means for survival. No wall or any other assortment of barrier made of sticks or otherwise could be seen around the camp's perimeter. It appeared almost defenseless. There seemed to be a few people lingering around the edges of the village, appearing as though they were guards. However, they did not seem disciplined at all. more or less just relaxing near the edge of the encampment with weapons on hand. It would be all too easy for a beast to sneak into this village, or just about anything really. If one of the minotaurs came here, despite any one of them being at least the size of a small hill, they could probably use stealth and walk into the middle of the village undetected. Such a thing, it is as ridiculous as having a stealth tank. And how stupid would you feel when such a badly camouflaged tank appeared in front of you, and you had missed it? Well, you would be dead at that point, so I suppose you would not be feeling anything. Creatures with size and strength like tanks and camouflage live not too far away, and demons lurk in the forest torturing and eating people, yet these fellows were so relaxed with their security. Not to mention these, there were numerous creatures in the woods which were of equal strength to that trio. If a group of them wandered over, that too would cause many issues. Ridiculous. Though I thought so, maybe they had their reasons. I wanted to get these people on my side regardless, so criticizing their methods is probably not a great idea. I did not immediately enter the village on account of my ragged looks. I might leave a bad first impression on these people. So instead, I asked Saran, Horace, and Gina to go ahead and procure some appropriate clothing from in the village. We had a fair number of pelts, and a bit of herb-preserved meat from the animals we encountered on the trip here, which could be used for barter. The trio entered the village as I remained on the outskirts. I knew it would take an hour or two, and so I settled down to do some mental cultivation. Since my breakthrough to the lowest grade mental energy, soul focus, I became able to try and use the resonance technique. Over the past few days I had begun using it, and it truly showed some great results. They had the information on how to do it available freely and publicly, and I had read over it long ago. Now I could actually apply it. I couldn't find any fault in the method or any way I could improve on it despite the additional resources on Origin World at my disposal. This technique was the true foundation of the Pokemon world. It had been perfected over many years and had wondrous effects. Resonating with Drowsy and Meditite, I felt the greatest effect. Their psychic energy resonated with my own as I used the mental star and nerve flooding methods, which greatly amplified my results. The resonance with Meditite and Machop seemed to have an odd effect on the nerve flooding method. Peculiar energy, I am assuming chi, seemed to emanate in minute traces softly from my nervous system into the rest of my body, strengthening my body. The resonance with Rotom also seemed to affect the nerve flooding method. My mental space seemed to vibrate, resonating and interconnecting with some other space near the center of my body. I knew this should be related to spiritual energy, but it seemed to be in the same location where the Danteon should be. But typically that is where one gathers chi in later cultivation. I could not quite understand what it had to do with spiritual energy. "Hello, friend," a voice yelled out from behind me. The voice startled me, awaking me from my state of cultivation. Ah! You were cultivating, my friend. Sorry about that. Most people just cultivate in their homes. I come out here to relax at times as well. I suppose since it is a good place to relax, it should be a good place to cultivate as well. Looking at the man, he appeared to be beaming with happiness. His attitude at a stark contrast with the people of the village. He seemed to be a friendly middle-aged man, his features mildly resembling those of the trio, but his features more heroic. His friendly disposition left a good impression. A man approached me without my even noticing. It seems I still lack training to improve my awareness. I was confident enough after honing it on our travels, but I suppose the effect is lessened during cultivation. Well, don't worry about it. I did not feel like entering the village just yet, and was just waiting on my fellows to return. The man nodded. Yes, it looks like my friend has had quite the journey in the woods. Probably. A journey beyond the demon's boundary? Only out there would one encounter the more vicious predators. They generally don't venture on this side of the boundary. I do not recognize you, friend. You must have come from somewhere near the other side of the human ring. The human ring? Is this place in the human ring, then? The man's eyes flashed and he smiled. My friend seems to have come from very far away, indeed. I do not know if it is fortune or misfortune that you made it to this place. But, yes, this place here is a part of the human ring. The land where the demons allow humanity to roam freely. What is this friend's name, might I ask? Oh, I see. My name is Gray. And you? This one is called Sardon. It is good to meet you, and you as well. We both stayed for a moment in silence. Suppose I should say something. How big is the human ring, then? Do you know? Sardon smiled widely and answered. The human ring is a ring of grassland, in the middle of demon territory. The forestry border you stand at now is the outermost ring of the demon's territories. The forestry border, which you can see near the horizon, leads towards the inner circles and the core regions of the demon territory. If one wished to travel around the entire ring, for an average person, it would take about 3 lifetimes of constant travel. Some of the wandering tribes continue their journey in perpetuity, some in one direction, one in the other. In this way, people can know for themselves it to be true. The ring itself is not actually a perfect ring, but it should be pretty close. From what we could tell, this section of the Great Ring is especially well known, however, as it is one of the few points on the ring where people have been rumored to leave and return, at least in a few are more secretive oral traditions. The man's words made me think, if what he said is true, with the surface area of this ring alone, despite its relatively small breadth, it would still be terrifyingly large. The entirety of the demon territories would be far larger. So, why did you decide to rest here, friend? Were you waiting to watch the sight of the end lights? I find it is one of my few joys to watch the light slowly fade. The distinctive colors you see at that moment are simply beautiful. I tell most every girl I court how comparable she is to it. Ha ha ha. It works well, you know. It does not hurt that I am a lorekeeper to begin with. My stories sway their hearts with ease. These hunter stories cannot compare. Though, my friend, I am sure you've a number of tales, comparable at least. I stopped for a moment and looked at the sun in the distance. This region's light stayed perpetually the same during the day. As this world's sun rose and set, it never truly seems to be breaching the horizon. Yes, I do have a few. It is a bit peculiar for me here. Where I come from, the sun would generally rise in one part of the sky and set in the other. Here, it only barely crosses the horizon, staying and there throughout the day. I agree the light of dawn is beautiful, but the light here always appears like the light of dawn. Does it not lose its meaning? I'm afraid I don't know what you mean, friend. The sun? What is that? I've never heard of such a thing. I was stunned for a moment. Most every civilization had the concept of the sun, so I had assumed he would know what it was. But then, trapped in a land where you never see the whole thing, I suppose it makes sense for the concept to never have formed. The light of day, it comes from a glowing sphere in the sky. That sphere is called the sun. It is like the stars which you can see at night. The stars appear like dots of light in the sky at night. They are the same as the sun, but they are further away, so they appear smaller. I never thought I would have to explain something like this to someone. At least, not to someone fully grown. Haha, you are a funny man, friend. What a creative tale. Although it is funny, please do not say such things. The oral traditions are the foundation of learning in the world. If false stories spread, it could take many years to correct those mistaken, especially so with such a realistic tale as yours. The light of day comes from the fire energy of the Red Mountains, an outpost of the dragon race. And there are indeed flickering lights in the night sky, but these come from the chaos flows, which rampage above the 9th layer of the heavens. I know you are good-intentioned here, as you know I can determine the falsehood as a lorekeeper. However, this knowledge was painstakingly gained by our wandering ancestors. The average person may take what you said as truth. We cannot disgrace them by spreading rumor. Master, we have returned. Ah, seems my fellows are back. I will just be going now then. Oh, of course. Sorry if I offended you. It is just. The oral traditions are rather important. Don't worry about it. It is obvious you would react strongly towards something against your beliefs. I would not hold it against you. His face twisted, seeming confused. Well, goodbye then. Ah yes, may the demons keep from you. Gray joined up with the trio and they moved deeper into the forest to discuss the situation of the village. The man looked into the far distance, towards the Red Mountains. His powerful vision, enhanced by his strong cultivation, allowed him to see far further than the average person ever could. He looked on as the flows of fire energy were gradually extinguished as they met the chaotic energy in the upper layers of the 9 heavens. The instant they were extinguished, they transformed into a dim but dazzling aurora of dancing energy, which gradually faded and gave way to the night. TCHT stars, what nonsense. Trying to lie and mess with others about something one could witness with their own eyes. What a foolish child. Still, he should be stronger than he lets on. He acted completely ignorant of my presence. But he could even kill a shepherd. The man turned. His eyes flashed with a dark light. His body moved abnormally fast, disappearing into the deep forest. We returned to our nearby burrow. Have you gotten the clothes I asked for? Yes, master, we have bartered for them on your behalf. We also spoke to some of the people around town to see if there has been any news or changes since the time when we decided to leave. And the village chief has recently fallen ill with a fever, and aside from that, a wandering loremaster had come into town just the other day. Aside from these, there is nothing significant. I see. HM. Do you all know what the regions beyond the borders of the demon territory are like? If we wish to find somewhere safe from the reaches of the demons, where would we need to go? My lord, we do not know the best way. Supposedly, if one finds the river beyond the demon's forest boundary, one can follow it in the direction of the Red Mountains to reach the wilds of the dragons. There, for the lesser races, only the rule of the wilds applies, as the dragons care not for worldly things. This is where we hope to venture. I see. Then, considering the demon normally guarding the way is now dead, what chance is there that the tribe here would be willing to follow and escape these lands? Master. For some, they may jump at the chance. For others, perhaps not. However, if Master shows his strength, I think they would not refuse. Okay. Gina, tell me about the people you know in the village, even the little things. I want a layout of the way things are in the village. A lot of the things that Loremaster said earlier were things I had no idea about. I need to learn more about these people in order to deal with them. Yes, master, first there is Germal. I listened to her explain the situation of the village, as expected of a pretty female. She seemed to know basically everyone in the village, and every bit of gossip between them. But more or less, it came down to form one picture of the attitudes of most of the people in the village. An attitude that had forced these kids and their friends to run and try to escape demon territory on their own, without any elders stepping out to help nor stop them. So I figured as much. Despite being treated as cattle, there would still be a lot who would fear change and not want to leave. They would likely use all their clout to keep others from leaving as well. To bring these people with me, in the end, it is likely to come down to force. It would not make sense to do so out of nowhere though. Maybe I should make up some excuse why they need to leave. A primitive society, where magical things are everywhere and demons exist. It shouldn't be too hard to trick them, right? Come up with some realistic hoodoo and paint the demons as though they are trying to kill them, which is generally true anyways. Incorporate a bit of other true events to make it seem more real. Considering the demons really do constantly kill and eat people here, it shouldn't be too hard. Well, if it doesn't work, I can just beat them until they follow me. They might hate me for it for a while, but they would eventually come around.